Get ready for trades to have way higher stakes throughout the early and mid-game. In Classic, abilities deal tons of damage, but their costs and cooldowns are higher to match, so every action has the potential to completely shift the lane advantage. For many champions, you'll want to consider buying early mana regen items. Grab a Chalice of Harmony, stock up on mana potions, or pick up a Doran's Ring or 3. Speaking of Doran's items, they may be the default start for modern League players, but they're significantly weaker here in Classic. Try starting with boots and some potions instead to keep up with those early trades in lane. It also takes much longer to get back to lane, so plan accordingly. Forcing an opponent to recall will give you the space you need to set up your minion wave, or put in some good work in the tower as your opponent loses out on CS. Pressing those early advantages is also easier because turrets are way easier to kill in Classic. Taking one down will happen early and often, and can quickly snowball into more gold, more ganks, and more pressure on the enemy team. And speaking of pressure, don't forget to pick up some extra wards for vision, which you can buy separately from trinkets.
I knew you would do that.
After all, nothing ruins a good laning phase faster than a surprise 2v1. So light up those bushes and stay safe out there, summoners. Don't say we didn't warn you.
恭喜 Caps Lu Xuan là Miền Thắng.
Chúc mừng Cap đã được vào Hall of Flame.
Chúc mừng Cap đã vào Hall of Fame của Liên minh huyền thoại.
이번에 G2 캡스 선수가 명예전당에 헌정됐다는 소식을 들었는데 되게 많이 축하드리고요. 어떻게 보면 G2의 심장이라고 생각을 하는데 꾸준히 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 정말 대단하고 생각하고 멋있다고 생각하는 것 같습니다. 명예전당 정말 축하드립니다.
キャップス選手が他のプレイヤーと違う分言うと本番の大舞台でものすごく強いっていうのがあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。やっぱり彼ほどの逆境に強いプレイヤーっていうのはなかなかいないんじゃないかなと思います。キャップス選手、改めてオールオブレジェンドおめでとうございます。
我最欣赏 Caps 的点就是永不放弃吧，然后每一年都在为自己的未来打拼。
因为我之前在欧洲也打过一段时间嘛，然后那时候也跟他做过对手，所以我觉得他很努力，然後我覺得他這名人堂記得沒毛病哈。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã ghi danh vào đại sảnh huyền thoại.
恭喜 Caps入选名人堂。
캡스 선수 명예 전당 입성하신 것을 정말 축하드립니다.
恭喜 Caps 入选英雄聯盟名人堂。
我认为新生代选手，尤其是 LEC 赛区的，应该都会算是把它当成中路的标榜，有点像是 Faker 的感觉了。恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂，又达成了一个里程碑。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã bước vào đại sảnh danh vọng nhé.
The international narrative of League of Legends is that Western regions couldn't compete unless they brought something special.
Denmark meets Caps!
Caps is inarguably the greatest Western player of all time. Any record you can think of for Europe, Caps has it.
엄청난 선수라고 생각합니다.
He was dodging literally every spell.
여기로 던지면 저쪽으로 가요. 어우, 화가 나는 거예요, 그냥.
Even back then, Caps saw the game in a different way.
I could tell Perks was feeling fear for the first time, having to play Caps.
Oh, he just solo killed Perks!
Very bad memories.
We have a new superstar. This is the European hope now.
You're a player and you look across the stage and they're just laughing. And you're sweating for your life.
There are players at home right now. They're seeing those European players and they're believing that they can do it too.
We can do this. We can go even further.
Caps 就像是旗帜。
For players like Faker, Uzi, and Caps, you never really take into account years of finding ways to reinvent yourself to get back to the top.
Where were you when the West rose up?
不要求什么啦，希望可以有一波完整的团战就好。
对于对面的杯体感到很有意见，
没错，
他已经打过了，
相当肮脏，
他先玩过了，
不能找这种老手来。
对于他来说，你不太应该是那个老手吗？
没有，我是人老了。
那你呢？有认老吗？
我是老人。
打新版的我应该会赢他。
红手我打漏的时候，你还在妈妈打 call 呢。某一个老人，不管什么版本，我都会打爆你。
Out of a Hongshu in the mid lane has that ult level advantage.
There's the ignite going down. Hongshu's flashing away, but in comes.
Nice！ 哇哦，他不会玩。那个卡特正常是买9瓶药的。
我不是阻止他，打爆他。
And they liked it so much. Oh, okay. So BA just died in the replay.
Yep. Yep. He had a zillion bomb on him. He got tagged up.
喂，好痛啊！完啦，好痛啊！
I had actually forgotten this, but I noticed it during this play. Gragas E is not a stun in this version. It's a slow.
完啦，好恶心啊！他这个。
やっぱりアニメとか漫画だと古代兵器って大体すごく強いですから、今日は僕が皆さんに古代兵器をお見せします。
In trouble. Look at the damage of the old Fiddlesticks ult. Evie trying to get under tower, doesn't have access to Soraka ult. Few seconds off it, does manage to get a W down. He's gonna live, he's gonna clean them up. I think he gets both here as he'll just walk forward, ult himself. The drain isn't good enough. BA, there's nothing to do.
你兩塊，還嚟拍呢？哇！你cái này nè，nice à. Ok nice.
Này mấy ông già chơi game, lần này tôi sẽ đá gãy của mấy ông.
Sniffs it out, will chase him down on the other side of the fight. Emmy gets him hailed. They need to get him quickly before he can get any more heals off. They manage it.
Nice.
5招怎么说？哎，里面大的急，里面大的。他好痛哦，那也太痛了吧！哦，
哇 ！UCI。OK， go mid。
怎么说？翻的感觉。
Too long as Ejo, you can see the damage is coming in, just moving forward, shredding through North. Eddie there as well, definitely trying to proc that W. Does well, but gets one shot by Maple on the other side. Hongshu can't find too much more. It's 2 for 2 at the moment.
我猜啦，我们会输。
稍微预测一下会输几个头
？5到10个吧，我算7个好了。
對。啱，得，我講緊字度。我好啲換親佢。哇！我來。nice， GG。
看来当年真的是酒桶太 OP 了。中堂再1年，说了很 OP， 我没有给他我给白，不给，很好玩。
老人队还是打这种就玩还是太权威了。
まあここまで勝つというか、まあそもそもねメイプルさんがキャリーしてくれたんで、メイプルさんシェイシェイ。
你自己讲的，
又给你装到。这样太好了。
Right, here we go.
The 1v1 inside comes out on top.
They have to. Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the.
CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game.
Welcome to the LCP. Welcome to our first elimination match of playoffs, Pike.
Oh, it's been a long time coming. It's been a shorter split still, Logan, but we're looking so fierce, and I'm here for it because it's going to be a big series. Vikings versus GAM. It's a hard one to pick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were treated to a VCS derby already, and we are about to get another one here tonight, as you said, and I'm really looking forward to this one. It will be either MVK or GAM knocked out here tonight. Both of these teams will be putting forward absolutely everything they can, and we were talking and taking a look at the history of these two teams, and it's been very back and forth in 2026, with MVK winning 2, GAM winning 2. Tonight could be that deciding factor between both of these Vietnamese teams.
It's not just do or die, right? This is all about like who actually can call themselves the better team. Like, it's been so neck and neck for both these rosters all year long. This is the last split of the year. Like, this is the final one. Like, if you don't win out here, you don't get that bragging rights. You can't go forward and say we are just better. So it's not just that. It's showing that the Vietnamese teams and for their region that they are going to conquer.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, there's 3 VCS teams here in these playoff brackets, but we'll take a quick look back at yesterday's results. It was Team Secret Wales 3-1ing GAM. Now, GAM, they ended up winning game 1, but then Team Secret Wales just went, nah, and they won games 2, 3, and 4 to shut GAM out and send them to that lower bracket elimination.
Look, and that's sort of like something we sort of expected, right? Secret Wales, they have been the top dogs the entire year long. This makes a lot of sense as we look into the playoffs and we look at the bracket over there. Is CFO Secret Wales in match 4, but tonight's game is going to be that match 3, Vikings versus GAM. Moving forward, it will be whoever wins this series moves up and will be versing the loser from match 4, which is tomorrow. So you definitely want to be here for tonight, but you absolutely cannot miss tomorrow because that will be deciding so much heading into the final week next week, Logan, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, look, here in the LCP, we're made for it, and we're made for vengeance, and we're made for rematches, because that upper bracket final will be a rematch between CFO and Team Secret Wales. But tonight's match is that derby that we were talking about, that VCS team on team, MVK, the new kids on the block, the cookers in the kitchen, if you will, who come with some spicy tech picks that a lot of teams are kind of struggling to answer, I think, here, Pike. But GAM, they're more stable, they're a more familiar, known entity here. They've got that experience, they've got that wisdom, but will it be enough to overcome these young upstarts?
Yeah, look, Kratos, Guri, Chica, Haki, Sulong, this team have been looking quite good. I think the one thing we talk about with this roster is they start the game so strong. They know exactly what they want to do. They get those coach comms in super early and just take control. The second those coach comms go down, something shifts in these players' minds and they sort of lose focus and lose where they're going. So it is that mid to late game this team can fall off, but they have proven if they get such a strong lead early in the game, they can run it down to and play it out and win out. So it's going to be an interesting one. This team has a lot of love and a lot of fight. It depends on how they're going to go into the likes of GAM, right? This is a team that, like you said, they've been very consistent, but I think there's a couple maybe cracks in the armor there that Vikings could sort of take advantage of.
I mean, the Vikings, they have beaten GAM before. The last time they beat GAM, though, it was Jan 24, then August 2nd, which was my birthday, actually. So semi-recently, only 20 days ago, did they manage to beat GAM. So they could definitely pull it out here. But also, in the last few matches, right, we haven't had a great look at MVK. They've lost the last 6 games in a row, but it's all been to CFO. So we don't really have a good temperature check of MVK versus GAM, except since the 2nd of August. But these are the analysts and head coach, Hype and Null. This is GAM Esports, Kiaya Drakthar, Glory, Artemis, and Taki. And speaking of them, let's take a look at tonight's featured matchup here. It's a good one between Guri and Drakthar.
We're always talking about these junglers, right? Like they're star-studded players for these rosters. But if we look at these stats, and we really look at it here, chat, these numbers are damn close. Like, I don't think I see a number that goes over 6. Maybe that 8 is like an 8.9 difference in that damage per minute, especially for junglers. That is quite impressive that they are so on point. So I think we always talk about LCP. Junglers are very much the hot take. Who's going to control the game? Who's going to get that early tempo? This is where we will see the action the most. Drakthar loves to get scrappy, but they're not really comfortable on the champions we want to see them on, like the Lee Stins, maybe the Zins. They go for a little bit more front to back, like the J4s, but Guri's just been looking strong and loves to get in for a fight too, so I'd love to see one of these players pick up like the Nefiri, maybe a Lee as well, and really start pushing that tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. But you were talking about where we're fighting, and let's take a look at the LCP arena, because this is where our fans are waiting to watch the fights. It's a catered experience. This used to be a cinema that has been converted into the arena that you can go and watch these games with great security measures going on there. We've got those little wands out. Look at the MVK jerseys, the representation. One day, Pike, we will get there and we will be wearing those jerseys. And look at the trading cards. Someone got a hit. Yeah.
Oh, look, I love a good hit as best as the next person too, but when it's a trading card, it just gets that dopamine really pushing. They're putting MVK there really hard on those banners. So I'm excited to see, as we are seeing our phenomenal teams in the arena right now where all of these amazing people will be finding their seats, grabbing their popcorn, and getting ready for the show. But we'll have to see, though, because Logan, we got a couple little things we need to check off first.
Yeah, you're so right. We need to take a look at that featured matchup champ pool between Guri and Drakthar, because it's an ocean versus, I want to say, a lake here. Guri with 6 unique picks over Drakthar's 2. It just speaks to the, dare I say, unbannability against Guri. You really need to target your bans somewhere else.
I think there's a big thing of note here as well, Logan. You've got to be thinking about it from a different angle. I want to switch your perspective a bit. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this is what Drakthar's trying to do. So pull out a smaller champion pool. This is why you do better in most like solo queue games. The smaller champion pool you have, the better you get with those champions. But let's forget about that now, Logan. Let's have a look at our predictions for tonight, because you know what? You and I, we've gone fairly spicy here. And you're going for GAM, I'm going for the Vikings, and I love it.
Yeah, normally we kind of agree on our picks, but tonight I've gone for GAM 3-2. I respect MVK, which is why I've given them those 2 games. I genuinely think that they have what it takes to push GAM to the edge, but I think GAM just has the mettle, they have the experience here, and yes, GAM did fall 0-2 to MVK only 20 days ago, but we've seen the tech, we've seen them bouncing back, and I think they can pull it together here tonight. But Pike, why have you gone for MVK 3-1?
Sometimes it's just about backing your boys, Logan. Sometimes you just got to back your boys. When you're up against the wall, you got to stand side by side with your brothers. We saw it with the Anzacs. You're seeing it here in the LCP with me and the Vikings. I got to back them a little bit more. It's not that I've been hypercritical of GAM. It's more that I think they've got a lot of cleaning up to do, whereas Vikings, yes, they've also got cleaning up to do. I won't like disregard that. I think they have a lot of work, but I think they just have something. You know what? Maybe it's Mercury in retrograde. I don't know, but I think they've got it tonight.
I think you mean Gatorade in Lunar Moon, but I know what you're talking about with MVK, because they are that young roster. They're still that relatively new team to the LCP, only having been brought in halfway through Split 2, but they look like they've belonged here this entire time. They have those spicy meter balls, those curve balls that people just don't know how to handle, and I think that element can get them across the line, hence my 3-2 prediction, because MVK, they do have something special. They do know how to take games from these more rostered, these more tenured teams.
I do love it when you get Italian with me, Logan. That's the best part. Always makes me feel quite good about myself when I can hear you talking in a nice Italian accent. But you know what? We're just going to have to wait and see. We've got a little bit of time, but Logan, is there anything off the bat, off the dome, you'd like to see champions picked in the first game?
I wasn't even going to talk about champions. I was just actually going to call out the fact that we're looking at several sort of all-pro runners-up here before us tonight. I mean, we've got Guri, Chica, and Haki, 3 of MVK's own. They're in the 3rd place all-pro runner-up team. But not to be outdone, Taki, Kiaya, and Kina, they're up there as well. Taki, Kiai, they're in 2nd on that all-pro team. So just really good to see so many of these players soar so high here. So yeah, I quite like to, like, it makes sense.
I like where your head's at, and I think that's the big thing, right, is we've got some phenomenal players here that are really trying to shine. We're seeing they're trying to make these moves, they're trying to get the right picks, they're trying to get those vibes out, but Logan, I'm not sure how the vibe's going to be. We've got very different thoughts, but you'll have to just take me there.
Look, I think we're going to go to a 5-game banger. I think the vibes are going to be high. I think the LCP is going to kick ass, and we are all going to enjoy the experience, and it will start right after the right fist bump.
hy vọng, 希望、希望。
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 季后赛第3天的赛程，败者组的对决将由维京人 MVK 出战越南的胜利之枪 GAM。两支战队截至目前为止的积分只有个位数之差，因此今天获胜的队伍将可以直接前往世界赛。然而最直接、最简单的就是赢下对决，什么都不用管了，马上就来欢迎双方选手进场。上路 Kratos Kiaya。打野 Guri Director， 中路 Chica Glory。下路 Harky Artemis， 辅助 Silong Taki。教练 Sofum No。两支战队都有比较明显的前期强而后期疲弱的问题。今天谁能够改正，谁将获得比赛的胜利。比赛马上开始。
Welcome back as we do get a look at the 2v2. It is Kratos and Chica, the top and mid laner of MVK, and that answers our questions. We will get that 2v2 to decide who gets right of first selection. And over on GAM side, Artemis and Taki. Now, I would say that, oh my god, GAM, they're actually really trying here, but this is normal for them. They trot out Artemis and Taki almost every 2v2.
Yeah, why not, right? Like, they're such a strong synergy. Like, I feel like they've got a lot to prove. They're working on their synergy too, so I'm excited to see this. It's very similar. The bot lane is going to be the bread and butter for GAM here if they can get these early leads. We know Artemis is a star-studded AD carry here, arguably one of the best in the LCP. So we've got to back our boy Taki and hope they're going to do a little bit more. But Kratos and Chica, now, if we're talking star power, Chica's been looking like a god.
Yeah, look, Chica in that mid lane, he's definitely had some impact. He's definitely making a name for himself. He's definitely brought Lock to the LCP in no uncertain terms, in commanding fashion. So, you know, you were talking about a little earlier, will we see him go for that pick or will it be banned? I have to imagine GAM are going to go for that ban because he just feels so strong. He has a lot of utility, that sort of AP assassin mid laner, but we do see Draven banned away here. Look, Doggo's not on the Rift. I don't think we need to worry about Draven. It's chill. It's all right, guys.
No, we always got to be worried about Doggo's Draven, regardless. Even if he's not in the game, you're thinking, what would Doggo do here? He picked Draven for sure. But now that we're getting to the end and the crux of it all here, Logan, it's the Pantheon hasn't been even that fearless taken out, so picking this one up here could be really nice. And with the Cassiopeia ban, does throw a couple spanners in the work, but there's plenty of other champions you could lock down. And Nidalee potentially here with the Pantheon is really nice. Oh, Silas Renekton though, like, I love it.
That seems like a filthy combo. That's like ultra short ranged. There's a lot of CC. There's a lot of sustain. And I think that sustain is what's going to be what wins it out for GAM here, because these 2v2s, they're short, right? No one builds Oblivion Orb. No one builds anti-heal in these matchups. So they're going to get a lot of value out of the sustain that comes through from that Silas and Renekton. But on the other side, Pantheon and Nidalee is going to be able to poke them from long range before going in, set those traps up, get that vision, that extra poke. So both sides, they obviously have, you know, a way to win, a path to victory, but I think I like GAM's a little bit more here. Pike, what about you?
Yeah, no, I do too. Like, and look, I love the Pantheon. I do like a cheeky little Nidalee, especially with that awesome skin on. That is the greatest one out of the Nidalee skins too. But I think you talked about who builds anti-heal. We've already got some here picked up by Taki. Like, the Oblivion Orb is secured. I literally was going to say, as you were saying it, I was like, Logan, they're all going to get anti-heal. Like, I don't know what you're trying to say in this one. They're all picking this one up because they all heal.
I mean, we haven't seen it before, and then they... Good one, Chica. We haven't seen the Oblivion Orb much before in these 2v2s. He knows what he's done. He can charge up the passives. And then, yeah, like, Taki just rips an Oblivion Orb on open, and the fight breaks out.
Yeah, getting a nice little slice, but no dice, as Artemis did actually take a beating there too, very low in health. Taki now trying to 2v1 here, gets the electrocute proc, dashing forward once again, they get the first to slice, there was the dice, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, as now Kratos is trying to take on Artemis, goes into Cougar form, going back out, and I think Artemis might just be tanking up, but no! Kratos lands one final spear, we love a quick 2v2 here, Logan.
The flash to get the distance was all it took to take down the Renekton. But like every single time GAM is on the rip, these 2v2s are so explosive. They are so quick, and quite frankly, it's a very exciting experience for the viewers. And I mean, right now, yeah, we're casting, but we're also viewers, so I quite like this here. I like it myself. I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened so fast. But the way Silas on Taki just like kept going back in and back in, yeah, they were able to get a kill off it, but I think it was a little too much pressure.
I genuinely believe, Logan, this isn't what these two teams do. They're walking out. As they're walking out, they whisper, "Well, you full sending?" And they go, yeah, I'm full sending. Like, great, we'll full send too. And it's just them all chatting, going, yeah, boys, I'm running this down. We're going in. Like, just go for it. And then they just brawl until there's a winner. Like, that's just what these 2v2s look like. I don't think they want to be playing the slow game. And if they are, they're looking just to take a tower. Like, it's never really, like, one or the other. So I love that this is what it's coming to. These players just want to get onto the Rift, man. They don't want to be playing ARAMs. They're trying to get onto Summoner's Rift.
That's what I was going to say. I really think that, like, maybe they've got, like, dinner plans later tonight, and it's, like, cutting it close, and if the 2v2 goes for too long, they jeopardize that dinner, or, you know, maybe they're ready, and they're, like you said, they just want to get on to Summoner's Rift. They just want to get this BO5 underway here, and I quite like it. It's a fast way, but we are jumping into the draft here tonight, Pike, and already some, I dare I say, very expected bans coming through.
Yeah, it's all pretty stock standard, Logan, if I'm going to be honest. You get rid of the Cass, you get rid of the Ezreal, Vi, Nautilus, Nocturne. Like, we've seen this all across every single series we see, and you know what? I don't think it's going to change anytime soon.
You're so right. Interestingly, though, I think in this matchup that we'll see Ezreal come through a little bit earlier. Neither of these ADs, Artemis or Haki, are, dare I say, you know, massive Ezreals, at least so far in Split 3. So I think it's almost okay if one or the other gets their hands on it. But Rise locked in for Chica in that mid lane, which is interesting because Lock wasn't banned. And we were kind of expecting Chica to want to go for that. So maybe this is more of a composition pick. Maybe the draft, they've practiced, this is what they want to do. They want to have that global pressure. They want to split push rather than go down the mid lane here. Because Rise is a scaling champion, right? Like, they're going to play for that sort of slower matchup.
Look, you're right. I think the Rise, regardless, even with Locke still in play, is incredibly strong. So Rise is always going to be that first pick. If you do have that locked away, you got to pick it up. Like, it is the smart call to do, with J4 on the other side being locked in here for Drakthar, and they're hovering a Graves, which is very aggressive. I don't know how it's going to fare, but I think a Rumble with a J4 is a lot better.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We've got that Rumble with the J4, and like we've seen a million times. Oh my god, MVK slammed Lucian Milio. They intend to dominate Artemis and Taki in that bot side. I love MVK's confidence. I love their just willingness to go, yep, wham bam, thank you, ma'am. We see your hot combo. We are going to stomp you with the Lucian Milio combo.
Yeah, but is also, they hovered the Yone, which they were definitely throwing out to Chica, who had an exceptional game on that earlier this week. But now they've locked in the Orianna, the ball delivery is going to be locked in, it's coming in hot, and it's going to explode. Because right now, GAM's overall drafting is really nice. The team fight is impeccable. But I can't also look past the Lucian Milio. It is just so aggressive. And now you're taking out those range champions like the Caitlyn. Now that takes out the Lux as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Talia ban as well, because we have seen that be a bit of a menace into the dashes and the suits. So I like these bans coming through. And now we're looking at the jungler for the side of GAM as Lee Sin's taken off.
Yeah, exactly. I think the jungle ban's a very good choice here. You want to protect Drakthar, you want to get him up and over Guri, but the thing is, Guri does have a champ pool wider than the ocean itself. You still don't want to give him kind of the best picks, so I kind of like the value that they're placing on it. Still just bolstering Drakthar up in that jungle. But last night even, we did see GAM, we did see Artemis pilot this Lucian to phenomenal heights. So will Artemis be able to sort of dance and move around what MVK are doing because he knows Lucian, or will he fall prey? But they do lock in that Xayah. Does that mean Rakan will be taken away by Shulong here? It can't be, because Milio is there, so that's a Xayah Rakan bot lane for GAM.
Yeah, it's a free pickup, and I don't mind it. Honestly, there's a lot of safety, but now that the Poppy's also been locked in, it means the J4's basically mitigated out of this game too. Like, there's no real way you can get in and out, and then Bessa towards this top side into the Rumble. I do like this aggressive pick here for Kratos. They've piloted this before all year long, and they've looked really good on it. This is one of their staple champions that they know how to control the lane. Rumble is a dominator. They will control everything else, and as the game goes on further, they want to be with the team. I'm expecting some really nice public executions here out of Kratos. I'm excited to see how it's going to go, as both these teams, they want to be going forward, they want to be doing as much damage as possible, but I feel like Viking, as long as they can play a little bit safer and a little bit more reserved, maybe, is just let GAM come into them, let the Poppy disrupt, and then flip the script.
He has so much value here. He's going to be able to interrupt Rakan. He's going to be able to prevent J4 from doing a lot of what he wants to do. So that's going to stifle the ball delivery system from that Orianna. Just such a high value pickup on that Poppy, that steadfast presence. The beautiful thing about steadfast presence is it's not like it's you put it up, it gets one charge, it goes down. You put it up and it stays up and it interrupts every kind of dash in that period of time. So massive value there for this Poppy pickup. And Bessa in that top side, like we've called out before, and we will likely call out again, just rising in that priority is a better answer to that Rumble on the top. So I really think that we're playing to win that lane, not kind of just cruise through it. But both compositions here, really fun, but I think I almost favor MVK. Is the fact that they've got that Lucian Milio is dangerous.
It is. Like, I think one thing you have to be careful of is Rakan can flip on you in a dime. Like, that's one thing. You have to worry about the grand entrance. It will just jump on you. Now you got to worry about the ball being on it as well. So not only do you have these extra shields, it's going to be a lot more chaos being thrown into the mix. If Poppy is in one poor spot, if Guri is not in the right position, even maybe 20 pixels out of space, it's going to be a bit of a disaster, and it could really punish the Vikings. I'm excited to see it, but I think you're right. I think Vikings have a really nice roster here. They've got a really nice pick in a good draft. We're seeing some great skins coming up, but I'm looking at the rest of the map, and I'm seeing nice little bit of domination too. Chica just trying to get this early prioritization. Glory, obviously, feeling Faker once again. No skin. Same. Oh, okay. Haki with Lucian Prime Red. Don't see that very often.
No, and the Star Guardian Rakan with the Rose Quartz Chroma as well, a very, very rare visual combination. And yeah, like you said, feeling the Faker vibes, feeling the Faker energy with no skins. I don't know, I'm a believer that skins give you that 1% extra everything. I think skins win games here, as Haki needs to be careful. GAM, though, they're just backing away. They're respecting the poke here, and those junglers, they're on opposite sides of the rift. I do like to point them out because you want to look for plays where the junglers are, right? And if the junglers are on opposite sides of the rift, it means they're not going to be able to answer each other in that bot side.
And I think a big thing of notice here is, yeah, we're seeing that it is Drakthar starting at the chickens, working their way down towards these Krugs now. There is a world where a level 2, level 3 gank from a J4 is possible. Like, it does happen. Probably a bit more in my solo queue games, and then they maybe sort of run it down a little bit. But you know what? It's neither here nor there. They did look for that reset, though, so obviously they wanted to back get a little bit of that nice longsword there, too. So a little bit of extra damage straight off into this game. So maybe when they do come into a situation where, unfortunately, Guri might not have backed in time, there'll be an item advantage.
Yeah, and item advantages win you fights, right? We've seen it before, we'll see it again, that if you are able to get an item advantage at the right time, that you more than likely win that fight. You take a recall 30 seconds before Drake and you finish your Bloodthirster, for example, if you're Misfortune, or you finish your Essence Reaver if you're that Lucian. You have that extra mana sustain, you'll be able to poke a bit longer, you'll be able to trade a bit better, and it can easily carry these fights for you. That said, Artemis, though, currently 10 CS up over Haki, so doing a good job of controlling what CS they can and can't get back. And the way they punish Haki the moment he steps up to try and last hit is just beautiful. This is what you want to do. You want to punish when they try and get those resources.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Like, what I'm seeing right now is a really smart gameplay out of GAM in this bot side, right? Lucian, Milio, they are so aggressive, but they need a little bit of that early love to be super impactful. And even onto this top side, it's a little bit of a lead, but it's expected from the Rumble. But the fact that Artemis has a 10 CS lead and it's only 3.5 minutes just shows that they've played this early game just a little bit better. And now I'm a little bit more worried about my prediction, but still, Logan, it's only 3.5 minutes into the game. There's still a lot of League of Legends for us to get through. Sulong getting chunked out again, trying to hold this wave back, trying to feed some back to Haki because, yeah, Artemis is running away with this one. It's 17 CS. Oof.
I mean, like you said, though, it's only 3.5 minutes in the game. On average, both of these teams, their games last around 33 minutes. So, you know, we're not even 10% of the way through this one. Drakthar, though, Chica.
So dead, getting caught on the wrong side of a bush, and they're going to be able to kite this one out. Ghost Flash burnt here for Chica, trying to get some vision. Doesn't have level 6, so this could be pretty rough. But okay, Kiaya hasn't actually spotted out. Okay, they're not going to go for it. Maybe they do go for it. Caught out on the vision. No flash available. A flag and drag could just spell the end. Chica wants to get something up, and it's just going to go over to Glory. And you know what? Wrong place, wrong time there, Chica.
I'm really surprised Chica didn't keep running up, actually. They had, you know, it would have been spotted on the GAM ward, but Kiai was making no moves down. Guri, though, fancies himself.
Yeah, Guri looking for something, maybe just to force Glory out of this fight too, forcing that reset as well. But they were just trying to shove that wave in. But I think Guri has actually caught that wave, so it's going to be a little bit of something back. Niggsy, Haki making some moves down this bot side as well, but I'm looking at items here. Artemis already finishing those Berserker boots, so that extra little bit of attack speed, that extra bit of movement speed is going to be really, really good, especially paired with this Rakant, who is going to dash on you in a diamond and start disrupting the fight.
Yeah, and disrupting these fights is critical. Great move there from Taki to try and engage. Haki dashing away, burning that cooldown, making it a little bit easier if they do want to go in for a fight. But that vision control will prevent Drakthar from going for that first Drake of the game. But Drakthar's back. No flash, no ghost for Chica. He needs to be so careful. Good flash forward, flag and drag.
Available too. Chica, nowhere to go. Caught once again, and Drakthar plays it pixel perfect. And a really great punish there. Vikings, they're already down 2 kills. But now looking for an engage. Yeah, and great entrance knocks them up, but Guri's here. Artemis has to flash, a little bit preemptive, but gets them closer to that tower, and they can walk away. You can see SOFM off there on the first coach comms, not overly happy with the current state of the game.
Yeah, nor should you be, right? Your mid laner has died twice. Your mid laner has no summoners spells. That means Glory's getting ahead. That means Drakthar's getting ahead. And I think teams forgot how good Drakthar is on J4. He hasn't been able to play it here in Split 3. So I almost think this is a drafting mistake that MVK didn't ban that J4 away, that he was able to secure it so early in this game 1. And this could give, if GAM are able to snowball this could give them the momentum through the matches as well. You take game 1, you release a little bit of that pressure valve that you have to win every game. You've already got 1 under your belt. You only need 2 more kind of energies. Kiaya on the roam equalizes Chica.
Oh, just just targeting Chica like there's no tomorrow. Keeper's Verdict is going to send him flying, but a flash grand entrance, giving it over to Glory 2. Chica has just got a target on his back, and they've thrown knife after knife. Maybe there's an arrow in there as well, because he's just not getting anything in this game.
No, I absolutely love this. And Kiaya roams on the ward. I mean, they even had vision of this. They probably expected him to take a recall. There, that cutback, he delays for time. Spotted on the ward, equalizes. Chica's running back to this Poppy here to try and live, but too many members of Gamma in the area, and the way Taki flash forward grand entrance was just beautiful to really punish Chica. GAM, they're going all in on this mid lane. They are getting Glory ahead, and quite frankly, Glory ahead is a scary and dangerous prospect here, Pike, but they've got a game plan. GAM are like, you're dead. And that's how you win in competitive situations. You find a weakness and you hone in on that weakness. And if you can't find one, you make one, because that's what's happening.
That's the big thing here. GAM are just playing it that little bit better. 3 kills to 0 right now at the 7, almost 8 minute mark. But they've also got a 2k gold lead, which is so big. I don't know if we've seen too many leads this big, this early in a game for a team. So it's good to see that, yeah, GAM are controlling the state. This is how they need to be playing. We talk about Vikings being the team that is the early game menaces, that they will play very clinical, very smart. GAM don't like that script, and they're flipping it, and they're saying, no more. We are going to have full control. Yes, we're going to be able to pick up a Void Grub, maybe 2 here. Just getting that vision out so they know something's going on. Looks like they did get the 2, so they don't secure the full objective, Logan, but taking it away sort of stifles that little bit of a lead that GAM are picking up.
Yeah, and this is something that we've seen more and more in the LCP here as well. They just go for the 2 grubs, and then they back away. They see the enemies coming in to contest, and they go, we don't have to overcommit here. Speaking of commitment, neither of these teams will go in. Drakthar says, thank you for the free 3rd grub. It is still nice to get it. You just don't want to leave that for free. It's the gold, a little bit of a grubby. GAM 2.1k up. The first Drake, though, importantly, still has not been taken. So this game, it feels like both teams know they're going to be playing a little bit of a slower matchup. Those Drakes, they won't be that omnipresent win condition that we're so used to seeing, and Drakthar just getting a cheeky little invade because they know they've got priority on the bot side. I mean, Artemis is 20 CS up over Haki right now. That said, no one has really completed an item just yet.
Yeah, no, it's going to be delayed a little bit here. There's the exhaust. Haki is going to get caught out, has to flash the grand entrance. Culling now coming through, but Drakthar is in the wings. No flash, no dash. And there's the Featherstorm too, just to stifle a little bit of that extra damage coming out from Haki too. A little bit of a fight going up. Kratos must have won up topside because an equalizer was dropped, and so was the public execution, Logan. So fights across the board, but no kills secured. Shockwave.
Yeah, but the thing is, right?
Caught out, a little bit of damage. Glory's feeling good. Might be able to go a little bit more as the flash is available. Throws the sphere, but it does not land.
The thing is, on that bot side engage, right? GAM won summoners. They only used exhaust, but over on the side of MVK, they burnt the flash of Haki and the heal of Shulong. So next time GAM want to make a play on that bot side, they have that summoner's advantage. On that top side, like you called, Ultimate's burnt, but Kiaya, he did get away with 50% health, so he goes right back in and he pushes Kratos away. Now, Drakthar on this bot side, going for that first Drake of the game. He is kind of spotted, I think, as he went in on that red ward, but they do have control in the pit. First Drake, 10.5 minutes. Kiaya needs to be careful here. Looks like MVK looking.
Might know something's up because there is a ward there. So Guri is being spotted out, taking away the Gromp. Sadly, this Frog will sort of show where Guri is sitting out on the Rift, and that's always not great. Jungle tracking is so prevalent, regardless in League of Legends. But seeing these map rotations come through as well, Logan, we're seeing the bot lane of Vikings coming on up to this top side, because we're seeing another fight. It's Chica getting hit with the Cataclysm. Chica did have to flash out, though, just for a little bit of safety, as the rest of Vikings are sitting there trying to take out. As a nice little stutter step, Chica does get away this time. 4th time's a charm, Logan.
Yeah, but how many charms does it take to get to the 4th, right? Because we do have Rakan. He does have that quickness. Will he get 4 charms in one fight, or will he get 4 charms in 2? Stay tuned to the LCP, because we'll find out soon as Haki locks in his Essence Reaver. So he's prioritized his first full item, whereas Artemis has gone for those boots instead. So he values that movement speed, that attack speed a little bit more. And look, Essence Reaver, not the most expensive item. It's good to see it locked in, and Essence Reaver picked up for Artemis as we're talking about it. Sundered Sky for Drakthar, because he does have that 1 kill up and over Guri, and that gold lead slowly growing. 2.5k as it looks like GAM trying to invade MVK's jungle, but they will be spotted out.
Yeah, big thing here that I'm looking at is not just this jungler and AD carry for the side of GAM, but look at Glory. 2-0-1 right now. They are 1.2k gold up on Chica, who's just not finding any angle. However, in saying that, how often do we see a Rise win the early game, Logan? But we don't often see them getting dominated so hard in the early game either. They usually try to play a little bit more reserved and stifle any sort of lead, whereas Chica is far behind. They're 20 CS down. The gold is just so good, and Glory is incredibly close to picking up that first item too. We might be looking at a dive, but instead the frog's being looked at.
I wonder how you make a frog noise, right? Because we all know what it sounds like, but oh, GAM, they just cheekily take that away in the face of Guri. Great teamwork. They're using their priority just to help clear out the jungle, deny Guri that golden XP to try and keep Drakthar in this, because Guri is ahead on that CS as MVK. They aggress forward here, but yeah, like you were saying, what noise does a frog make? Well, that was me, but like ribbit, but I feel like I'm saying the frog noise, you know?
Do we want to get to a proper frog noise, or are we doing another one? You know what? We can come back to this later. This is a conversation for off air until we've fully decided what a frog noise should sound like. No one in chat try and do it, because it's just text. It doesn't translate the same. It's not worth trying. Let's get back into it though, Logan, because once we are getting through, I'm going to suspect the next back is where we're going to see Glory picking up first item. They have a nice little bounty on their head too. I'll be curious to see whether Vikings start to turn this tide and look towards picking Glory up in these fights. The downside, there is a lot of meat you have to get through, and you called it out before. I'm thinking about Taki's quickness and how impactful it could actually be in these team fights.
Yeah, I really think that it's going to be up to Taki to make and break these team fights, right? We've seen it before. We'll see it again on these Rakans. If they get a great quickness engage, if they get on a 3+ members, it's almost the fight is over before it's even truly begun. So MVK, they need to be wary of that. They do have some ranged tools, though. Taki might be caught here.
No, quickness already used just to get out of dodge. And you know what? If I'm trying to get out of dodge, I'm trying to be quick about it too.
Yeah, I mean, you do it every single time. I'm hitting that quickness and I'm getting out of here. There's nothing you can do or say that will change that. And I just want to take a quick look at the summoners here as well, because Chica doesn't have that flash, doesn't have that ghost, hasn't for a while. So it looks like GAM made a play back onto him, whereas over on GAM's side, they have every single summoner except the TP of Kiai and the heal of Taki. So right now, it's summoner advantage over to GAM if a fight should break out. So I really like the position GAM are in, because that Rift Herald has spawned. They have that vision, though MVK will know if it starts up. But GAM, I think that they would dare, they would tease, they would challenge MVK to come into them with their advantages right now.
So true. I wouldn't want to do it. Now, actually, you know what? Logan, I'm coming back to it real quick. While we're in this nice little lot, I figured out what a frog sounds like. You ready?
Okay. Yeah, hit me with it.
Misery as a delectable taste.
Tom Kench. Yeah.
Gotta unbench that Kench, Logan. That's the difference. That's the real frog we should be talking about. There's no Gromps in this game. It's all Kenches sitting in the river. But still, we're looking back into it because Dragon is up, Logan. 2.7k gold lead for GAM. They're happy just walking at this one. A little bit of vision picked up for Vikings, so they know they're on it. But I think this is just going to go over.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the right call. We've been seeing it more and more in the LCP, right? Ooh.
Looking for something. Haki, Culling did come out. Not going to be too much really going over, but still. Dragon secured now, 2 dragons apiece, and now it's Vikings heading up towards this top side looking at Shelly.
Yeah, and I mean, Shelly has just become Battle Shelly recently. She's just used so aggressively in the midst of fights. She's used to get that priority as a Drake is breaking out. So I almost imagine Drakthar might want to wait for this one before he goes for it, as GAM, they secure themselves that mid lane priority. Ults down for Artemis and Haki, but critically also down for Chica. So he had to Realm Warp a little while ago here. Kiaya sub 50% health as GAM, they're just clearing out around this Rift Herald. There's no vision. They get the Scuttle Crab. Guri has to be careful here. And yeah, I think GAM are just going to corral MVK away.
Look, you get the control, you have that scuttle, so you're going to be able to see just that little bit more, have control over where you see them going. And now that we know there's also a Hextech Soul for the Dragon, the tunnel's going to be so big. Like, you're going to get to places a lot faster. TPs will be safe for more dire situations. And it just means the overall mobility on the map is going to be accelerated too. So we'll be seeing more and more fights as this goes through, Logan. I'm 100% sure of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the LCP. We've got two VCS teams. There's going to be fights. They're going to get scrappy. So far, though, this is slower than last night's games, which, you know, I like scrappy, exciting games, but MVK, they've pulled the trigger on this Rift Herald. They don't want to let GAM have this on their time. They're going to force it now as SOFM. He's going in with his third and last coach comm of the game, but GAM, they're hurting MVK away. It's just Drakthar and Taki right now, and they've reset the Rift Herald, so good play.
Yeah, not too bad. You've only got 2 minutes left on that being up and available and forcing some resets. Obviously, maybe a fight went out and they said, you know what, maybe it's not worth taking an early fight like this. We've got the lead. We can just be a little bit slow and methodical, because the next question you have to ask yourself, Artemis with this lead right now, it's not a huge gold lead, but hasn't got a kill, hasn't died, no assists. In some views, people would say, oh, that's not that great. You want to be a little bit more aggressive with it. But at the same time, it's also a Xayah. How are you ever going to kill the Xayah when you don't really have the huge lockdown? All you have is the public execution. One Featherstorm keeps you out of damage, and then you can just keep fighting and no one can really hurt you again. So I'm worried for what Vikings going to be able to do into this bot lane. And it looks like GAM have just said, guys, it's fine. They've walked away. We'll go pick up the Shelly, and we're good to go.
Yeah, I really like that. Great. Oh, there goes the culling.
It's used, just trying to break some of those crystals on the tower, Logan. Not too bad at the end of the day. Chica losing out in the 1v1 here. Oh, not too bad, actually. Kiaya might be forced to back off there. You're seeing some vision, little fights over just control. That's all this is, Logan.
Yeah, I mean, they who control the Rift control the intelligence, and if you have the intelligence, you have a much higher % chance of winning the game. But intelligence aside, CS matters as well. Artemis still ahead, Glory still ahead, Drakthar, Kiaya barely ahead. So every advantage is over on GAM's side right now. They're still only 2.7k gold lead up though, so MVK is doing a good job of keeping the gold lead in check, not allowing GAM to run away with it. But the Baron is up in 30 seconds time here, Pike. The big, juicy jungle objectives, they're coming through. But the third Drake of the game, still a minute and a half away. Normally by now, we're getting ready for our fourth Drake, and that speaks to the slowness of having taken that first one back at that 10.5 minute mark. And speaking of first, the first turret only just went down at nearly 20 minutes as well. So it's definitely a slower game. It's definitely unusual for two VCS teams to play like this.
What it actually sort of tells me is that both these teams, they've versed these opponents enough to know that, you know what, is if we make one mistake, if one thing really goes wrong, the other team's just going to end the game and they'll force fights afterwards and there's nothing we can do about it. So I kind of like this slightly different temperament coming out of the Vikings, where they said, okay, we have actually lost a little bit into this early game. That's not the end of the world, as Chica has to flash. Oh my lord, Equalizer drops and Chica's just going to melt away. A solo bolo picked up for this top laner versus the mid. Chica's not having a good time.
No, that is not what you want. Chica got hard farmed early as GAM. They are pushing their advantage in the mid lane. They know they have the numbers advantage. They've got the Herald. It's not even going to get the charge. Oh, it charged, but it didn't lose the health, so it's still got at least one more really good charge. And they might even crack this mid-tier 2 here, Pike.
Look, maybe, but maybe not. Shelly did go down, but there's a lot of damage, so the map is just completely opened up here for GAM. It was a 3k gold lead, now it is 5. And I talked about one mistake. That mistake was just Chica in this top side, just underestimating Kiaya, who is one of the best top laners in the league. So making this call, and now GAM don't even realize they're standing on a ward, so it's looking for that little bit of a bait, and now they've just gone, oh, maybe we've been spotted out a little bit.
I love that. I always love when the observers toggle that vision control for us, or they show us these angles, because, yeah, literally GAM was just standing on a ward. MVK knew they were there, but now MVK, they're hurting 4v3. What is GAM doing? They shouldn't still be here.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, they're really committing. They want to get that one potential win. There's a TP actually going into the backside. Yep. I don't think they're aware of this because Equalizer is about to come off cooldown. It's on 10 seconds. Now they can look for the fight. Trying to get the flame burning, but no, Vikings did a good job. So obviously it was around this dragon they were trying to burn that control for. As long as they controlled that river entrance, they can't respond.
Yeah, it was all a ruse just to buy time and space for Drakthar, because even with Kiai's TP coming through, Drakthar had started up that Drake, so they secured themselves their 3rd Drake of the game. 22 minutes in, it is a Hex Tech Drake, which means it will be a Hex Tech Soul. Arguably one of the single best. As we take a look at this replay, and Kiai was just patiently waiting in that brush, and he just hits everything onto Chica. Nothing he can do. That Equalizer, beautiful over the top. The burn damage ticks down, takes out Chica. 0-4-0, down 2,000 gold to his counterpart Glory in that mid lane. He is not having a good game on this rise. And it's not like it's because he's playing bad. It's because GAM bullied him so hard early, and in that 1v1, Kiaya just surprised him.
Yeah, it's at this point that a lot of players, when they get that 0-4-0 sort of scoreline, they're so far behind that you sort of see that message pop up in the chat being a player has just been muted. At the same time, you can't really get that in the LCP, but here we do see that Chica's just playing the smart game and saying, okay, I just need to sit in side lanes for the next 20, 30 minutes and just farm. Like, that is what this Rise needs to do if they want to have any resemblance of coming back into this game. There's a Realm Warp coming in, very aggressive as it is. Sandinguru going to get with a grand entrance too. As Cataclysm goes forward, knockup's great. There's going to be enough damage. The Keeper's Verdict is good, but Drakthar is low. They're having to flag and drag out, but look at the exhaust. It's ticking down. One more hit should do it. It is Haki picking it up, and now Kiai is being jumped on too. First kill finally in the game, but look at Glory. They're just so big. They're flashing onto everyone. The Featherstorm confirms the kill, and it's 4 members down for Vikings as it looked proactive, but the gold lead was just too big, Logan.
Yeah, GAM just wallet diff MVK into the ground. 6.7k gold lead, 3 Drakes are gubbing. They're turning onto the Baron. This should be a free Baron for GAM. It is only Shulong on the Rift. And like you said, that was I want to say it started out like a great fight for MVK. I can't wait to look at this as Kiai. You need to be careful here. This Baron is shredding you there, buddy. But yeah, like, Computer, give me the replay of that play. I want to talk about it. Thank you very much, Computer, as we go to this one again, right? So here it is. Haki and Shulong are advancing. The culling ripped on Artemis does so much damage. The Realm Warp in behind. So they're going for this pincer maneuver. Drakthar is playing Bouncer, playing Disruptor. I mean, arguably, that Poppy ultimate saves members of GAM here, as we do see Haki is just left to poke down a Drakthar, but is Glory and Artemis kiting everything out. Every single flash burnt. The Featherstorm, as you say, executes that 4th member of MVK, and credit to GAM. They turned that very numbers disadvantage fight around. Credit to Haki. He did so much damage, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's literally it. And Artemis, look, Haki tried to get it done, right? Haki was making the moves, walking forward. But at the same time, Artemis is so strong right now too. They've picked up 2 kills. They've got a 1.4k gold lead, so that's half an item ahead. And they're already sitting at 3.5 items. They've got 90% crit right now as Desire. They're hitting like a truck. And it's not even Trucker On at this point. It's a totally different champion. So I'm very worried for what Haki's going to be able to do because, yes, they've got very similar items, but it's only 75% crit and they're not finding their in. There isn't enough space for Haki to be able to kite out in these fights because Glory's massive. The whole side of GAM is massive.
Yeah, right now, Kratos and Guri haven't been able to create that space. They haven't been able to frontline to buy Haki that freedom to kite and to buy Haki that freedom of getting poked and chipped and killed in return, right? Whereas GAM, they're fighting as a cohesive team. They are frontlining. They are putting Artemis in a position for success. It's like Glory and Artemis just get to sit on the back, do their damage. Glory is interrupting. He's acting as a bodyguard. He's taking the damage. Kiaya layering the damage, forcing the zoning, and Taki with his quicknesses is able to lock them down by that ability for the time for Glory and Artemis to do the damage. And GAM, they're using their Baron advantage. 45 seconds left. They're sieging MVK.
Yeah, there's nothing they can really do right now as they're waiting for the next wave. They've got 2 cannons about to do it, but the Realm Warp is used. Chica on the backside. That might not be where you want to be as Kratos is taken incredibly low. No energy, no fight left. Chica's now just running away as Haki is still getting hit with everything multiple because he throws out the equalizer to kill him once again. Kiaya, the full range equalizer, finds its mark and burns away the competition. But Vikings cannot get anything back in this game as it is going to be Soul picked up here for GAM as well, Logan. Disastrous first game for Vikings.
Yeah, like I really liked the energy. They had the wraparound. Guri tried to get that Poppycopter over the wall and just missed. It only hit a minion that would have given them the numbers advantage that they needed. But yeah, then GAM were just able to take the fight from there. We thought Haki was away, but that long range, maximum range equalizer just gets the job done. Beautiful play there by the entire team of GAM. They secure themselves the Hextech Soul off the back of having gotten that first Baron of the game. GAM firmly in control. 9-1. 8k gold lead. Item advantages in every single lane. Artemis about to complete his 4th as they siege the topside tier 2. They need to be careful.
Ooh, Shockwave, Cataclysm 2 sends them back, but Kiaya had the burn, had the damage. Let's see if Cheeky can hold them back. Get the Rune Prison, but it's not going to be able to do all that much, but Tower's still gone. They don't have the Baron anymore, but it's a 9k gold lead. GAM didn't have to play anything too crazy. It's been a slow match, but the 10 kills that they have confirmed were just on the back of Vikings maybe pushing too many buttons and getting caught.
Yeah, exactly. And in that particular fight, if we go to a replay, I really want to call out Taki there. I think he had a good play on the back end of that fight. But MVK, it just feels like it's a slow death, right? It feels like, yes, they're playing the game out, but so they're like almost waiting to die, if you will. We're not seeing, or, you know, GAM aren't giving them the opportunity to make the plays. GAM aren't letting MVK get picks onto them. So they're the ones that are being proactive. They're the ones calling the shots with the initiative, and it's the best place to be in. It is easier to attack than it is to defend, and MVK are very much on the defense here in this game 1.
Yeah, and it's really difficult when every single thing you have right now that's sort of keeping you, or potentially going to keep you alive, doesn't really do enough damage to stop you. So it's all of these towers are still up. The tier 3s are available. The base hasn't been cracked, but it's very, very soon to crack because GAM, they have all the tools in the shed, and with a Baron up in 50 seconds, they're going to have full control, full priority, and they're going to walk themselves over. They're going to get this good vision. You can already see Taki starting to clear it out and put a little bit more through. It's going to be a very easy and very successful... Oh, hold on. Could be caught. Cancels Sulong's back. That's a... Shouldn't be back in there, but okay, we're seeing Keeper's Verdict already used by Guri there, so just trying to stay out of the fire, and you know what? I would want to too.
Yeah, I mean, Kiaya is 4-0 right now. The damage this Rumble is putting out is insane. That entire gold diff of 2.3 over Kratos is just on those kills alone. And you called it out. Most of MVK, they're buying defensive items. They're buying survival items, which means they're not buying damage, which means they're not securing kills. They're just trying to stay in this game by living, but it's not enough. They need to make those plays. They need to try and get a pick. The TP to respond to a 5-man push from GAM.
Yep, Realm Warp coming straight on in, just kind of keep them alive, but Guri's just caught in the Cataclysm. Sulong, Haki getting the culling. It's looking good, but an Equalizer in the jungle burns them all. And now Haki's just going to slowly wither down. A shutdown is good, but now Kratos is 1v2ing, cannot hold on. And Guri now trying to keep Sulong alive as they run in different directions. But still, 3 members for 2. Vikings clawed something back, but at the end of the day, GAM still controlling this fight. They're so healthy, and they're looking at the Baron.
Yeah, no, but it was a really good Realm Warp that actually got Kratos away from the initial fight when he was low. Then he was able to come back on those backlines and actually take Glory out, whereas Artemis was frontlining with the rest of the team. But GAM, they win the team fight 2-3, then they've gone for a cheeky Baron. Guri, though, Sulong here too. They don't want to let this go over for free.
No, look, the potential of a steal is there. The 50-50 is live, but the Baron is at 5k health. Guri's now forced well off. Kiai doing a great job just melting him off, and I think there's no more 50-50 unless you're getting over this wall with a flash, and I think they just have to concede. Taki being a fierce competitor, and there it is, second Baron of the game, and the 10k gold lead is just there.
Yeah, here's the TP from Kratos, but he Realm Warps out just in the nick of time before he dies. The culling, beautiful. Almost takes out Glory, forced to stopwatch into the waiting arms of Kratos' public execution. Yeah, Drakthar and Artemis on the other side are winning this fight. Artemis does go down for it, and Drakthar chases them away, but I like what happened here for MVK. Kratos lucky to live and is then able to close it out on Glory. So they take out that mid laner, they take out the AD carry, they slow GAM's advance. But like you say, GAM, 9k up, they've got the Baron again, they've got the Hextech Soul, they're pushing the base.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, they have the gold, they have the items, they can just look to take an inhib here. They're just sending all members. Guri's on the back side, trying to slam them in, but they're already about to go down, gets a little bit of health, but Artemis picks up Guri. Kiaya goes golden. Flag and Drag's going to land. It's going to be enough. It's a double kill for Artemis. Is securing. It's a triple kill instead. Now they're going to be looking for a little bit more. Flag and Drag, the knockback's good. They want to get this Quadra. They could even get a Penta if they want a tower, if they want to go into this base, but no, it is going to be denied, but it is going to be GAM picking up game 1 here. They took out 3 members, and now there's nothing else they can do. 33 minutes into the game here, Logan, and it is going to be GAM picking up game 1 against the Vikings in, might I say, a dominant fashion.
Bang on average game time here between these two as well, so exactly as expected, but the outcome unknown until around, dare I say, that sort of 10-15 minute mark, because once GAM got ahead, they never fell behind. MVK just did not get a gold lead, they did not get an angle back in. That second to last fight was the closest they came, taking out 2 members of GAM, so well played there. GAM find themselves up 1-0 in tonight's best of 5 series in our VCS derby. So it's a good position to be in, and honestly, GAM played that pretty well. They bullied Sheikah so hard in those early stages. By the end of the game, he was only 1-6. It felt like he had no impact on the game.
Yeah, look, and that's just what they did better. GAM obviously knew the strength. They knew exactly where they needed to look, what they needed to do. And the goal was just to beat Vikings at their own game. Take the early game into their own hands. I think we saw it in multiple lanes. The only one we didn't see it in was in the top side, but Rumble's always going to be 100% more relevant than an Mbessa in regards to damage. Because look at that, 28k to 8. But what I'm actually referring back to is it was just shutting Chica out of this game completely. He was ganked, what, 3-4 times, multiple back-to-back, every time he tried to walk up, and there was solo kills everywhere. Chica just was playing a little bit too far forward, not understanding those limits. But I want to talk about the bot lane too, and it really actually was Haki and Sulong who got bullied really early. Like, we're talking minute and a half early. They were just taken out of the game, and then there was nothing. Artemis was up 20 CS for the rest of the game going forward and had the items, had the gold, and was able to do more.
And that's it, right? Once you get the gold, once you're able to do more, it becomes so much harder to come back into this. Chica's, like, I don't want to harp on about it, but it's hard not to. Chica's Realm Warps were not it. Chica's so far behind, he wasn't able to contribute. It just felt like GAM, they pulled the trigger in the early game, and it was everything they needed to do, and the game was over from there. Haki had his moments. He was able to take Drakthar out on one fight. He was able to land that full culling onto Glory, and it just did so much damage. He was the hope, and he was the dream, but GAM never let Kratos or Guri frontline for Haki. Even with that Milio, he was so killable. GAM just knew exactly what they had to do, when they had to do it. Even Kiaya with his equalizers, soloing Chica as well, just, it was GAM glory everywhere.
Yeah, it really was, and I'm excited to see what this team's going to come back with. If this is how GAM's going to play out for the rest of the series, it's going to be a 3-0, Logan.
Yeah, look, I predicted 3-2 for GAM, and yes, it is only a game one, but it's looking dire straits for MVK, but they do have that spicy tech. They do have that experience and wisdom behind them. I do believe that MVK can bounce back from this one. They've bounced back from worse, and we will get to find out when we come back from this break in game 2.
This is a Mumu. A Mumu couldn't figure out what items to buy, so he left his base without them. This is widely regarded as a bad move.
Inevitably.
The Rift is a dangerous place when you're unprepared, so you'll need to stock up on the strongest items Runeterra has to offer. Here's what you should keep in mind when perusing the shopkeeper's wares. If you're heading to the jungle, you'll need to buy the Hunter's Machete and some health potions to survive your first clear. Most other champions do well with some Boots of Speed and health potions to get right into the action. Just remember that you only need one boot item for your build. I know you want to go fast, but you don't get extra movement speed after your first set. So pick the style of boot that works best for you and stick with it.
Okay.
When buying items, start with what your champion wants to do most. Dealing tons of attack damage, go for Trinity Force or Infinity Edge. Casting powerful magical abilities, Deathfire Grasp and Rod of Ages have you covered. Trying to become an unkillable tank? Sunfire Cape has the health you're looking for. And if you're a jungler, you should probably upgrade your Hunter's Machete into Spirit Stone or a Madrid's item. If you're a support, your budget's going to be pretty tight, so it's important to make the most of each purchase. Items like Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone give you extra gold generation, which can make up for all that farm you definitely aren't taking. You'll also want to get items like Sightstone that give you a pool of wards to use instead of having to buy each one individually. Once you've finished building your first item, start thinking about what the enemy team does well and what you need to counter it. For example, Banshee's Veil gives you a spell shield that fully blocks the next enemy ability, making it a perfect answer to champions like Annie who thrive on burst damage. Once you've finished your responsible shopping, feel free to check out some more creative purchases. Niche items like Banner of Command could catch your opponents off guard and shift the game in your favor. You never know until you try, so get out there, experiment, and find the perfect build for your champion and playstyle.
A clever fox is never caught.
恭喜 Caps 入选了名人堂。
Chúc mừng Cap đã được vào Hall of Flame.
Chúc mừng Cap đã vào Hall of Fame của Liên minh huyền thoại.
이번에 G2 캡스 선수가 명예 전당에 헌정됐다는 소식을 들었는데 되게 많이 축하드리고요. 어떻게 보면 G2의 심장이라고 생각을 하는데 꾸준히 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 정말 대단하고 생각하고 멋있다고 생각하는 것 같습니다. 명예 전당 정말 축하드립니다.
キャップス選手が他のプレイヤーと違う分言うと本番の大舞台でものすごく強いっていうのがあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。やっぱり彼ほどの逆境に強いプレイヤーっていうのはなかなかいないんじゃないかなと思います。キャップス選手改めてオールオブレジェンドおめでとうございます。
我最欣赏 Caps 的点就是永不放弃吧，然后每一年都在为自己的未来打拼。
因为我之前在欧洲也打过一段时间吧，然后那时候也跟他做过对手，所以我觉得他很努力，然后我觉得他这名人堂记得没毛病。好，
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã ghi danh vào đại sảnh huyền thoại.
恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂。
캡스 선수 명예 전당에 입성하신 것을 정말 축하드립니다.
恭喜 Caps 入选英雄联盟名人堂。
我认为新生代选手，尤其是 LEC 赛区的，应该都会算是把它当成中路的标榜，有点像是 Faker 的感觉啦。恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂，又达成了一个里程碑。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã bước vào đại sảnh danh vọng nhé.
Right, here we go. Dust.
Kita itu 1v1 Isai comes out on top.
They have to. Here comes the hero's entrance. They have the.
CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
G'day Cobbers and welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves getting ready for game 2 of tonight's VCS derby between GAM and MVK.
Well, I know where you're going. You're thinking of the future, Logan. You're like, yeah, let's just go to that one already. But no, after that first game we just saw against Vikings and GAM, I'm understanding why you want to go to the next series. It was not a fun one to be talking about because Vikings had no answer. GAM was in control from minute 1, no stopping. And will we see it again in game 2? You know what? We don't know because the draft was exceptionally well done there for GAM. Like, they looked so on point. Every single champion they had. I think the Poppy was sort of like that answer that they were trying to find into the J4. It just didn't have its time. Like, it was just really, really hard, and Drakthar was in control and alleviated that pressure, got so many people ahead, and yeah, it was just a bit of a disaster. So, but game 2, we got hopes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you were to try and put together a highlight reel of steadfast presences in that game 1, I really think you would struggle to find many of those, but I think you would find many great flag and drags from Drakthar on that J4. But now that these kind of prio picks, these comfort champs, these meta champs, they've gone now, we find ourselves in game 2, right? And that's the beautiful thing about Fearless bans, the Fearless draft, is that you cannot play what has already been played before for the rest of the match. So I really like this. It forces players to be creative, it forces players to flex their champion pool, and dare I say, the later we go, I would argue it almost favors MVK more, at least looking at that Guri Drakthar matchup, because Guri's champ pool is just so wide. It's not like MVK don't have the ability to come back into this one. We've seen them do it before.
We definitely have. Like, Vikings have turned games around. Like, they did go to 5 games before against some really top-tier teams. Like, this is a team that has shown perseverance and dedication to coming back into the fight. Game 1 is not indicative of a usual Vikings match. Is all I will say on the matter. I think we can look forward into this next game and say, what are going to be some of the unique picks that we've seen really flourish on the map here in the LCP, and what are they going to be able to do with it? Some champions of note. I'm just going to spitfire some at you, Logan. I want you to pick one up and run with it. Dr. Mundo potentially topside. We could see a Nefiri in the jungle. Maybe we throw in something wild like the Akali in the mid lane game 2. Then we look at maybe a Varus or maybe a Yanara in the bot lane. And then we're going to round that out with a cheeky little Lulu, maybe an Alistair. Hit me with it.
Nasus top. We're going to go...
I've talked about this. I love it.
Yep, Nasus top, Zyra jungle. If Akali's mid, you don't want Azir because Akali answers that really, really well. Let's have Lock. Let's go Lock Akali in the mid lane. If you've got Yanara Lulu, I want Caitlyn Lux. There you go.
Caitlyn Lux. I wasn't trying to build my own draft. I was like saying what we're probably going to see in this game for either side. But I love that you've come back with like a counter draft for me. I really appreciate that. That's very nice. You know what? Something I want to see banned that we definitely won't see banned. Sylas needs to be taken off the map a little bit. I think this champion is a little bit sleeper right now. Also, just because I perma-banned them, let's just get rid of Malphite. I don't want to see it on the Rift anytime ever. So yeah, let's just get the Mountain out of there. It's not going to be played. I promise you that, chat. Don't worry. It's not going to be played. But if it is, I'm walking away.
Yeah, and one thing to recall about Malphite is he was such an omnipresent threat. Back in like Split 1, he was perma-banned. He was never allowed to play the game, and every time that he just overwhelmed and won the game convincingly for that team. And he copped a couple of minor nerfs, and now he just is disappeared. He's not banned, he's not picked, like he has 0% presence. But bans are here, as we do see Vi Nocturne banned again, Cassiopeia, Ezreal, and Syndra banned again, but the Lee Sin let through and Guri picks it up.
Oh, I called something like a Lee Sin, didn't I? And you know what? I'm here for it. I love a bit of Lee Sin gameplay. I think Guri does have those hands. We saw that their skill is very much on par with Dranthar 2. That's why they were our featured matchup here tonight. But there is an Annie being picked up instead. So putting that on the other side means an instant lockdown. This Flash Tibbers is going to be a nightmare. And then you pair it with a Nefiri 2. I called that one saying it's going to be picked up game 2, but the Annie is a nice change of pace.
Yeah, the all-in potential already from the mid and jungle is crazy. Whatever Chica goes with, they have to be so careful. We have seen the Cassante tech in the mid lane before, though, so maybe they just slam that and go unkillable and multi-frontline. Could be the tech, but I like the Hui pickup. It means he's going to be very, very ranged, maybe too far to actually be all-in here, Pike, and Kled being hovered as well.
Oh, I love Kled so much. That is the most fun champion in the entire game, and I'm here for it. It's a complete counter to the Olaf. We saw this on Thursday night. Why do you pick Olaf in the first round of picks, especially before another top lane has been picked, and then you just know they're going to lock in the Kled, unless they've got an answer for it, which they might, granted, with the Hui, with the fear, but at the same time, Kled is going to gutter stomp this Olaf in the laning phase, and there is nothing that Kratos can do about it.
Yeah, look, blind Olaf just ain't it, to be honest. And the crazy thing is too, Olaf, the reason he's risen in the top lane is because of the mage meta, but we're not in the mage meta anymore. We're in 26.16s. Mages have been nerfed in that bot side. You're only going to be getting the one mage per game again, so Olaf's value is halved. He's a really strange pick that I just don't think teams have decided or realized that he's no longer good. He should no longer be picked in that top side. You need to stick with those traditional top laners that we've seen before patch 26.14. Maybe once Olaf has lost 20 games in a row to the detriment of whichever team picks him up, they'll finally realize. But Karma locked in for GAM, so now they're going to have a very, very bully bot lane.
Look, and I like this, right? Like the Ezreal's still gone, so you want to get some range on this. And if you're looking at the Jhin right now, Jinx is actually a great call here if you want to get a little bit of that extra range too, and a little bit of mobility and speed. But Caitlyn is up. It hasn't been banned out. I think if you you can pick the Jhin, maybe pair it with a nice engaged support. Alistair, I said it before, you know what? Sometimes I'm kind of smart, if they decide to lock it in, of course, but it just means Caitlyn's going to be picked up here, and Artemis is going to live so far away from everyone, and then 2-3 items later, you're just going to die.
They have to lock Alistair in. They have no frontline if they don't. Olaf isn't a true tank. He's just a spacing champion. Lee Sin has very little survivability to speak of. There's the Alistair. There's the Caitlyn. I mean, sometimes you do get it right. And when you get it right, you've got to claim it, because that was absolutely intelligent. Okay, so Kled's going to stomp top. Yep. Nefiri is a good answer into Lee Sin. I like it. It's going to be a relatively even matchup. Hui outranges Annie, so I like that. But bot side is going to be one-sided as well. I just think GAM have the draft here. I think they've got the better draft over MVK.
I think, so the hard part here, right, is if you look at it just from the bot lane perspective, Sulong wants to roam around with this Lee Sin and be the disruptor in the jungle, like be at these like early objectives too. Lee Sin needs to come online and make plays around the map, but if you leave as this cow and you start roaming into the other fields and finding fresh waterways to drink from, the downside is there's a Karma and a Caitlyn there ready to punish everything on this Jhin. Jhin is not a traditionally super strong like farmer in the early game. Once you get your collector or you get a little bit more, even a static shiv, depending if you want to go down that route, is you can clear out waves a little bit better. But until then, you'll really have to time it with those 4 shots. One missed shot out of the 4 can disrupt your entire farming pattern. So it's really going to be execution here in this bot side. And I'll say it, the way these games are looking, Artemis and Taki looked so good game 1. So good. And that's all I'm going to say on it.
He's going to leave us in suspense. He's going to vague post on main in chat here because some of us may not follow what he means, as we do see these runes coming through, fairly standard runes across the board, but we take a look at those summoners. No crazy summoners to speak of. We are light on teleports, though. That is an Ignite Kled and an Exhaust Olaf, which is normal for those champions, but not normal for that lane. Chica has picked up that Spirit Blossom Hui. Such a beautiful, beautiful skin. Are you playing Jhin if you don't go for Dark Cosmic Jhin? Honestly, I just think if you play Jhin, you have to. It seems to be the way.
Well, there's a couple. Jhin is the way, but there's a heal going forward. 4th shot to hit Artemis, but shields are pretty good. Taki able to poke them back. Like, what is this gameplay, Logan? Sulong's already below half health. So is Haki. Like, what is going on? Why are they doing this?
Yeah. I was kind of watching Haki just run forward into Artemis, so desperate to 4th shot him that he just gives over 50% of his health bar. I'm like, what are we doing here? And Artemis just punishes so effectively. Now, Taki and Artemis, they've got the advantage. The Punisher there just clipping Sulong. Like, they're going to have priority. They're going to have advantage. Like, it's going to take Guri coming down to this bot side with his push-in lane to get something back to give Haki and Sulong the space. The best that they can hope for is to farm up these minions and not fall behind in CS. On the top side, Kratos ahead in CS, though, so that's a good position for him to be in. And yeah, look, MVK, they have no health potions to speak of on this bot side. Advantage GAM.
They have 1 potion, 1 cookie, and no luck. Unfortunately, that's the truth. Look, the difference is up in this top side, and I talked very heavily about Olaf being like in a bit of a bad spot into the Kled. Kiai is slightly down in CS. It's not the end of the world. Regardless, Olaf's going to be very aggressive early, but as the game goes on, you can't match the mobility, you can't follow it around, and it's going to be very, very hard for Olaf to be able to make some moves as the game goes on too, because once you pop that Ragnarok, yeah, you're not going to get hit with those bear traps, but you're still going to be at risk of getting hit with the grievous wounds. You can still get heavily taken out of these fights. And the front to back is so hard. Like, Alistair needs to be somewhat okay in this lane to be relevant in team fights later on, and right now, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, GAM are just utilizing their range advantage so effectively here as Haki, cautious of a potential gank, is very far back under his turret there. Drakthar taking a recall in MVK's jungle. Guri is lurking around this mid lane. Glory needs to be careful. Both junglers active. Some vision control on the bot side. Drakthar stealing away these camps, trying to prevent Guri from getting them. Glory has priority though. Taki's here.
Ooh, nice little pickup. Did secure them. So chickens ahoy. We're getting that sneaky zinger box and happy to lock that one away. But still, more burgers to come. You never know what could be out on the rift in the fast food vendors. But now, okay, Drakthar being looked at. Guri, again, happy to walk up here. Not the end of the world. Did get that early sort of reset once again. We have seen that once more. Getting that long sword a smidge early. Always nice to just get that damage online.
Yeah, these top laners, though, they're playing with fire here. If a jungler decides to come up the top, either of them, it could be first blood. Obviously, Kia does have a small advantage at the moment. Kratos just trying to farm under these turrets. Surely recalls coming through soon. However, Kia doing it on a ward, and you can almost feel the tension. We're 4.5 minutes in. We're 30 seconds away from that first strike of the game, and first blood hasn't happened yet, and there's 2 VCS teams on the Rift. Like, it feels like it's just waiting to happen. And, you know, GAM, they've got the advantage on that bot side, and top side's fairly evenly matched at the moment.
Look, at a big thing of note here too is, okay, nice little knockback. The headbutt is good. Pulverize, not going to do too much. But you're right. With this dragon coming up in 10 seconds, something of note is we need to get this reset for Glory. The wave will just be shoved in once again. So it will be Vikings who might get the early push for it if they decide to go for it. But you said it in last game that neither of these teams nor other teams in the LCP have really been putting huge priority on the Dragons. It's not the biggest one in these early games. I think we only see it from the likes of Secret Whales, maybe a little bit of CFO if they're feeling extra spicy too, mostly because they know the timers and they know when they have those leads and when they don't. I think that's the big difference between the top tier and these other teams that are slowly trying to claw their way up on this ladder. But you got to remember something again, Logan, something I want to keep in mind for all the viewers at home. This is do or die. This is an elimination match. If you lose this series, there is no climbing back. There is no next match. You are out of the LCP. So it is going to be do or die, and this is how it feels like GAM is playing. They're playing for their lives.
Yeah, and they know it, right? Like, they're pressing every advantage they can. They, like we saw in game 1, they picked a target, they farmed the target, they got ahead and kept that target out of the game, and that was unfortunately Chica's, you know, detriment there. And if GAM are able to do that again here in game 2 against MVK, then they put themselves in a really strong position. Though it's not like they've identified a weak point. It's not like they're making someone a weak point here. They're just farming up. This feels like a slower game. Oh, Glory.
Yeah, Chica has to be careful. Not much mana, but Glory throws out Tibbers. And you know what? 2v1 is not too bad. Glory happy with those odds. He's going to be pushing them back, but Dragon was started up there as well by Guri, but had to get forced off because Taki made a really nice roam up, and that's a flash out. Enough damage could be here as Tibbets is going for it. One last hit will do it. The solo bowler, but Glory is going to be traded back. Sulong comes to the rescue now. A bear versus a cow. Weirdly, the cow won out.
Yeah, I mean, that's not any ordinary cow. That's definitely is one of those, what are they called in Scotland? They're like those Highland cows, and that's it. They're just a little bit stronger, a little bit better than your ordinary cows. Great roam from Sulong to be able to get that one back. Otherwise, that could have been a disaster as Glory. He gets a good start. The electrocute proc, the stun, the Tibbers gets Chica below 50%, but the trade back from Chica also punishing here, and Glory kind of slow plays it, just clears the wave out, but you can see that he just farms up the stacks, gets the stun, the flash, beautiful from Chica, making it that much harder, forcing Glory to commit his flash as well, but Sulong read the play, roamed to mid, gets that one back, so not as punishing as it could have been. And while we were talking about that replay, Guri secures the first Drake of the game. It will not be a 10.5 minute Drake, thankfully. We have the win con coming soon.
Great. Thank you. Much appreciated. Good for those health checks, Logan. Yeah. Always love to see it.
Yeah.
WinCon's coming soon. WinCon's coming. Well, that's a TP. They could be looking at the grubs here. Like, this could be a very aggressive one. It was actually Sulong joining us this fight, and I talked about this. How do you unlock the cow on this map? And with Lee Sin needing these early fights and that early support, I really love this. I don't think Drakthar knows that Sulong's waiting in the wings. There is no Hex Flash. It's a normal flash, but it is ready to go. So the second it goes on a dime, they could be over this wall. They could be able to steal something away. As there's going to be 2 grubs picked up here. GAM able to lock them down. All 3 secure. But no, it's actually Vikings. Sorry, I apologize. And that is a really nice pickup there. So now the fight could be blowing out. Curtain Call does get summoned. Look at Sulong on the backside. Artemis waiting in the wings. Taki is inside. Everything lands, and Chica picks up the kill. And a nice return fire there for Vikings. They want Mobber Glory Glory throws out Tibbers, straight back in. Great insects comes on down, but Glory's just too strong. Harky gets that 4th shot and it hits the mark of Glory. They're looking for anything they can as Glory jumping back over the wall. No damage, no energy in the bank. They are walking away 3 kills to 3. And a nice play there for Vikings.
Yeah, 2 for 2 there, but Vikings, they got all 3 of those grubs as well. They just wanted to bully Drakthar away from the jungle objectives, away from that scuttle crab, and dare I say, going even plus getting the objectives. MVK happy with that one as we take another look. Harky, he's hidden beautifully here by that bush as well, not on any vision. Glory is coming in from behind, but they take out Taki because Shulong, with that patience, with that from behind roam, execute fantastically. Glory, though, he does get the Tibbers down, but the Dragon's Rage from Guri to kick him back into MVK is what seals his fate. There, I love that. Drakthar goes in onto Guri. Guri goes back over the wall onto Artemis to get away from Drakthar, but it is just not enough. On the bot side, though, back in live, Kratos nearly dies to Taki and Kiaya. Gets away on a sliver of hell.
Yeah, the charge and the Ragnarok were used just then, so, just didn't time it right, and I would have probably... One of those situations where someone goes for that, maybe not in kill threat, but you're like, I might have had an accident. I might need to go clean myself up a little bit, but you never know. As we're getting back in, Harky, now with that kill on the board, I want to talk about this bot lane and how these bot laners want to interact as well, because I mentioned at the start of the game, if Harky is pushed too far back and doesn't get any sort of a lead or getting any assistance, it's going to be so much harder for them to come online, at least in the mid game. They are keeping up relatively well with the Caitlyn. And it was actually Carrix who said if the Caitlyn gets a huge lead, they can run games down. The Caitlyn being in a neutral position bodes well for this Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like this is a GAM game. MVK, the gold is even. They have the first Drake, they have the 3 grubs as well. So literally advantage MVK everywhere else except on that gold graph because it's even, right? So this is a good place to be in at 11 minutes. The Drake is up in 1 minute's time. So this is already a much better look from MVK when compared to that game 1. And this is the bounce back, this is the mental resilience, this is the tenacity of this team, this youthful roster that we have talked about. Drakthar might be a little aggressive here.
Yeah, going over as the curtain call does come up. Guri's trying to take a little bit more, but being slowed up. Taki's still in the wings. They're trying to keep that vision. 4th shot of the curtain call does land, but not enough to execute. Still not too close to that collector just yet, but nice proactivity and really good recovery there for Vikings, seeing the play and identifying what needed to be done.
Yeah, and that's the shot calling, right? Like, you need to identify the plays, you need to be able to call the retreat, you need to be able to engage the fights or make the decision that, hey, now is the time. But Artemis is also kind of just being left alone to farm. He does have a small gold lead over Harky halfway through to his first item as the Sundered Sky completed for Guri, the Cyclosword completed for Drakthar, that extra damage, a little bit of AoE. Chica might have found Kiaya? No.
Ooh, but he's walking up. He thinks he's back, but he hasn't. Guri's off in the wings and Drakthar now trying to fight out Guri. Dragon's Rage is used, but Kiaya gets the charge. Flash out of Chica. They have to be so careful because there's not much mana available. They still are able to walk away. Taki trying to give them something, but they could not get it all back. And Chica with the Ludens picked up, able to clear these waves so successfully, even with no mana.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really good read there as both of them will be spotted on wards. Both of them will respect the other, and both teams still looking for something. Taki in the area, Shulong in the area, SOFM in the area with his coach comms coming through first of the game. And this is something we didn't actually see too much of last night. And Carrix and I, we were talking about it, right? Is that we kind of see that the LCP is getting a bit light on with the coach comms because they're preparing them for Worlds, right? And at Worlds, you don't have coach comms. And that's what's on the line. Like you said, the loser here tonight is eliminated. Your playoff dreams, your Worlds hopes, crushed, gone, done, dusted, no longer a thing. But it looks like SOFM, he's like, hey, if coach comms get me to Worlds and then there's no more coach comms, great. I'm going to use every single advantage I have here and now to help my boys get across the line.
Yep, so true. But in saying that, GAM have secured that little bit of a lead as they pick up their first dragon of the game. It's about a 1k gold lead, just shy. So solid of GAM to be pushing it a little bit further and keeping up with this tempo. Kiaya, however, is starting to get pretty tanky. Yes, Kratos has that Hex Plate, and yeah, it's a nice item, but there's no real full damage just yet. You're basically just a big, meaty Viking on the Vikings trying to hold them back. So I'm curious to see how this general is going to be able to keep up with that once they secure their first item. In saying that, like, I'm looking at Chica and I'm getting a little bit worried about what this team can do into it, because it is Kiaya, Drakthar, they want to be moving really far forward. When you do have to deal with a Hui that has all of these abilities, there's so many different things you have to be worried about. It stifles your movement, it stifles the creativity of the play.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Hui is a problem, that long-range bombardment mage, but is also extremely immobile, right? And with the Flash Tibbers, with the Kled ultimate, I think that GAM will be able to bring the mobility that they need to get on top of Chica on this way and shut him down before he's able to get too much done. That said, we're still here at 15 minutes. At an even gold situation. No team has come out on top as Deadly Flourish comes out. Taki on the chase. Could be looking.
Didn't find it though.
Yeah, they did. They were looking to bully Guri out of Drakthar's jungle, and they did. So, you know what? That's a dub. But we do see Taki on the roam, getting that all-important vision control down. And that's where supports matter so much. They've got the Oracle Lens to sweep wards. They've got the control ward. Okay, all right. We come.
I think we're here.
Out of this. Yep, Glory is fine. All right, he was able to get that play back and prevent the 2v1, but now Drakthar onto that Rift Herald here. Guri hanging around. GAM, they've brought the members. They want to contest for this Rift Herald. They don't want to let MVK get another jungle objective.
No, definitely not. Guri not able to land that Sonic Wave, so he's going to get that full engage, taking a lot of damage here too. Trying to keep a little bit of that energy up, but I think the Rift Herald is gone. They've identified it just needed to be bailed on, and it's fine. It's not the end of the world.
No, it'll just be used to chip down a tower. And I mean, right now, MVK's towers, they're in a pretty healthy state. The two lowest are on 3 plates, so Shelly still can't even crack that as... This matchup is not Kiaya favored, right? Like, they keep leaving this Kled in a 1v1 with this Hui, and Hui should win that every single day. Shulong dancing with death here, trying to prevent Drakthar, but he smites the Scuttle Crab.
Ooh, Curtain Call's being used to maybe a little bit of a zoning one. Is Glory also taking on the cow? Yes, we do know fire can cook the cow, so we know this is available. It's going to work out, but they do get out with their lives as items are now starting to come online. And something I didn't even realize or register fully because I saw a pickaxe is Haki's picked up the Ghost Blade.
Yeah, that Yomu's Ghost Blade is so good on Jhin. It's like basically the first item every Jhin ever buys, and you can see why. It gives that move speed, it gives that little extra lethality.
Island Despair's used it. Chica just blows up Glory for free, and another great insect coming out of Guri. Taki could be caught awaiting in the wings and nothing they could do, and it's 2 kills quickly going over to the side of the Vikings.
Yeah, that felt really weird, but Vikings executed that really well. Look out.
Could be more as we're seeing a fight. It's a 1v1 brawl up towards this top side. The bear trap isn't going to get that pull back, and no, Kiai is going to walk away. Only Skarl sent packing.
Yeah, definitely not bad for Kiaya there as Kratos does commit that ultimate. And yeah, MVK, they win the bot side fight. They get the 2 kills and the first turret, and they finally get ahead on the gold. They have advantage here. Top side though.
Looking for a little bit something, but no, nothing going to be ultimately taken. Just taking a couple tower plates, breaking the crystals as we like to see on the map. But let's watch this replay of what happened because I think, yeah, Chica just played it perfectly. Taking up the tower was Glory because of the burn. Hitting with the Spiraling Despair and nothing you can do.
Yeah, like he just got Glory with every single skill shot, and then Taki, who was trying to get away, but Guri found a way onto him. Dragon's Rage is back in to the waiting arms of Chica, and now Chica with the advantage. 2, 1, and 3 here has completed the Chovy belt as well. And Pike, I think there's a fun little fact about Chovy out there right now.
There is a little fun fact. That's so true. You know what? One of the best things we love about our players, in not just in pro play, Logan, but is getting to see what they do for the community out and about regardless. And one thing we have to highlight about my favorite team, literally in the world, Gen G's always been my team, Chovy, in what we want to see from these players is using their influence to help people. Chovy's also just given out, I think, how much was it? It was about 30,000 AUD they gave out to support for flood victims in South Korea. It's like, that is what we love to see from our players.
Yeah, absolutely. They're legends on and off the Rift. Chovy with that €18,000, approximately 36,000 Australian dollar donation for flood victims in Korea. So just a spectacular use. And I remember that there was a quote from his mother that she said she hopes he grows up to be a mature, responsible young man and gives back to the community that gives so much to him. And that's exactly what he is doing with that money, those prize winnings. And hopefully we get to see some of that from all of our players here, in the Tier 1 League of Legends scene. But MVK, they are on to this Drake. They don't want to donate this one over to GAM because that could potentially hurt their chances of winning. However, GAM have gone, you know what? MVK, you can have it. We're not going to contest.
No, so true. Like, I think this is a good little pickup. It is a Cloud Soul. We haven't even talked about this yet, Logan, because the mobility for both of these teams is going to be massive. You have actually four champions in this game right now that utilize so much mobility. So I love that this is the Dragon Soul we get with these comps. You got the Nefiri that wants to be dashing around everywhere. You got a Lee Sin that can do more. You got a Ragnarok on an Olaf who gets that movement speed. Now look at the Kled. Imagine a charge moving down as okay. Kiaya did TP down. Charge has been used. The movement speed is great, but it is Guri picking up Glory. Now Guri has to be careful. They're on the wrong side. Kiaya getting him with the exhaust is the only one left waiting in the wings. The rest of the team trying to hold back on. Sulong is low. They get them off Skull. He's just gone, but there's the curtain call. It hits its mark. Number one. Let's go for the fourth shot as it's trying to go for Drakthar. It does land, but not execute ready. But Vikings, they won out the fight, Logan.
Yeah, Vikings pulled the trigger before GAM could really respond to that. A member was dead before Kiaya even got there. Kiaya was left 1v3 into a 1v5. He never really stood a chance, never really got the opportunity to have the impact you would hope Kled to see. MVK, yes, they're 7-3, but they're only 1,000 gold up here at 21 minutes. So GAM, at least from a gold perspective, still very much in it. And here's how this one comes out. Glory gets hit by Lee Sin, chases him down, and I mean, Glory, you got to be more respectful than that, mate. You were on Vision, you're in the face of multiple members of MVK, you're on an Annie, you will just get blown up. Then MVK, they just create space, they chip down GAM, they force them into a retreat once they take down Kiaya, and I don't know, Glory, that was not it. He's just getting destroyed by Chica.
What can you do when there's just so much range, when they can hit you from half the map away, and then they just throw even more abilities that have even more range yet again? Now we're, seeing a little bit of a TP out of Sulong into this mid lane, so just trying to get a little bit more proactivity as towers across the map are being secured. We're seeing both tier 1s taken in top and bot over from GAM. So Vikings are really trying to put that pressure out. You can see this gold graph is just a bit of a roller coaster yet again. Not sure which way it's really going to turn, but Vikings, they're at a 2.5k gold lead here as they are starting to push their lead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important to push the lead when you've got it right. You can't just let these things go. You need to snowball this lead. You need to make sure that you hold on to it and grow it because you don't want to let your opponents have any window in. 2.5k now at the 22-minute mark is something to write home about. It is something to go, oh, hang on, this is a full item diffy as Taki, fancy feat there, dodges Guri and prevents that connection. We take a look at the CS. It's even in the jungle, but the kills is what gives Guri his advantage. We take a look at the items. Haki only just completed his Storm Surge because Artemis did have an 800 gold lead, but Hextech Optics is also a cheaper item. He went for that Infinity Edge first. And you look at the stats, right? Artemis has only been involved in 2 out of GAM's 3 kills. Every team fight, they just haven't won it. He hasn't really been able to sort of show up and show out in these fights.
Yeah. Dear mother and father, as I'm riding home, I've secured some items out here on the Rift, and now my jungle is being chased out of my own jungle. What can I do? Please send help. Sincerely, everyone on GAM. No, just only this game. No, sorry, at the same time, I'm loving this. Like, you talk about these items, and Taki getting hit with quite a lot has to be very nervous. Okay, that Spiraling Despair is going to start hitting pretty hard because look at those two needlessly large rods. They are needlessly doing damage because once that becomes a Rabbitohs, okay, you're going straight on in there, Kiai. You have found 2 members strong. Haki is trying to join. Deadly Flourish does land, but remember, Kiai is also incredibly tanky right now. Even without any tank items, you have the Titanic Hydra, you have a black cleaver. You're able to shred this cow like shredded beef. It's going to be too easy. Oh, okay, looking for a re-engage. Oh, come on, Chica. Treat him gently at least. Take him to dinner.
I mean, that was 50% of the health bar of Drakthar just almost instantly. You called it in draft, mate. Like, this way is going to be the problem, and Chica is comfortable making himself that problem. And GAM, despite having the tools to be able to get onto this way, are just not doing it right now. Like, Chica is 2 9/10 of his third item, I want to say, because 2 needlessly large rods, you only need another 1,200 gold, and then you get your Rabadon's death cap. A couple more minutes, he will have it. The next Drake of the game is up, so he shouldn't have it for this fight. So now is GAM's kind of like best chance to compete, I think, for a Drake. If they don't get this one and give the soul point over to MVK, their chances of getting the 4th one are even lower as all 10 players are on the rift for this Drake here.
Yeah, and just watch the mini-map. You can see there is going to be that Olaf down on this bot side, looking maybe for the wraparound, but so does Glory. The Flash Tibbers, it doesn't find its mark. Now, Kiai's trying to jump back in, but a Dragon's Rage keeps them at bay. Sulong holding them back as long as they can. Curtain Call now being used. They're seeing who they can take out first. Is look at Olaf charging through with the Ragnarok, looking at Glory. Everything's burnt. No Flash, no Tibbers, no nothing. Kratos is able to pick them up, and now it is going to be Vikings cleaning up the competition. Off to the side, Guri's picking up Taki. Now the return fire onto Sulong. Chica takes that shot, but it's a lot of damage. Haki's holding on. He can't hold on any longer. Now it's Kiaya getting taken off Skull, but still a convincing win here for Vikings as they take out 3.
Yeah, Kiaya is lucky to get something back on the other side, and I love the play from Glory, the fantastic flank angle. He did flash Tibbers, and he immediately got the flashes out of MVK, which bought them time, which bought them space, but the MVK turnaround, like you saw it, they just rallied around Haki. They just stood in front of Haki and said, you will not get him as, oh, another fight.
In Skull, it's back, and Guri has to be careful. If they don't have flash, they're going to be gone, but they do secure the dragon. It's a big pick, but the shutdown over to Kiaya was fantastic.
Yeah, unfortunate that GAM couldn't kill Guri there, preventing that Drake take, but Guri did the damage. He had the smite, secures the soul point for MVK. So now GAM, they're on that 5-minute timer. They have to respond. They are now playing to the tune of MVK's fiddle as they're just going to pull the Baron. They're forcing MVK to run into them. They don't even know where they all are.
Nash, 100-yard dash. Sulong takes a lot of damage. The charge goes forward, but nice little headbutt keeps them in play. And Kiaya is so low. One more hit will do it. There's the axe. It goes forward, and Haki's just been left alone. Let's see if they can walk this one out. Drakthar is going to flash over the wall. He has the movement speed, but it's not going to be enough. Sent back in. Kratos is low, but a shutdown comes in. GAM, they're back in this fight as they take some convincing kills. And I think they can just go right back to the Baron yet again.
Yeah, Kiaya goes down, but they take Kratos and Haki in return. Guri still alive, though. Will absolutely want to look for this. Is in the area. There's a good snap trap line down there, so preventing entry, slowing them down. Just trying to go for that blue buff. Tivers amongst them. Shulong trying to get some vision control. Taki bouncing.
Going to push them up into the air, but now Glory is going to get hit. Sonic Wave is available, but there still is a stun ready to go. And Guri's just got a little bit too deep, and it's Glory picking them up. The Baron was so free, and there was no entry for the side of the Vikings.
Guri had to do something, but sometimes it is just better to give because Oh, he just got so punished. He never even got close to smiting us. We see this again. Glory, he comes in from the flank, the flash, immediate 2 flashes. Haki, Chica, they're gone. Guri, able to get away from that one. They rally around Haki. Look at the trap line behind and around Haki as well. There's no ingress onto that Jhin. He was never under any real threat. GAM, they break away because this Olaf is oppressive. What can you do when he goes unstoppable? It's that Ragnarok. Kiaya frontlining 1v3 here. Got Drakthar though taken out, and it's all Kiaya at this point getting something done, keeping GAM alive in that fight. And we've seen this before. Broken Blade on Kled, this is his special. This is his deep pocket pick. He has taken over. He has 1v9'd on Kled before, and I don't know, we're heading later into the game, and this Kled's, it feels like it's really coming online here.
Logan, we've talked about it day and night. We keep bringing it up. Vikings, as you get to the mid-late game, and we're definitely in the late game, sometimes the Vikings don't know where to go. They were looking so good. They had control of the early game. Yes, they're on that soul point. Amazing. But a Baron being picked up here for GAM with a 2k Baron play so far, and it's only halfway being used, has secured GAM a gold lead of 1.7k off what was not a great fight from Vikings. If they just played it slow, gave the Baron, and didn't die overly too much, it might be a different story. But this is GAM now in control, and Annie in this late game has the Oblivion Orb, so the anti-heal's online. Artemis is 3 items. They're sitting at about 90% crit. It's a lot of damage coming out of this Caitlyn. I talked about the late game, and you have to be so careful with it.
Yeah, and she's such an effective sieging tool as well, right? You've got the Baron here on GAM as they commit this TP to the bot side, which means they're going to be able to siege this bot side tier 2. They're going to be able to take it as they go for the full one split push.
Black there's a really nice headbutt. Pulverizer is going to be in, but this curtain call doesn't really do the damage. As Glory is low, Kratos did pick them up. They're going to charge for it a little bit more. There is the Ragnarok. It's being used, but now we're waiting to see. Ooh, nice 90 caliber net, sending them over the wall. Artemis just getting out of dodge. But a good pick.
Drakthar needs to be so careful. He's playing with fire. He just doesn't want to let MVK go here. But yeah, I mean, the MVK, they just commit onto Glory and wipe him out so fast. As we go back to this Baron play again, the turnaround, they just take Shulong early. Kiaya drops so low. He lingers, but what he did is he kept MVK around, right? Like, you can't resist a low health Kled, and that's Haki's demise as Drakthar goes over the wall, gets the reset, and is able to get taken down by Artemis there. So great Baron fight, gives the Baron empowerment over to GAM, but they're not able to utilize it very well. They didn't actually get much value other than that mid turret, and they started on that bot side turret, but MVK pulled the trigger, won the fight, and GAM had to disperse. Look at the items on Artemis though. LDR, rapid fire cannon, that extra range. No tank can stand in front of this Caitlyn. Shulong, not long for this world if Caitlyn decides to target him.
Yeah, now you're going to be so careful. What do you do for the side of Vikings when we are heading so late? You have a Lee Sin. Your only real goal is to maybe get a snap 50-50 fight and smite off on this dragon. As sending out some deadly flourishes, trying to get this range out, but the damage is still going over. Vikings, they have the dragon pulled out, but look where it is. So many traps waiting in the ring, but look towards this top side. It's Kiaya versus Kratos in the 1v1, but they say, you know what? Let's not worry. We've got a dragon that is the focus. Trying to send everything out. Drakthar trying to hold on. Deadly Flourish again, sending it through. Guri is there. He is secured. Vikings lock up the dragon. Now they're looking to send it back and just play safe. As now we're looking for another fight. Kiaya is about to get Skull back. The Ragnarok was used. Curtain call now being sent out. That's 3 shots, and 4th does just hit, but not enough damage. But Dragon Soul secured, Logan.
Yeah, I mean, MVK, they're definitely not out of this one. It's only a 1.5k gold lead at 32 minutes. They've got the soul, they're up in kills, they're almost equal in turrets. This is still a very close game. All it will take is a one-sided blowout, and I have to imagine the game would end right there. Kiaya is definitely a strong win condition that GAM can play around, but equally so Chica. 2, 1, and 8, 300 CS in that mid lane, 4 items, 10 stack Medjais. If you don't kill Chica, you lose the fight. Plain and simple as it gets.
Yeah, and it's getting even harder now, right? I talked about this Lee Sin who does fall off as these games go on longer. GA now being secured means it's just a little bit harder to deal with. The Deadly Flourish lands, making a good kick. The Insect is perfect. The Headbutt Pulverize is perfect. And it is a lockout. Haki picked up the kill. It's just a shame. Baron's up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds, that means Draxar still down for 15. Great timing on that pick, and just a mistake from GAM there. They can't do that. You can't walk into these jungles without the vision, without the numbers, because look at that. MVK, they had the vision control. So now they will have advantage when that Baron spawns in another 10 seconds time. The recall and TP, they want this. They want to go for this, while GAM don't have the numbers.
They have the damage. They can do it. It's a level 16 Jhin. You might be able to just make this call. It's a Lee Sin as well. The damage is going to be good. Now it's on Sulong and Chica to keep them at bay, keep them back. Glory doesn't have flash up. It's coming up very soon, though. So the flash Tibbers is in play for this fight. We'll have to see if it's going to be enough, as the Baron is at 6k health. But where's Drakthar? They're not waiting in the wings, and Baron is just going to go over Vikings. They read it perfectly and said, we have a whole 15 seconds to take this, and they lock it down.
Yeah,
Charge
really
coming
great
in.
call there from MVK.
Looking at Kratos, it does land. Seeing if they're going to get a little bit more as the damage is good. Artemis trying to get the damage off the backside, but look at what's going on. Kiai taken off Skull. Looking for the re-engage. There it is. The Sonic Weave is good, but no! They're just going to pick him up. There's the GA locked in, but a trap will go down underneath. Not much you do. Great headbutt in with the Pulverize. It's not going to be enough. The re-engage, the double kill for Artemis pushes them further forward. Yes, you pick up the Baron, but you just lost 2 members off the back of a bad fight.
Guri goes down, Shulong goes down, it's a 5v3. GAM, though, their health bars are blinking. Chica was untouched, she was just bombarding them from maximum range. Haki, also full health, able to repel GAM. A good fight, keeps GAM in this one, punishes MVK. They crack the bot side tier 2, they're split pushing 4 and 1 as we see Kiaya taking a recall. Kiaya, 4 items, Spirit Visage, Black Cleaver, Hydra, Sterix Gauge, so tanky, so hard to stop when he wants to initiate that fight. GAM, they get this bot side tier 3. They're going to go for the in here before they retreat. Can they do it? No, MVK will repel them.
You still have a Baron buff for the side of Vikings, but look at the gold Baron play. It's negative 1,300. That's not what the Vikings really wanted in this, because GAM, after one good fight just then, have snowballed this lead to 2k as well. Yes, you have the mobility, and okay, they're looking for a little bit more. Kiai taken off Skull. It's going to be a little bit harder to be able to hold on. Good shield is enough. Skull is back in the charge, sending them out wide, but they can't cancel it out. And dodge he goes.
Yeah, really good job there from Kiai to get away, not punished, as we see Kiai leading the charge here, gets onto Kratos, forces out that Ragnarok, is deep into 4 members. GAM weren't even there to back him up initially, but they do get there in time. Taki flashing out. Artemis left to free fire on the back lines. That trap, as you called, under the GA, so they're able to take out Guri, get the numbers advantage. They just kite Chica, they just kite Haki so well. They play at maximum range around this Caitlyn. They set Artemis up for victory, and it worked for them because Haki couldn't apply their damage. That's how they win these fights.
Yep, so true. And now that we're heading very well deep into the late game here, we're starting to see those 5th coming in 6th items too. Look at Artemis picking up a Bloodthirster. So not only are they going to be dealing absolutely max critical damage, but they're going to be healing every time they hit you too. So it is going to be very hard to deal with this Caitlyn. Not to mention the shields and the mantras coming out of Taki if they're nearby. I don't see a way that they can really kill Artemis, even though they've got a slight error on their screen. It does not matter. Artemis is going to be the error on the side of Vikings. They're just going to be able to sit back and farm up champions.
For the viewers at home who don't understand what Pike is talking about, 404 is error code. That's what he means when he's saying there's an error on the screen. The UI is working exactly as intended. He's just being a giga nerd.
I'm just being cheeky. What do you mean a nerd?
You're being a nerd.
Yeah, someone called me a nerd the other day, and I was like, I'm definitely a nerd. It's like, yeah. I'm not even fighting anymore. I'm like, yeah, I'm a nerd. I love it, though. I love League of Legends, though. That's the difference.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We're casting League of Legends. Oh my god, 1/4 shot on the Drakthar does 25% of his health. But that's the thing, right? We're casting League of Legends. We're obviously nerds for League of Legends here. As MVK, they really don't want GAM to get in for this Elder Dragon because it is up now. They have control of the river. Shulong acting as bouncer, bodyguard. GAM, they have to be so careful. Bear Trap tries to land, fails to connect.
It looks like they're maybe looking for a bit of a wraparound. Kratos wants to be towards this top side, stop the wave from pushing in. Ace in the hole going to be used, maybe just to break a shield. But there's the charge going for. They want to catch someone. It goes onto the backside onto Guri. They need to be careful. Has to ward hop out. Now they're looking for a re-engage. Sulong below half health. Might need to heal back up. Curtain call now being dropped. Kiaya is the target. Hit with 1, hit with 2, hit with 3. Drakthar as well on the backside. Hit with 1 piece. It is going to do a lot of damage, but a GA is still available. Up in the air they go. Kiaya on the backside looking to go back in. Sulong has to be careful. They had to break the unbreakable will. Now, the Elder is at 8k health. It is Vikings doing it so quickly. Looking to get this scuttle to the re-engage. Kiai goes in. Headbutt pulverizes good. Is the damage going to be enough? Kratos picks up Glory. It's a lot of damage. Sulong still holding on. Kiai into this backside. They're looking for more. Drakthar has the damage, but one more hit will do it onto Drakthar too. Gets the GA, but still, look at the Elder. It's at 5k health. Sulong is dangerously low. They're looking for something. Looking to make a play, make a move, make a dance happen here, as it is going to be the Elder flip. It's going to go over the Vikings. They lock it down after an extended fight. Guri still has the GA. They could look for a re-engage. Artemis has to be careful. Lockdown picked up. The Elders enough, and the Vikings clean up the fight with 4 members strong. A double kill for Guri, and it is them looking to walk down this bot side.
MVK take the extended fight here. GAM out of sorts. Glory 3, 7, and 5. He flashed over the wall and died before he could do anything as MVK looked to end it here, Pike.
They're going for the neck. This is all they wanted, and still, it is Vikings looking to take this series to a 1-1 scoreline. Glory's about to die in Fountain if they're not careful, because that Elder still does so much damage, and there it is. The ace comes in clutch, just padding their stats right now, and a big victory for Vikings after what was a tremendously hard loss in game number 1.
Yeah, shellacking in game 1, but they bounce back and return the favor to GAM in game 2. It was very back and forth here, but MVK proving the victors. They go to 1-1, so now we are just left with a BO3 and a few less champions up on the Rift. We're getting some animated reviews, some breakdown here as Nolan hype, and we're getting some, arm throwing that might just bonk them on the head, but GAM, they need to review what happened, because several times they were in winning positions and they lost it. MVK found ways back in. They had Artemis on the Caitlyn in good positions, but I really think Glory was the weak point for GAM there. His Annie just wasn't it. He looked unpracticed. He looked out of sorts.
Oh, double the damage from this way onto this Annie. I think the Annie had their place, right, but it wasn't fitted into this team comp, if dare I say, right? Like, Neferi wants to be the initiator, but Annie also wants to be the initiator, so it's like, but it's also Kled has to be the initiator, and then Caitlyn's just going to sit back and do the damage, but the roller coaster of this gold difference over time is just telling of a tale that neither team was like making the right calls at the right time. Like, it felt like they were just at weird points where, yeah, they were giving over Barons. Like, there was a really great fight there at the Elder at towards the end just then, which cleaned up the game, but it was really just 50-50 all the way along. Like, I wasn't really sure how this game was going to sort of end, Logan, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, like you were saying, you called out Chica with the damage, but Haki as well. Chica was the number 1 damage dealer, Haki was the number 2 damage dealer, then it was Artemis from GAM. Both of these carries just did so much work. They had so much value because the rest of MVK provided the space, bought them the time, and I mean, this definitely helped Chica's numbers. Just Glory walking under the turret, getting hit with every single skill shot. I know that we said Chica had his place, that Glory with the Annie had its place, but the Hui was picked after the Annie. It was such a good pick because it reduced the impact of that Annie. It forced that Annie to run into the face of this long-range bombardment of that Jhin, of that Hui. just spectacular. And the way MVK fought around these Drakes, I mean, Guri could not miss a smite. He just won every single time.
Yeah, it's not even that. Like, you're right, Guri was full control over these objectives, which is fantastic to see. But the fact that Glory flashed Tibbers and it forced the flashes, yes, but now once Annie does that move, that's like the Hail Mary pass. Like, once that fails, you can't really do all that much in an elongated team fight. Your job is the snap, catch, engage. And once it fails, it's just rough. So to see that not be worked, and Glory had so many opportunities for it to work, but Vikings just read it so well. So it was just one of those unfortunate Annie games where you're not getting the agency that you really need. And if you can't land those combos, you're really struggling as the game goes on. But this was a really good fight here too. I think this charge really started to turn it around for GAM. Like, this was the major one that I sort of said, okay, if Kiai's feeling this good going into 4 members strong, maybe we can see a little bit more. Is they're sending everything they could, but it was just a flipped fight at the end. It was an elder fight to see who wins the game, and yeah, Vikings just won it out.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? We saw the strength of Kled, we saw the strength of Kiaya. Here, Glory goes in, just gets killed immediately. MVK collapse, they flash again, they respect the flash Tibbers combo, and Glory gets basically no value because MVK, they rally, they unite, they snowball up and take out Glory. Drakthar unable to get over the wall, so he gets taken down by Haki there. The Deadly Flourish roots up Kiaya on the Kled. Like, it's just MVK working together so well throughout this fight. The spacing, the kiting, Artemis unable to apply his damage because suddenly GAM just have no frontline left to speak of, and MVK, they claim the fight, they claim the Elder, and they claim the Nexus of GAM, and we find ourselves at 1-1. Did anyone stand out for you there in that game, Pike?
Chica.
Chica did stand out. You know who didn't stand out? Glory. You know who has a chance to redeem themselves when we get back from this break? Also Glory. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
Seems like everyone knows how to jungle these days. But do you remember these guys? They're back, along with the rest of the original Rift. If you want to survive in the land between lanes, here are the 5 things you gotta know about jungling in League Classic. Start the game with the Hunter's Machete. Trust us, you're gonna need it out there. In CVs, health potions. If you don't want to die, you better buy. The Classic jungle is a lot deadlier than the one you might know today. You'll need to play smart to survive. That's why you should always ask your teammates to leash the first camp. This is an ancient and honorable ritual where your buddy in the nearest lane takes a quick detour to damage the monsters after you pull their attention. Remember, the sooner you clear, the sooner they get a gank. You'll also need to plan your jungle route carefully and keep an eye out. Jungle camps respawn much faster in Classic. If you want to maximize your EXP, you better BRB after ganking your backing. When you're ready to recall, buy an upgraded jungle item first to keep those clears going strong. Madrid's Razors or Spirit Stone are both good options, and you can keep upgrading from there. You'll be a roaming menace in no time. Finally, you'll need to make the most of your mana as it does not regenerate nearly as fast in Classic. Optimizing your ability rotation and to not wasting cooldowns on nearly dead monsters will noticeably impact your clear speed and ganks. And separate the good junglers from the great ones. Now get moving. Red buff is up, and that Lizard Elder ain't gonna slay itself.
But here we go, Dustin.
Itai, the 1v1, Itai comes out on top.
If they have to, here comes the hero's entrance. They have the
SCFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales. They'll be our first LCP champion.
thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
Welcome back to the LCP. Welcome back to what is just a elimination BO3 pike.
Yeah. Look, what do you mean BO3? Is it BO5?
It was a BO5 until GAM won one, then MVK won one. So now there's only 3 games to go, and it's still just a BO3 pike.
Well, kinda. Like, yes, but also maybe no. Like, if we're looking at the numbers, there's still 3 and 5 are pretty different. It's like saying 6, 7 at this point. It's just, I don't know what it means, and I don't think anyone really understands its true origin. But still, we can delve into that later on when we understand pop culture. But now, let's get into game number 3 here, Logan, because you know what? Vikings, they picked up game 2. They looked a little bit cleaner with it. They were starting to fight back. I think there's still a couple loose ends that they need to really sort of tweak up as we move forward. But still, at the same time, GAM are looking really good. They're responding well. I just think they failed a couple times as the fights went in.
Yeah, look, Kiaya looked good. He was able to frontline. He was able to engage some fights. Even when he was caught out of position, he just lived so darn long that GAM was still able to rally around him and make something happen. If they were able to put some cohesive fights together, I think they would have stood a much better chance. And I'm sure they want to kind of go for that here in this game 3 before us. But both teams, they're doing exactly what needs to be done. They're reviewing the games. They're looking for new angles, different compositions, ways to overcome and defeat their opponent, to keep their hopes of getting to Worlds alive. Because, you know, we have a slot for Team Secret Whales, they're already going to Worlds. We have a slot for the split winner. If it's Team Secret Whales, that goes to whoever comes second. And then we have the third slot for the championship points winner as well. So every single game still matters. It still earns you points. Even if you get knocked out, you could still be in for consideration.
So true. Like, there's so many nuances to how our system works here in the LCP, specifically in this split, as we are trying out like that fun Swiss stage with the playoffs. It's all starting to lead into the culmination of what kind of birthday cake are we going to get at the finals. As we're getting into draft here, Logan, it is going to be Vikings on blue side this game. Very nice to see, but bans are coming in hot. Let's see what they're going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, Vayne ban is fantastic. You know, I think in my experience, I can tell they're protecting a Nah pick here for Kratos in the top side of MVK. Because when else do you ban Vayne away?
I don't know. Tell me.
You don't. You ban Vayne. It means you are going for that Gnar on the top side. So a little bit of a showing on that ban there, but GAM, they take away Cassiopeia, Ezreal, which are arguably some of the single strongest champions in Summoner's Rift at the moment. Then, you know, it's interesting that the Cassiopeia is banned away, but obviously because blue side first pick for MVK, they don't want to let Cassiopeia go over to Chica. They definitely want to try and hold that pick for themselves for Glory. He is strong on that one, but the Vi picked up very strong engage.
I love this. It means that we're probably going to see something like an Ahri in that mid lane too. It's one of like the most paired with sort of mid lane as you do see. Talia is also of note as well, but we have seen that move down towards like that bot side and the AP carry role. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is something we start to play around with. But a Pantheon in the game paired with a Talia as well could also be phenomenal for the side of GAM.
Yeah, and I mean, Pantheon is such a playmaking tool. Drakthar is definitely no slouch on that Pantheon either. He has played him here in the split 3 2 times and has a 100% win rate on him. So it's definitely a strong pick, definitely has that global presence, that global pressure, and we've seen him be that playmaking tool it needs to be. I do like the Ahri pick as a denial away from Chica, and still a really strong pick for Glory because it breaks up that Vi Ahri combo.
I want to throw something at the wind for you really quick. What if there's a Vex? I know Silas is good, and I said we have to ban that out most of the time, but a Vex could actually slap right now so far into GAM. Like, you get so much control and priority. You do have a semi-global as well with your ultimate. I love the Silas here because you can steal away these very strong ultimates here already. The Grand Starfall, you got the Spirit Rush. I like the Silas pickup here. It is very mobile. I think it's going to do very well. It's going to struggle in the early game.
Yeah, absolutely it will. But, you know, with these games, they have gone to over 33 minutes each time. You will get out of the early game, you will get into the late game, and you will be able to turn it on and shine like a superstar. So I really don't think it matters. You give over a little bit of the lane in that early game, and you recoup and come together in the late game, and there it is, the Gnar. Like, I almost feel like there was no point holding. Oh, thank you very much, mate. I do enjoy a little bit of flattery in my time, but I really don't think there was any point hiding that Gnar any longer. I think it was a great time to pick that one up because you kind of revealed that you were going to go with that for your top side. So you take it now and you save the last 2 slots for after the second round of bans.
Yeah, no, I'm really happy with that. And then the Bard being followed up as the support pick here for GAM. So really good safety with this very highly sought after support. I love the mobility you're going to get out of it too. So I think it will be very impactful, especially in the hands of Taki. I feel like letting Artemis do what they need to do is always going to be super helpful. But a J-Span is a really nice response when you do have that Gnar towards the top side. It's going to force you onto something, most likely like a tank. There are some options you could go with. Yorick is another option that we have seen taken into the Gnar. We do know Kia could whip out something like an Aatrox too. It's not unheard of. Same with like the Jax. These are somewhat responses to it. So we'll have to see what they're going to prioritize and what's going to have the most agency for them as banning phase is officially over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, done and dusted. No more can be banned away. I do love seeing the Seraphine bans. She does just have that possibility of being a support or the AP in that bot lane. Jax locked in for Kia. He feels comfortable slamming that into the face of Gnar, into the face of Kratos. So it will be great to see those two match up and have a bit of a bifferoni in the top side. I feel like because neither of them are traditional tanks that we should actually get to see some explosive fights, some great engages here, and Corki being hovered for Haki. I like Corki. I just generally like Corki's toolkit, right? He's got AoE, he's got single target, he's got a bit of mobility, and he's got long range poke in his ultimate. Just a solid AD choice.
Ooh, and look, now you've already shown that there is going to be a Bard. You could potentially go for like a Shen in this support role and then just have them roaming around the map. Even a Nami could be really good. The disruption of the tidal wave is going to be really strong. So I love this pick here, locked in there for the Vikings. We haven't seen Nami in such a long time. The obvious answer for an AD carry that wants to sit in a bot lane and just farm is Sivir.
Yeah, Sivir's going to be able to be left alone for so long, right? Like level 2, level 3, those supports are leaving lane and they are just, well, I mean, Bard is leaving lane. Nami is not your traditional roaming support, so to speak. She very much likes to sit in lane with her AD and help them out. But if that's what happens, GAM are going to be able to apply a numbers advantage in 2 other lanes. And Sivir, this is Artemis. He's like the best Sivir player in the LCP. He's going to be able to just farm his waves in the face of 2 members of MVK and get that advantage. So this Nami is going to be forced to roam. This Nami is going to be out of its comfort zone and, frankly, draft gap for GAM's favor.
Well, look, okay. Look, that's a very bold call, draft gap for GAM. Sorry, I think both sides have really strong abilities here. I think you can't ignore the Sylas in this game because we talk about Bard being able to stop like maybe a Rift Herald charge. Sylas can just steal that away, can hijack that Tempered Fate and use it as well. So it's like there's moves and shakes on both sides. If I'm looking at it, I think GAM have a strong early game, an exceptional late game, but are somewhat falling off in the mid game. But when I see the other side, it's somewhat similar, where it is a bit of a strong early game too. Your mid game is where you're going to really peak, and if you don't close the game out here with this Sylas, with this Vi being impactful in these fights with a Corki at the back and Nah jumping in, getting really good group ultimates, I see how they're going to maybe fall off with this Sivir, who's just going to start shredding them.
Yeah, and Sivir isn't exactly that early game champion. She comes online at around her 3-item power spike, becoming a monster. But, I mean, I do say that Artemis is the best Sivir in the LCP, but even he's not perfect on her, right? There's been a couple of games where he's ripped some very questionable ultimates. So if it is Artemis off form on this Sivir, MVK still very much have sort of a great draft that could punish GAM there. If that spell shield is on cooldown, that Nami wave will get massive value. But we are on Summoner's Rift for Game 3 of tonight's Best of 5 series between GAM Esports and MVK. As GAM, they want to get that vision control down early. They don't want MVK to, sneak any jungling around without them knowing. And Dino, the skin for Kratos.
Yeah, a couple good little skins there, but now let's talk about the laning phase, right? We've already talked a little bit about bot lane, where maybe Taki's going to be rotating around, just having a merry old time in the jungle, but it is going to be on MVK to be putting in that extra aggression on early, forcing Artemis out of the lane a little bit, and while Taki's gone, just seeing what they can get done, because already, look, Taki's getting pretty low, having to burn a potion already, as Sulong does have that nice range, that nice little bit of poke, the splash there from the ebb and flow is always going to be good in a team fight as well. So laning phase just makes sense. It's going to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, Taki already less than 50% health as well. Not the greatest start for your laning phase here. But junglers, they are on the same side of the rift. They in their respective top side jungles in their camps, just farming up. And I'll be looking for Guri to make some early plays on that Vi. Even just the Vault Breaker with the CC that it provides is a good engagement tool. That said, Drakthar on that Pantheon also no slouch. The Flash Stun, providing that lockdown, that CC that sets up his lane mates for victory. As this jungle camp has been started up and GAM will spot Guri, so they'll get that timing. They'll know when they need to back off on this bot side to avoid any early ganks.
Yeah, they would have spotted out Drakthar as well up on the chickens too, so it's a chicken for chicken move, and usually you get drumsticks or wings with that, but not this game, as both sides just going to just keep that tracking well on point. Look at Taki just going for a bit of a walk, saying, okay, where is Guri? Why are they not on their red? Instead, they're on the Krugs. Now they're looking for a return into this, but no awareness as they are still going to be tracking quite heavily. Taki might want to be able to look for a bit of damage just to force them back, cancelling out a lot of the backing timers here, which is going to mean something, as Taki, again, is now tanking up the red buff, and you have to be careful, but I think Guri's just going to go right back in for it.
And this is the roaming power of that Bard, right? Nami still locked in lane, but the Bard has left and is roaming and is poking and is slowing these jungles down, as we do see Taki just taking that recall. Kiaya with that slight advantage in the top side, but Kratos able to trade that back so well using that ranged advantage. CS, not much of a difference in most lanes. Glory slightly up over Chica, but that is exactly as expected. That is that ranged into melee matchup, so it is good to see Glory taking advantage of that. as Drakthar goes for the double scuttle.
Yeah, look, that was the whole point of Taki roaming in and cancelling out, saying you're not allowed to have this red. It put them on such a disjointed timer for coming back. Is they had to go for the back because they were low. They weren't able to take the fight, and then they walked up trying to take it, and okay, Taki is low. Haki's even lower. They're going straight forward. First blood still went to Artemis. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Haki picked up Taki, but it is Artemis who came out with the goods, able to charge them down. Ghost activated, flash burned, and so much used for the side of MVK, but a 1-for-1 scoreline is not too bad.
Yeah, critically there, GAM secured the first blood, so Artemis nets himself that additional gold, which is so critical to secure over Haki, and Haki is the one to die on the side of MVK, and here it is again, Taki just stuns up Haki. Haki does a great job of getting into the brush, so reduces that vision control. The control ward is there though, so Taki's able to follow up. They have full vision. He steps up. He's like, right, I've got heal, pops it, and Artemis steps into his face, punishing Haki. The flash was burnt so early, he has no tools left to escape, and Artemis drives home his advantage, getting another flash out of the bot lane of MVK. So beautifully played there. Summoner advantage over to GAM. Actually, no, you know what? Summoner advantage still with MVK. They still have cleanse.
Yeah, well, there's nothing to cleanse, right? All you're cleansing is the Bard, and even then, that's not a huge amount. Haki's taking a bit of damage in this sort of bot side too. Now, items that we need to note early on here, Logan, that I want to bring up is the Cull has been picked up already for Artemis, so we're going to get that stacking online, which is exactly what we want from a Sivir, but a Tier also picked up for Haki, so getting that scaling online too is going to be very impactful as the game goes on. Remember, Triforce, usually into a Manamune, means that the Corki will come online. And saying that, you said it was Artemis' Sivir, that can also come online very quickly.
I mean, you don't want to let Artemis' Sivir get ahead, and he got first blood. He's already got 360 gold advantage over Haki, so that's a really good spot for him to be in. It really unlocks this Bard for Taki. They have that priority. They're going to go for this Infernal Drake. This is the earliest Drake we have seen so far, mid.
Yeah, Glory has to be careful, has to use the Spirit Rush in there. Charm does go wide, and Chica's still getting chunked out quite heavily. That is the power of the Spirit Rush. You flitter in some auto attacks there, and it's always going to do a lot of damage. So Chica must be careful. Didn't take it away, so the hijack is still up and available. So maybe not looking to take those fights into Glory just yet. So we'll have to see where they're going to put that focus, because remember, there's a Bard, there's also a Pantheon you need to be worried about. Take those ultimates and you can swing the tides in any fight very quickly.
Yeah, like what Drakthar has built here too. He's got 3 longswords, so he's going for an extremely high damage build in these early stages. He just needs to actually use it. He does have his level 6 ultimate, so Guri not yet on that level. He's about to get it with this camp though, so I'll be looking for Drakthar to start impacting these lanes, preferably these side lanes. I mean, flashes are only gone for Artemis and Taki. Likewise, over on MVK, it's Haki and Shulong that are missing their flashes, so I want to see Drakthar pressure bot side. I want to see him punish these flashless AD and supports with that damage, with that advantage, and get Artemis ahead, because if you can accelerate this Sivir, you unlock this Bard completely, entirely, and you apply numbers pressure in the other lanes. I just feel like Drakthar needs to head bot side and punish a flashless Corki.
It's a tall order though, Logan. Let me hit you with a little bit of how I could see that playing out. Yes, you're going to use the Grand Starfall to come down into this bot lane. Cool, you've sort of got the back end, you're finding them as they're trying to retreat. Okay, the Grand Starfall is a very teleprompted ultimate. You can see exactly where they're going to land. You hit them with one of those exact things, the Aqua Prism as it comes down. If you time it correctly, you've already caught them. Now they're stuck. Yes, it's still a 3v2, but if you're caught in this, it still gives them that time to walk away. Plus, Haki with a Valkyrie just to get out of dodge. Even if you do lock him down with the Shield Vault, it doesn't matter. He has Cleanse. So I feel like going bot is going to be so difficult anytime for Drakthar unless there's even more of a disadvantage. You're waiting for cooldowns. You're waiting for these missile barrages to go off so you can make something happen, because now we're going to be looking at what a Grand Starfall can do, which is looking at objectives.
I love looking at objectives. They're so pretty. I think we should add skins to objectives in League of Legends as well. So, like,
Christmas skin.
You bought this, yeah, or like if Guri.
Abigail Journey is good. There's the flash, there's the taunt, cease and assist comes in, but it's going to be enough CC to lock out Glory. Picks up Guri, and it's just going to be giving over 1 grub, but 2 still secured, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, no, definitely. A good job there, though, by GAM to get that one last grub, so reduce the value for MVK and get that kill onto Glory as well. So now their mid laner is ahead. Now their bot laner is ahead. These are fantastic players and champions to have ahead in these early stages of this game. So good heads-up call, good play. 2 minutes to the second Drake of the game, 6 minutes to the Rift Herald here. As we saw Drakthar finally get active. He got an assist onto Guri. We did see the flash, though, burnt from Taki on that Bard to set up that play. So I would say it was a good use of the flash to set it up to lock them down to guarantee the kill. Guri used his ultimate. Unfortunately, does not net him anything there.
Yeah, no, so true. And you can see the vision being cleared out quite heavily here on this bot side, so GAM really want to have this extra vision control. That is where I'd be saying, okay, maybe Drakthar's thinking of coming down bot side. Ultimate is up and available, but maybe you're looking top. You do see a Mega Gnar that's about to go back onto cooldown where you can jump on a Mini Gnar. So maybe that's the next call, but spotted out at the chickens yet again. Sometimes you can't keep going back to the same KFC, but we'll have to see as they are walking up top. TP's into mid as well here, Logan, so Summoner's being burnt.
Yeah, I mean, Summoner's burnt is always a good thing. You don't want your opponents to have their Summoners, as we see Drakthar smite, Haki brought low in this bot side, and in a 2v2, that is not a position you want to see yourself in, getting traded so heavily against as Artemis taking a recall. I have to imagine he's about to finish that Essence Reaver here for his first item, using that gold advantage, and they'll also be able to sort of dodge Guri's roam because they saw him on that bot side, so I like the timing on that recall. Kiaya had to ward hop away as SOFM uses his second coach comms of the game. Man, SOFM loves using these coach comms, and I know we don't get to hear what they say, and nor would we understand, but I have to think that they're providing value because MVK seems to kind of rally whenever these are used.
Yeah. Maybe he's just like G'ing them up. Like maybe he's not even telling them anything. Is okay. Chica is looking towards his bot side. Artemis looking at him quite heavily. It's Magical Journey, but Spirit Rush is used. Grand Snuffle did come down, but having an RA ult can get you out of dodge very quickly. Now looking at all of these things burnt out here, Logan. Dragon's up.
I love a dragon. We should get skins. We're going to go back to this. We should get skins on jungle objectives, right? And you could do like generic map skins, like you said, seasonal ones like Halloween, Christmas, etc. But you could also have skins where the individuals that buy the skin get to see that skin, whereas the rest of the players don't. So that could be really spicy. Yeah, I like it. Right, you can have that one. I'll take 1% of every commission. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's think about it, though. What would be the first one, then? Like, what would you decide? Is a cease and assist going to go through? Taki is low, but okay, still picked up right on the back of it. It's Kratos with their first kill of the game, logging it down. Back to these dragon skins, Logan. I'm invested now. What would you do? Like, what would be one that you would do?
Yeah, so the first one would be Bard's Graveyard. So like instead of the Drake Pit, it would become Bard's Graveyard, right? And there would just be a dead Bard in there. But realistically, I think that you could apply like skin lines, right? Or zones. So like Bilgewater. So like it could be like if it's a Chemtech Drake, if it's a Bilgewater skin line, it could be like very, very murky and underwatery with like bubbling river water instead of just like the normal tepid calm waters, like almost like environmental skins as well. I like it. I'm not saying that's not a good idea. I do like that. I think like environmental sort of stuff is very cool. What if we made it like a world skin? Like you could do, like if you win worlds, you get your team to be the next, like a dragon for a season. Like you get a specific dragon for your team for the year. So then next year it's like a different dragon potentially added into the mix. So it's like, let's say T1 wins worlds again this year. They might, you never know. But then you get a T1 dragon that does a very specific thing. I can't believe that you would say T1 when Team Secret Whales is right there. But I agree with you that I think it should be part of the World Skins package, right? Like you buy the World Skins package for the winning team and you get environmental changes like the flags. It says LCP, but in your solo queue games, your flag will say Team Secret Whales with their logo, or it will be the environment, right? Or the environment that you've chosen. So some of us are big fans of Mount Targon. Let's go astral. Let's go godlike and turn nebulas, black holes, and galaxies into the artwork on these banners.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Okay, well, we should focus back on the game. It's been a bit of a lull, and it is still gone with a 1.5k gold lead. And you know what? Big respect. They've been holding on to this lead as they have a couple kills in the bank. Kratos is getting pretty scary, though. They have that 1 kill on the board, but they're getting slowly closer. I believe they're going for a Triforce as well. Yes, they definitely are, as I see those items starting to clean up. But let's get a little bit of a health check across the board, too. We've got a Helios here for Sulong on this Nami, which means the healing's going to be really strong. But the Triforce now completed for Haki means the damage is definitely online.
Yeah, he's definitely catching up in the item department. That said, Artemis is a full half item ahead using that gold advantage that he's holding on to for dear life. Kiaya, though, they keep weak-siding Kiaya. So last game...
Oh, nice little Aqua Prism. Tidal Wave on the back of it too. Kiaya is going to have to pop that ultimate. Master at Arms not going to be in there, but they do survive out for another day. Still going to push it in. I think it's almost like a first tower race.
But that's the thing. They keep weak-siding Kiaya. As I was saying before, they rudely went in to try and kill him. And he keeps standing up in front of them. Before, he was cleared into the Hui. This time, he's jacks into 3 members of MVK. Surely he dies here under this dive.
Yeah, you got to be careful. It's the TP was used to get in. No Aqua Prism hits. They're missing everything. Kiaya's got the happy hands. And they're not even going to be able to take this tower by the looks of it. Taki's now joined the fight. Haki is low. Tempered Fate is up and available, but no other members waiting in the wings. You do have a Grand Starfall waiting to be used, but I think they're waiting for this Rift Herald to be started up instead.
Kiaya with the hands, dodges the R from Corki, dodges the Aqua Bubble from the Nami, saves himself. Taki in the area, still poking Kratos down, but surely just to buy Kiaya space, to buy him priority. And GAM did so much work. They secured the first turret as well on the bot side as MVK. They're looking for this Rift Herald. GAM, though, they have priority, they have the numbers. MVK need to be careful.
They're going to be careful as there's going in. There's going to be sniped away. The smite was good there for GAM. They pick up the Rift Herald. Maybe they can use it towards top side. Yes, they picked up that tower in the bot lane, but instead could be looking for a good reset. This mid tower hasn't been touched, and you know what? Fair enough. It's an Ari versus a Silas. It's not going to bode too well in regards to hitting towers, but Rift Herald secured here, Logan. Do you like it?
I love it. Honestly, and it all came off the back of that topside play, right? MVK overloaded that top lane. They punished Kiaya, they got his ultimate, they got his flash out of him, and then they went, right, bring the numbers, we're diving him, we're going to kill him, we're going to get topside priority. But they failed. Kiaya dodged everything. They even started to bring Guri up. But because Kiaya lived, it bought GAM so much time in every other lane. GAM got so much tempo, they got so much macro advantage through that bot and mid side that it just punished MVK because GAM are 2.5k gold up. They're 2 Drakes up. They have numbers, they have items, and they are here to start the 3rd Drake, poking MVK away, looking to press these advantages they've gained.
Yeah, now it's just about clearing out the vision, but instead the Tempered Fate goes in. It's going to find one. They're able to pick up Chica, has to flash. Grand Starfall does go forward, but they're still charging through. Draktar's big. Aqua Prism's even nicer, but they're going to pick up Chica. Kill secured. Guri's in the backline all alone, but could not hold on as Kiaya picks up the kill. Now they're looking at Sulong. This little Nami can't hold on. It's fish fingers for dinner, and they are going to pick up 3 members here of the side of Vikings, and it's just going to mean soul point for GAM.
An explosive fight. GAM ripped 3 members of MVK off Summoner's Rift. They're going to secure the 3rd Drake of the game. It will be a Chemtech Drake. It will be a Chemtech Soul if they're able to secure that 4th one in another 5 minutes. GAM extend their lead to 4.3k gold at 17.5 minutes. Their vision control through MVK's jungle means this Drake is never under threat. A great sequence of plays. As we take another look at this one, they just pull the trigger. The ultimate rip from Artemis to give them that extra move speed. Bard locking down Chica, but he's able to flash and get away. Nami's wave misses Drakthar crucially. The timing just a little bit off, so he's able to get onto Chica. GAM bring the numbers forward. They take him down, and then they turn on to Nami. Just down Shulong goes. Not much you could do.
Yeah, and you can see there was just 0 damage. Chica caught out and was just locked in place the entire time, so wasn't even able to get an auto attack off. So a really rough start. Chica now getting the on the hunt, so a bit of an interesting ultimate, just maybe seeing if they can get that extra movement speed, but they are a little bit further behind. It's a 4k gold lead for GAM right now, and Baron up in a minute and a half here, Logan. It's looking quite convincing. I think GAM could start to walk away with this, as we're seeing third item starting to be picked up here too. At least 2.5 here it is Artemis sitting Essence Reaver with the Flicker Bait. So there's a lot going on here, and this Siva's going to do some damage.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, 2.5 items on that Sivir, as you say, so strong. Haki yet to complete his second item, so is a little bit behind there. So that's why these fights right now are so advantageous for GAM. They've got the item advantages. The Riftel dropped in this mid lane. MVK, they need to be careful, but so does Drakthar. That's 3 members.
Yeah. Tempered Fate straight on in. Tidal Wave actually stopped a lot of it. Chink is now joining into this fight. On that was you, the Tempered Fate on the backside, but it was beautifully spell shield, and it's an easy pick up there. Drakthar picks up Chica. Great charm lands, and Sulong's got nothing they can do. Kiaya wants to make this play, but it is Guri trying to walk out as well. Grand Skyfall already used in the backside, but still Glory is just too good at this Ahri. They are looking fierce 3-0-4, and there was no response that the Vikings could do. So they are looking to close this game out now as they turn a 4k gold lead into a 9k gold lead here, Logan.
Yeah, look, they just rout MVK. They took 4 members off Summoner's Rift. Glory with so many amazing charms here as we see it again. I questioned this when Skuru revealed himself, right? I'm like, oh, Draktar's in the face of 3, but the Tempered Fate, the ultimate from Artemis, the deep TP, even though Chica got here first, GAM responded so swiftly with Kiaya in the back line. He shepherded Haki away. There's most of MVK's damage, and GAM were just left to free fire because Haki gone. Could not contest. And here, amazing, right? Taki on the bot side, Drakthar on the top side, Glory flashing straight through the mid side. Guri was never getting away. GAM was so bloodthirsty, they committed everything, and MVK did no damage.
They shared 1,400 damage in that fight just then. Shared. 2 members on Vikings did 0. That's real rough. That's all I can say. That is a rough. It's hard to spin that in a positive way. Vikings have a lot of work to do to come back into this game. Yeah, GAM on Soul Point, and they're already securing all the vision they need around this Baron. And the big question is, how can Vikings do anything into this Baron now? GAM have complete control over this game. It's not just a gold diff, but it's just hands. That one Kiaya failed dive was just not good for Vikings. It sort of stifled the rest of the game.
Yeah, and right now GAM is so far ahead that even if MVK are able to find one really good fight and clean ace GAM, it's still not going to get them back in front of everything. So MVK, they're really up against it. They're behind in items, they're behind in gold. They need to win 2 big team fights, dare I say, back-to-back against GAM. But right now, I don't see it happening. Only Taki has died, and that's twice, and that's your support. Like, who cares? Most of Bard's strength, most of his utility is in those magical journeys. It's in that Tempered Fate. No matter how weak he gets, he can still use those ultimates. So happy days as GAM clearing out this vision. They really want to get this Chemtech Soul for themselves, but does MVK try and get the Baron in turn? Because both objectives are up here.
Look, it's a hard call, right? Like, you could just send one, but okay, Grand Skyfall just to maybe send them out. Wait, what? Chica?
He just wanted to clear the wave.
Oh, but it's a fight in mid lane. Tempered Fate is going to go through. Drakthar not going to be able to hold on too long, as Sulong in a very dangerous spot had to flash instantly as the magical journey did get them out of dodge. So a little bit of a kerfuffle in this mid lane, but nothing GAM's worried about.
Yeah, we do love a bit of a kerfuffle. We love a bit of a shellacking. This is the LCP where we use fancy words for really cool fights that don't end up in much of anything. To quote Blue Panda, if I will, nothing burger came out of that fight. A lot of ultimates committed for no real results here. GAM, though, they have no vision around this Drake. So a lot of recalls coming through. They have to reset, reacquire those wards, and get back out there to contest this Drake. Interestingly, Guri taking a recall, not great time.
You can't contest this Drake. I'm sorry. Like, there is nothing you can do. The best thing you can do is have Guri potentially 50-50, but they're just not there. So it's like, it's gone, it's secured, and now they're like, great, we are so unkillable in these team fights now. Let's just go fight a little bit more. As this is actually the fight we missed because we were looking topside. Tidal Wave hits, and was able to get a lot of damage off of the Cease and Assist. The Tempered Fate made that space.
Yeah, really that was just Drakthar going too deep, caught under tower, took too many turret shots and had to bail. Even though they had the numbers advantage, they got a lot of cooldowns. They weren't able to get a single kill off of that one. So just, dare I say, a slight misplay, but fortunately GAM not punished too heavily. Their gold lead around 8k, Chemtech Soul secured, Baron is up. So it is up to GAM to take this Baron whenever they want, because this is where their vision control will be. They will see if MVK go for this at any single time. And we take a look at those items. Top lanes, they're matched up at 2 items apiece. Guri, 1.5 to Drakthar's 2.5. So a serious lead in that jungle for GAM there as well. Chica not yet completed his second item of the game, so Glory has that advantage. Artemis 3.5 to Harky's 2.5. It's item advantages everywhere for GAM. Not just gold, but obviously gold converts to items, but items, securing the soul, that's worth about 3,000 gold that won't be telegraphed in the data either. GAM is up.
Oh no, Chica has to be so careful. Chains don't land, but Kiaya walked into a bush and found a silence, and that's a go trigger if ever I've seen it. They say, okay, we saw that we have forced Chica out of this fight. They don't have their ultimate now. The hijack is offline. Guri's looking for Taki, but you can't just keep killing the support. You need to kill a couple more as the tidal wave goes forward. Grand Scarfall does come down. Tempered Fate is going to land on no one. Sulong is about to be shredded away. Drakthar has the GA and is going to hold on to this. They can take him down, but they're just too strong. It's a shutdown going over. They pick up this Sivir, but they sacrifice everything yet again. Drakthar on a killing spree as 3 members of the side of the Vikings are gone, and Harky's between 2 towers, has to flash, has to Valkyrie, has to use these blast cones, but still going to get hit with a counter strike. And Taki said, you've killed me twice, I will not die again. I would like to pick up some kills too. And now they can walk all the way back to that Baron here. It's a bit of a shellacking.
Yeah, look, 4 for 1. You take that every day of the week. GAM extend their gold lead at 26 minutes to 10,000. After winning that fight, they have all the priority. They have all the time in the world to go for this Baron here. So really heads up play. I know that they're going to apply this. They're going to recall, get their gold, and get their items, extend that lead even further. But the timing on the GA was fantastic. Even if Drakthar didn't die, he was able to play so aggressively. Artemis brought low so early, but the Drakthar ult zones so many members, and Glory in their faces on this Ahri, charm after charm, boxfires galore, spirit rushes abound. It just feels like GAM found another gear. It feels like GAM decided to communicate ahead of time, right? They're reading each other's mind as if they are a hive mind with the way that they're timing these calls, making these plays. And it's just an impressive thing to see.
If we're going to go extra nerdy again, they're basically a bunch of, they're Necrons. That's what they are. We're getting to 40k. It's a bunch of Necrons. They're all the hive mind. They're looking fierce. They have one mission, and it's kill or be killed. And that is what GAM will be doing here as they enter over into that 10k mark. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to do any more damage as Drexar walking down mid solo, not even level 16, but still up as look at Kiaya looking for more charm, goes sideways. Kratos doesn't have that mega and is just blown up instantly. Kiaya wants that blood, wants these kills on the board, but with the Baron buff in tow, it's GAM just walking down bot, walking down top as the Spirit Rush over the wall hits Haki, and they are already at that half health. This could just be the victory march here. It's a 12k gold lead. They can't even walk up. Grand Skyfall does come down. Tempered Fate hits no one. And they are just going to be able to hit these towers for free and hopefully pick up an inhib.
Yeah, I mean, they get the bot side tier 3. They've turned their attention to the mid tier 3 as well. MVK are up against it. It's a numbers disadvantage as GAM. They are on the retreat. They just don't have the wave to get the job done. 1 minute on the Baron power play. 3k gold up so far. The gold now 13,000 in the favor of GAM. Elder in a minute. So GAM taking their recalls, spending all of that hard-earned gold. And I have to imagine the play is as obvious to me as it is to everyone at home. Get the Elder, run down mid, win this game 3.
Yep. You said it so correctly there, Logan. That's all it needs to be. That's all we're looking for the fight as Drakthar. Maybe in a bit of a pickle as the rest of the team is here. Vikings, they want to take something, but it's a GA still available. Tidal Wave is going to land, but okay, he's just going to turn it around. The GA is used, and now Kratos is all alone about to hit that Mega, but there's not enough to be able to get it done. They do go up, but there's a great charm lands, and they pick up 2 for free. Tempered Fate being used, but a Valkyrie away does keep Haki alive. But with this Baron still up for 10 seconds, they can walk to take at least the inhib, then they reset for this Elder, or they just look to end the game. It's a 2v4 right now. Now it's a 3v4. They can hit these towers. Drakthar goes forward. Counter-strike flashes. Chica being looked at. He's been taken so far behind, but a kill returned is good. But still, it is GAM looking incredibly dangerous here in game at number 3. They take the last towers, and the Nexus is just too easy. It's a spring chicken going golden for Kiaya just for good measure, and they are looking to go to Searing's point here against Vikings and send them back.
That's it. They are on match point. It is 2-1 in favor of GAM as Glory, he was even deep behind the Nexus, already flashing that kind of cheeky little emote of "we win, thank you very much, it's GAM time, baby," as you see those signs in the LCP arena there. But here we see MVK debriefing, going over how they went in that game, what went wrong, where they can improve to go into game 4 and keep themselves in this. Because again, to remind the viewers at home of the stakes here, this is playoffs. This is our lower bracket elimination game. You lose, you're out, you're done, you're dusted, you are out of the playoffs, you are out of contention for the LCP Grand Final, you are out of contention for that world slot.
Look, and that's what all these teams are really after, right? But look at the scores here. 29 minutes, it's 18 kills to 4, Logan. It was just so much to deal with, and it just looked like Vikings had no real answer.
Yeah, and it's like, to your point, no real answer. It almost feels like the same happened in game 1 there too, right? Like, GAM were just everywhere. GAM had every answer. They picked the Gnar, and Kiaya picked Jax. This is the god of Gnar, Kiaya. He knows how to answer that Gnar, and he proved it. He was such a team fighting menace. He was frontlining. He was landing those utility stuns to lock all important members of MVK down. Even Drakthar on this Pantheon, I dare say he had a quieter early game, but he just came through in that mid to late game. The Tempered Fates from Taki were on point. It bought GAM time to set up. It initiated plays. Glory could not miss a charm. He was everywhere, all at once, doing everything. Artemis died once because GAM spaced MVK so well.
Yeah, you're right. I think the big thing that pointed out for me, I think, is that the Ari pickup was the call. I think Glory looked so good, like you said, but it was taken away. You saw the Vi was first picked, that you wanted, the Vikings wanted this Ari, and then it was just sniped away and paired with arguably a stronger jungler. It's why Pantheon is so sorely banned in these games. Vi, yes, has the lockdown, but when you don't really have the follow-up, there's nothing you can really do with it, and Silas wasn't the call. I think they were trying to get them active in other lanes. It just was not going to happen for them. And it was just GAM able to take out this victory, looking very, very good. I still really worry though, Logan. Like it is serious point here with GAM. Vikings, I put them to win, and they're kind of disappointing me a little bit. They're just folding like origami.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was your prediction again?
Let's not go into that.
Yeah, okay, but my prediction was 3-2 for GAM, so there's still room for MVK to win at least one game in my predictions, but there is still also room for GAM to accelerate it and actually take it here 3-1, because they are on that match point after that convincing game 3 here. MVK backs against the wall. Will they find the answers? We'll find out when we come back from this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
不要求什么啦，希望可以有一波完整的团战就好。
对于对面的杯体感到很有意见，
没错，
他已经打过了，
相当肮脏，
他先玩过，
不能找这种老手来。
对于他来说，你不太应该是那个老手吗？
没有，我是人老了。
那你呢？有认老吗？
我是老人。
打新版的我应该会赢他。
红手我打肉的时候，你还在妈妈咋扣呢？
某一个老人，不管什么版本，我都会打爆你。
Out over Hongshu in the mid lane has that ult level advantage. There's the ignite going down. Hongshu's flashing away, but in comes.
Nice! Wow! 他不会玩，那个卡特正常是买9瓶药的。
我不是阻止他，打爆他。
And they liked it so much. Oh, okay. So BA just died in the replay.
Yep. Yep. He had a zillion bomb on him. He got tagged up.
喂，好痛啊！完啦，好痛啊！
I had actually forgotten this, but I noticed it during this play. Gragas E is not a stun in this version. It's a slow.
完啦，好恶心啊！他这个。
やっぱりアニメとか漫画だと古代兵器って大体すごく強いですから、今日は僕が皆さんに古代兵器をお見せします。
In trouble, look at the damage of the old Fiddlesticks ult. Emmy trying to get under tower, doesn't have access to Soraka ult. Few seconds off it, does manage to get a W down. He's gonna live, he's gonna clean them up. I think he gets both here as he'll just walk forward, ult himself. The drain isn't good enough. BA, there's nothing to do.
ได้เดี๋ยวไปอันไหนภาพเนอะว้าวเล่นกันไหน nice อ่ะ ok nice
này mấy ông già chơi game lần này tôi sẽ đá gãy của mấy ông.
Sniffs it out, will chase him down on the other side of the fight. Emmy gets him hailed. They need to get him quickly before he can get any more heals off. They manage it.
Nice. 5招怎么说？哎，你没大的急，你没大的。他好痛哦，那也太痛了吧！哦，哇 ！UCI。OK， go mid。怎么说？翻的感觉。
Too long as he does see the damage is coming in, just moving forward, shredding through North. Benny there as well, definitely trying to proc that W. Does well, but gets one shot by Maple on the other side. Hongshu can't find too much more. It's 2 for 2 at the moment.
我猜啦，我们会输。
稍微预测一下会输几个头
？5到10个吧，我算7个好了。
10個。啱，得，我講緊字度。我好啲換一佢。 哇！哇！哦，我來。nice！ GG！
看来当年真的是酒桶太 OP 了。中堂再1年都在 OP， 都没有给到我给白，不给，很好。
老人队还是打中就玩还是太权威了。
まあここまで勝つというか、まあそもそもねメイプルさんがキャリーしてくれたんで、メイプルさんシェイシェイ。
你自己讲的，
又给你装到。这样拍好了。
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the coach comms is optional. Here's how coach comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 coach comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game.
As CFO will wipe the floor with Team Secret Wales, they'll be our first LCP champion.
Thì tụi em sẽ tới đó và chứng minh.
It's GAM time, baby! They are up 2-1. They are on match point after Game 3 of tonight's best of 5 against MVK. And Pike, how you feeling, mate? Your prediction is a little in shambles right now.
Look, that's okay, mate. It's a prediction for a reason. We can't tell the future. We can only trust that these players will. Don't put it up on the screen, production. What's going on here? Gee, I'm trying to dig myself out of this hole, but you can't dig upwards, unfortunately. Great. Yeah, you know what? I'm not a soothsayer, all right? I'm not. Look, I've had some really good predictions in my time. I've had some bad ones. I'm a human being, Logan. You should treat me as such.
I do like that. Thank you for reminding us of your relatability, of your humanity. I mean, I look at you, you're so tall, you're so handsome. I genuinely think you're a god from, the Pantheon. So it's important to be humbled. It's important to be reminded of your status as a humble human being. But before us, we do look at 10 others who are actually gods at League of Legends. MVK and GAM before us, vying to stand atop the podium after all is said and done. Because this is the Elimination BO5. This is the lower brackets. You lose, you're out. You don't go to Worlds. And, I mean, TK, he very much wants this roster to get to Worlds. It's why they brought Glory in halfway through the split. And dare I say it, he's proving that he wants to get to Worlds just as much as TK.
No, I love that, but it's also a very interesting conversation about making it to Worlds. Remember, this series here isn't actually the full decider. Both of these teams have enough of the points on the ladder that they could go to Worlds. It is actually in the hands, the delicate bird in the hands of CFO of whether these teams go. Because remember, CFO, they came in first seed, but they have to make it to finals. They have to beat Team Secret Wales in the best of 5 if they want to get anywhere close to World. They do not have the points. They had such a shaky start to the year. So this has to be a consideration. Both these teams are banking on CFO losing so they can go to Worlds.
Yeah, because you're so right. The championship points in the LCP build up over the entire year, not just split 3. And CFO, they didn't have good splits in 1 and 2, so they didn't earn many points. So they must win out. If they lose, MVK and GAM are so much better positioned, so much higher in those championship points that they could be the ones going to Worlds instead of CFO. So like you said, it's up to CT, BC, Flying Oysters, but they're not not here now. They're not here tonight. What is? Are the bans coming through? As MVK went with first pick, GAM went with red side, and both of these teams, they prefer that red side, but will GAM be able to utilize it better?
I think the big thing is when we talk about red side is that these teams, I think Vikings love the priority of the red side, but they've actually been struggling on it of late. Like I think they've got like a negative win rate on the red side. Like they've lost a lot of games. But I see the lock finally being banned out. It's sort of been a champion we've spoken a little bit about, but we haven't seen being able to be locked in early, as it's a very similar ban all the way through for GAM. They're not going to let these champions through as they ban out the Syndra on the back there. Third game again, so fourth game actually for GAM picking that, but slight change up for Vikings. Means that we could potentially see a Nautilus this game.
Yeah, and as you were saying, right, the negative win rate, they've won 5 times and they've lost 9 on that red side has MVK. So they're definitely trying to avoid that red side now, I think. But yeah, Maokai, first pick blind? I mean, Maokai's a decent pick, but I just don't think that was the time or place for Maokai.
Decent where? Like, you can put him in the jungle and he's going to be a bit of a menace. You could technically put him in support and see what happens, but now you're picking up a Victor, which is already starting to look like a really good team fight. You just need a little bit of that CC. You need something that's going to lock them down. The first thing that comes to mind, tankiness to deal with Maokai. Skarner is up and available too. Definitely a champion. You still have Xin. You have a Wukong. You do have a Sejuani if you need that front line again. There are still some big options for GAM here if they want to take it to the Vikings, but the Maokai, I don't know. I'm a little bit lost on it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Maokai in that jungle. We've been seeing a lot of Maokai go with that support build, basically act as an engaged support.
What the hell is going on, Logan?
They just slammed that. Camille is back, baby. Going to be that bot side Lee Sin support. Yone in the mid for Chica. That is a dominant, commanding pickup there. Suddenly this draft is very, very different. It's excellent. I mean, you get the Maokai, run out with the ult, lock them down. Yone is just free to hit those Fate Seals. That Hextech ultimatum locks them down, free to hit the Fate Seals. Are they just setting up around Chica?
Look, they must be. Like, we saw this Chica Yone literally early on this week, Thursday night, and it had such a performance. Downside, they lost the game, but Chica was looking incredibly good on this pick, and you know what? We'll be watching this mid lane quite a lot. The only downside is you are into a Victor who's going to be sitting really far back, just hitting you with those lasers and just causing you a bit of a disruption. So I'll be curious to see how it's going to go, as now we're targeting the AD carries.
Yeah, look, AD carry bans are definitely important. Even in these later stages of these Fearless bans, you can see that Xayah, Corki, Caitlyn, Siva, Lucian, and Jhin all gone. So the more you target, the less options they have available. Ezreal being permabanned, Syndra probably still the last standing mage that can flex between mid and bot side. Kai'Sa taken away. What does that leave? Misfortune is still there, maybe Jinx, but we haven't seen Jinx in quite some time. Talia, Ashe potentially, we've seen her down on their bot side as, I thought we're going to lock in Leona and protect that AD pick actually, but they go for Shen.
No, I like this because, again, that's the counter pick you would lock in to deal with this Camille. You can get those roams and get that global. The Stand United is going to be that saving grace for anyone who gets jumped on. So I really like the Shen lock in here. It means that, yeah, it's just going to be able to deal with Camille, and that's really the answer for it. I think the lockdown is looking really good for GAM here. Xerath now being hovered. Oh, can I just... Okay, you know what? That's fine. Lock it in, it's okay. It might mean it's not a Camille support, but I think it is because they're hovering the Jace too, so it is going to be that Maokai in the jungle. This draft just looks janky.
Yeah, look, Xerath doesn't really feel good in almost any draft that I've seen these days. That's going to be a Xerath Camille bot, a Jace top, a Yone mid, and a Maokai jungle. They're toying with this. They've hovered Twitch before. They're not going to lock Twitch in here and now, but they've got the scaling Victor. I like Tristana a lot more than Twitch. That extra mobility, able to jump onto Xerath, is going to be able to R away that ultimate too. So really good sort of CC that can come through there with the Buster Shot. I'm going to say it. I like GAM's draft so much more than MVK's.
MVK's draft, it's like, here's the thing. I play Yone. I love Yone. Great champion, so much fun. But Vikings draft is shocking. I don't see the angle. You have no real, like, full DPS. Yes, you have Yone, but they have to be on top of you. Camille's going to start the fight, but you got a Xerath who's living half a map away just trying to deal damage. Maokai wants to start the fight. You got a Jace maybe throwing out some shock blasts, but I just see the wall of this Skarner, of Renekton, of Shen, that you're going to have to get through. I don't think there's enough damage. Camille, maybe? Like, I just don't see
Camille obviously has a little bit of true damage, but she's not a typically damage dealer. She might go for the Hail of Blades. We'll see when we get into the game. Xerath, it's skill check, right? Like, that is skill shots only. And these are tier 1 professional gamers. I have to imagine GAM are going to be able to dodge at least half of what Haki's trying to throw down. To me, the Yone is like the standout giga threat. If MVK can play for Chica, if they can get Chica ahead, if they can protect and enable Chica, I really do think that they will have a game plan. They will have a method to win. Guri on this Maokai, I don't think he's going to be able to build support. He has to build tank because other than that, they've got no front line. But we are on Summoner's Rift for game number 4 of tonight's best of 5 series between MVK and GAM. And GAM, they're currently at match point. They are 2-1. It's up to MVK to win here and keep their hopes alive.
Oh, I'm still reeling from this draft because I see this Tristana coming onto the Rift. You just get to free push these waves. You're farming up a storm. All you need to do is sidestep the skill shots from Haki. As a pro player, it's not too much of an ask, if I'm going to be perfectly honest, because you have the DPS, and if Taki gets on top of you, you have to deal with this. You don't get to kite back, and here we go, looking for these long little jumps in, seeing what they can do. Yes, Camille's going to look for Artemis, but you can buffer your jump. You can just hop away, and you're going to be fine. The rocket jump's going to be fantastic for this. So, yeah, Guri, love this. Good work going in for the invade. I think this makes sense. You are going to be a Maokai. You can be a little bit more of a threat early on, but as the game goes on, once you get a heart steal for Drakthar, you're just going to be hard to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Drakthar gets the heartsteel, gets tanky, Glory pops the emote in Guri's face because he just has that wave so shoved in. He's going to punish Guri on the way through here too. Like, there's half your health gone, Guri. Like, you're not going to be able to jungle as well as effectively as you thought you might be able to. You might even need to take that early recall, and it is that Hail of Blades Camille here. Haki getting some good damage down onto Artemis. But GAM, they're advancing fearlessly. They're not overly worried right here.
I wouldn't be. SOFM coming in with the first coach comms at 2 minutes. Pretty stock standard at this point. I'm not sure what he's going to be really talking about. He's like, oh, just play safe, lads. Just play safe. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Because if they don't play safe, it's going to be a very hard and a long slog back into this game because remember, Glory on this Victor is a huge threat that you have to be worried about because they will scale very, very well. The burn damage is going to be exceptional. I think the one matchup is what we're seeing here that's going to be the most like volatile is, okay, is Drakthar already being jumped on here too? Taki coming to just hold the line. But okay, flash over the wall, rocket jump forward, trying to see if they can get a little bit more damage off. Heal is good, flash is in, looking for the first blood. Wall's going to go over to Chica and return kill now for Artemis. But has the rocket jump, is going to get away. Guri flashing forward, exhaust goes down. Maybe you can turn to do a little bit more damage, but Haki in the wings means they can't. But again, bit of shenanigans coming in, but Chica with first blood bodes pretty well for Vikings.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see if you're GAM. That Yone getting that first blood, that extra gold into his pockets, that just means that Bork is going to come online so much sooner. That was a really sort of elongated, broken fight there, but that's what you would expect in these early stages of these games. A lot of resources committed. Guri flashed, Haki, Shulong, Artemis, Taki, Drakthar all burnt their flashes, so they will be down for the next Drake, which is up in 1 minute 20 seconds, so they'll need to be careful with that one. It's up to them to farm them back, and here we see it again. Shulong over the wall, just the blind hookshot onto the red buff, exhaust Drakthar, My God, and then some body blocking from Taki, right? Drakthar was trying to run backwards, but Taki unfortunately body blocked him. So Drakthar flashes over, Chica gets into the pit with that soul extension, kills Drakthar and chases up. The body blocking for me is kind of what like sealed the deal. Topside Kiaya.
Yeah, might be in a bit of trouble, but it's fine and not the end of the world. Kratos doesn't really have all that much damage yet, hasn't even backed, so both these top laners are just scrapping it out to get a little bit of CS lead. Jace should just have the priority in this lane regardless, but a TP mid means Sheikah's got no summoners right now, and Guri is very happy to be invading on Drakthar, but being spotted out as going straight back underneath. Drakthar Glory looking to fight it too as Guri is low. They're able to do a lot of damage though. It's all on Chica who's trying to get through, but Taki is here looking for the return fight. Drakthar holding this line is quite tanky too, only with the Ruby Crystal. Chica able to lock them down too. It's a 1-for-1 trade yet again. The gold is just in Vikings' favor.
The problem is Chica is getting the kills. The problem is Chica is getting the gold. This is an accelerated Yone. He's got 600 gold advantage over Glory in that mid lane. That is a problem because now Chica is going to be able to run Glory down and out, right? Like GAM, they're going to need to send Drakthar, they're going to need to send Taki to keep Glory on this scaling Victor in the game.
Ooh,
Artemis.
Soul Unbound used. He's going to have to come back and still looking for the re-engage. Fate sealed onto 2 is beautiful. Is it going to be enough as Artemis is going to go down here? Sulong picks up the kill, but now it's Chica who is low. Taki looking to be tower dove, and it's a pickup return fight. Beautifully executed here by the Vikings.
What was Artemis thinking? I'm not a pro player. I don't have the same thoughts and the same insights as these guys, but why did Artemis jump in on, I believe, a level 6 Yone? He removed his mobility. He didn't have enough damage. Yeah, Taki was in the area, but I just feel like they gifted MVK this game. Like, I don't want to doom and gloom this early, but that Yone is 1,000 gold ahead, is almost a full Bork now. Like, GAM have to be so careful. They have to be so respectful of this Yone. It's crazy.
Yep. It's definitely not the right call in my opinion, but now they're looking for something. As okay, they're jumping forward. Drakthar is here, looking to pick up Sulong. Now the rocket jump is going to send them through. Looking to hand this one over to Artemis as well, if they can secure it. As now sending out the barrage. It's just going to hit, and Haki's going to pick them up. Sulong's able to hold on just a little bit longer and isn't going to get the execute. Artemis will still pick up the kill. This game, Logan, makes no sense.
I mean, MVK there's a nearly 2k gold lead at 7 minutes. It's 8 kills in 7 minutes. It's that classic LCP bloodbath that we've come to know and love and expect, but it's shocking. It's not like MVK has had to work overly hard for this. It feels like GAM are just gifting kills to MVK at this point. I mean, yeah, Artemis, like, it was a good play on the bot side. Drakthar, Artemis, Taki onto Haki and Sulong, but Sulong was able to drag it out long enough, survive long enough that Haki had his ult, gets the kill onto Artemis, so that was devastating. That is not what you want to see. As we see the replay, a great E forward to lock down Sulong here. Drakthar thinks his job is done, starts to back away. Haki there, the level up from the wave coming in under the turret. Artemis unable to avoid any of those ultimates, and I mean, Sulong's just laughing all the way to the bank. Taki and Drakthar overconfident. They left way too early, and then they're like, oh, I guess we have to come back now? Like, MVK's winning everywhere.
Yes, they are. Look, and that's okay. We'll have to see. Even with a funky draft, anything is possible here, Logan. It can always come down to how well you pilot the champion or the hands diff. Especially with Chica, is we are going to see one Void Grub stolen away. Guru came in, just smited it out, and it is going to be the 2-for-1 special here. All 4 games so far. 2-for-1 Void Grubs. Not the deal a lot of players want.
Yeah, no, you definitely want 3, but obviously sometimes you need to make that call to go for 2. As this Yone is just running Victor down, has the Berserker Greaves, so that extra attack speed, move speed. I mean, Glory still only has your basic boots, so he's slower. He's not attacking as fast, which, you know, you're not so worried about on this Victor, but Chica can just trade freely. He has the Doran Shield. He has some Omniva, like some lifesteal as well. I mean, again, the game isn't over by a long shot. Most games for MVK and GAM go to around 33 minutes, but MVK have come out all cylinders firing. They are 2.5k up. They've got one grub. They've got the priority on the Drake. They don't even need their jungler. He hasn't been involved in many, if any, of these fights. He's got one assist, but since that one, he's done nothing. He's just farmed, and he's ahead.
Yeah, look, not the end of the world. Drakthar is 2 kills down, so they're not really going to be able to do too much. They're 0, 2, and 3, so they're just waiting for these items to come online. You really want to get, like I said, that Heartsteel online first before you start to do really any sort of fighting. But that was Olguri, who was being really proactive and jumping into their jungle, trying to force fights. And even going down, it's still disrupted a lot of the gameplay, and it's alleviated a lead for Chica, who's now running away with this game too. We see the first item picked up here for Haki. It is the Blackfire Torch, so the burning damage is going to be good. The Fate Sealed underneath the tower with the Chaos Storms as well, but the Soul Unbound is not going to have enough to execute. So really good proactivity. Chica has the lead, and now they're working with it.
Yeah, look, I don't know about that. Glory popped that emote, that question mark frog, and I'm like, bro, you lost that so hard, so heavy. I don't know why you're emoting on Chica there, because he has every single advantage. MVK 3k up. They got the first Drake of the game. GAM, I mean, I feel like they're positioned to come back in the late game, but not if this happens.
Looking for an engage, the Roots come forward. Now they're throwing up as much artillery as possible. Artemis getting hit with quite a lot, but is able to sidestep a little bit more. Here comes Drakthar looking for a huge impale. It hits on 3. All members coming through. Sulong's taken out. Drakthar picks it up, and Vikings, they have this lead, but it's been turning around on a dime. Glory jumping into the fray and trying to find out where this tree will go, as it is going to be a double kill here for Glory, because where was Chica? They were mid.
Yeah, Chica still
left side as well. Kiaya getting jumped onto. Taki gets the return fight, and GAM are flipping the script yet again.
And just as I was about to say, they do have that late game scaling composition. They apply it here in this mid game. As you said, Chica was nowhere to be found, which goes to show that if GAM can find a fight without Chica, or if they're able to shut Chica out of a fight early, they can win these, because this was a 3v2. This was ult on ult on ult committed. So much damage landing. Even Artemis forced to flash there, dodges that skill shot, but Drakthar responds, but Glory responds, and the ult to lock them up, saving Taki, getting double flashes. Like, MVK had to commit so many resources to extend this fight. I loved the response from GAM. Obviously, they're not out of this one. They're very down, and they need to keep making proactive plays like this to keep themselves alive. And on the top side, like, they won bot side, and then they win top side because Taki stand United's on top of a Renekton. He's tanky. He's sustainable enough. He doesn't need that big shield, but by God, he got it.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are going nuts. They've obviously had this really early game where they're just like, what are we doing to this? Because they're looking at the draft going, it makes no sense. How do we respond? They're just throwing things at us, and now they've gone, okay, we found the solution. So that replay is definitely telling that they know exactly what they need to do. They just play to how they need to win the game, and they can make it work. Chica, come on, dude. What is this? What is going on?
I mean, he's just applying the advantages he has. He's completed that Blade of the Ruined King as SOFM. He's used up his third and last coach comms of the game by the 13th minute. He loves to help MVK get through these early stages of the game. To me, that says that if you win early and you win hard, you win the game. But GAM, they're here. They're making a play on Kratos. He might be too far forward.
Yeah, I think he really is. There is an Impale still available. TP's now coming in, so Kratos had some immediate report, and Taki didn't even go forward correctly. There's the Fate Sealed locking it down. They return the fire, and the kill goes over to Kratos. Nice little swing there for Vikings.
Yeah, I almost feel like SOFM coached them right through that fight in real time. Like, he was just there for that whole fight. It was a great comeback from MVK. It's 7 kills either way, but it's 2.5k gold diff over to MVK at the same time. So, yeah, GAM, they're down, they're not out, but it's a tough hill to climb back up as MVK secure the first turret, and now they're at 3.6k. Drake, 20 seconds. Rift Herald, 1 minute. GAM, they have to pull something together because MVK, this is the single largest gold lead they've had all game.
Look, we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do with it. GAM, they do scale really well, though, Logan. That is the thing we have to keep talking about and coming back to it. There is a timer for Vikings to close out this game. I'm going to put it at about 25 minutes. If they can't close it out by then, you have to deal with a very big crocodile. You have to deal with a very big scorpion. Victor is going to be a menace because you can see Camille, Yone, Maokai, Jace, they all want to be in the middle of the fight. You throw a Chaos Storms on there and you're going to get melted. So the ticking time bomb has begun.
Yeah, absolutely. As MVK, they're going to get this second Drake completely uncontested. GAM, not even close. Chica is the win con, right? And I feel like we called this out at draft. I feel like we keep mentioning this, that if MVK play for Chica, they're going to be able to win this game. And right here, right now, they haven't even had to play for Chica. He's just been able to do it himself.
Oh, Flash Impale, there's the Storm. It's going to go down. Haki has to be very careful. Picked up by Glory, 3-0-1. And it's a nice score line, but still, Chica has that lead, but a great pick for GAM.
Yeah, definitely the battle of the mid lane is coming through. Chica able to get his advantage almost solo, whereas Glory getting his 3 kills off the back of a couple of good team fights enabled by the rest of GAM. So very different ways to get there, but still as present, still as strong. Artemis, 30 CS down on Haki. So despite being equal in kills, down 900 gold on Haki, on that Xerath. And we saw it in draft and we're like, oh, what an odd pick here, but so far it's working. As MVK, they get the mid lane priority. They secure themselves a Rift Herald. MVK, this is a return to form for them. Back in Split 1, they were the jungle objective kings, and it looks like they're trying to do that here. They see that as a critical part of their win condition, and you just look at that vision control too. Every one of their wards is around these jungle objectives. They want to see GAM at all times.
But I think big thing of note, Logan, is with the Ocean Soul being up, and it's like, where this is the soul of this game, it doesn't really bode well for Vikings. It bodes well, really, for GAM. Like, if they can get 2 or 3 of these Oceans, their regen is going to be phenomenal. I think the only one that's really going to be impacted strongly by this Ocean on the side of Vikings is going to be Chica and Guri. Like, everyone else might just be able to hold on. Maybe Sulong as well. They're obviously going to be able to get a little bit of healing as the damage comes out, especially with the Sundered Sky. But I look at this and I think if GAM can get strong priority over these dragons, as this game goes on, they're going to get harder and harder to kill because Kiaya up top, taking that tower, very happy to open up the map a little bit more so they can start rotating around and joining the team.
Yeah, look, I'll say it. I think getting that Ocean Soul for even just Chica, even a couple of Ocean Drakes, is enough. Chica is so strong. With that sustain from that Blade of the Ruined King, getting an extra 2% of your health every 5 seconds, it could just be enough to put him over the edge. He could frontline. Because he does so much damage, right? The best defense is an excellent and overwhelming offense in this situation. I said it before, I'll say it again. It is easier to attack than it is to defend, and Chica is a very strong attacker.
Yeah, but also Chica might be caught out. There's a lot of vision. Blast Cone is there, so they might be able to use it to get away, but here's Haki, here's Sulong looking to join back into the fight, and Chica is able to walk away, but a TP was burnt, and the Impale on top side actually failed as to trying to catch Kratos. Now they're looking at this mid tower as Herald has been spawned, looking to take it for a ride, send it into the mid, but maybe they just want to hit the knock up first, but they can't secure it. But tower picked up here. Not the end of the world here, and still a nice bit of gold going over. Still 3k for Vikings.
Yeah, and they're going to get this topside tier 1 as well. Kiaya racing to prevent Kratos from getting anything done. Does dodge that accelerated shock blast. So really nicely done there. The empowered shock blast, my apologies. As we see Glory complete the Chovy belt. So just has a little bit more mobility now. Still down 30 CS. I mean, even though they're even in kills, Chica is still up 1.3k gold. He's just been so influential, so effective for MVK. It's like MVK went, you know what, we're winning, we're getting Chica on Yone, and that's it. Play around him. Taki on the roam. 1 minute till that Ocean Drake is up. 1 minute until the Baron is up. So it will be the contest for objectives as we do see Haki throw a stun wide just for fun there. He knows it'll be back before any fight breaks out. A lot of pings happening down here on this bot side. Drakthar looking for a
Cancelling it out, hitting with the shot. Always nice to see. Second year hit with a shocking orb. It is spelling of a disaster, but towards this top side as well, we're seeing a nice little lead for Kiaya, who is only up just a little bit, but a Renekton is always so relevant in team fights, especially as this game goes on, and we're going to be seeing GAM really progressing forward. It is all about this poke from Vikings that's going to keep everyone from GAM at bay, but if you get on top of them, if you disrupt that gameplay and say, we're not going to let you poke us out, we're just going to full send it, you can throw them for a loop as Vision's being cleared out. Taki hasn't been spotted. So we could be looking at a bit of a contention here, Logan, as Vision again just being cleared.
Yeah, but Vision is so important, right? Like, you look at the Vision control, and it is GAM favored. They've got more Vision score across more of their members, but MVK, it just feels like theirs is more effective. Theirs is more efficient. They're controlling this Drake. They're denying GAM from getting onto it. They have to contest. Here comes the TP.
Yeah, looking for a fight as Scuttle to get picked up, and now Chica looking at Kiaya, trying to slice and dice them out. Artemis has to rocket jump away, is taken so low, they might just have to concede this one. The poke was just enough to get the carries away, throwing out the roots, and yeah, soul point now confirmed for Vikings.
Yeah, look, I know we didn't like the Xerath pick in draft, but it's working. Haki using that poke to just drive Artemis back. He had to use every trick in the book to try and dodge those ultimate shots there. Otherwise, he would have died. Chica saw his opportunity, went in, did enough damage to Kiai to drive him back too. Nothing GAM could do to contest this one. They're going to have to try and live for that sort of 35-minute mark while Victor scales up. I really do think Glory could be the possible win condition for GAM here. Is, I mean, Chica on this Yone is so oppressive. That Bork, that extra shielding coming through from the crossbow that he's picked up there. Yeah. In the feels, right? Like, just the, what do you say to that? Like, he just soul unbounds, does half your health, and you're like, okay, cool, I guess I just can't fight you. Like, I feel like MVK have got great advantage in team fights.
Okay. All right. Like, I think there's pros and cons to any draft, Logan, as we do say as casters. I think you're right, Cheeky is going to be this main carry, but as items start to complete across the board and a tower is going to go over, Glory trying to hold on here is here comes Taki, TP onto the backside, Kiaya, fate sealed right into the waiting jaws of a crocodile, as now they're going to collapse onto Chica with nowhere to go, and a final slice or dice is going to be enough, but it's actually a laser beam that secures it, and that was a really nice piece of shutdown gold, and that gold lead in the mid lane is all but nullified.
Yeah, I really do love that they handed that kill over to Glory as well. They let him pocket that extra cash. GAM, vision control around this Baron, baiting MVK in, the TP being committed. They're going to fight this one. Drakthar going in.
They're looking for Drakthar, but they're actually trying to turn this fight. Kratos is there. They might need to turn this as the Nature's Grasp is good. Taunt is even better. Haki is getting taken, blown up instantly. This is what I was talking about. Artemis rocket jumps away. Another stun trying to come through. Bikiaya is low. Guri as well. Very healthy, has to be careful. Kratos, a lot of mana, a lot of health, trying to send out these shots, but it's GAM who pick up the fight. They're bringing back a little bit of that gold lead, but they weren't able to secure the Baron.
Yeah, look, they win the team fight. They get the pick onto Chica. They then take out Haki. So that's your two main damage dealers. But GAM were already so low themselves from trying to contest that fight that they had to back away. So MVK surely happy with that, preventing that Baron take by GAM here. 23 minutes as we go to the replay. And Chica, he gets that tower and goes into Glory. But then we see Taki on the roam. We see Kiaya instantly pop that Dominus. The fate sealed, as you say, just delivers him into the waiting arms. And Kiaya and Taki know that they cannot get that kill. They know they must give that over to Glory, because if you can get that victor ahead with the scaling, you stand a really good chance of these team fights later on. That Storm, as you've said before, such a great team fighting tool. Haki on the bot side, exhausted even. Taki gets the E onto him. MVK collapse, try and save him. The Hextech ultimatum, buying space, buying time. Artemis forced to rocket jump away. A really good, I want to say, rebound from MVK on the backside of that fight. That said, MVK is still 2,000 gold up, even though GAM are ahead in kills.
Yeah. It's all these objectives, right? Like, you got 3 dragons on your belt. It's not too bad to have. We'll have to see what it's going to look like as Dragon up in 1 minute time. Logan?
I do love a good dragon. It will be the soul if MVK secure it. GAM have to answer this, but the problem is every single ultimate is up except for Taki, so MVK have a resource advantage right now. It'll probably be up by the time the dragon breaks out, but the flashes are also heavily advantaged to MVK, and I say heavily because only Drakthar has his for GAM. Chica on the Yone has a flash. The distance he will be able to cover. Soul Unbound, Flash Fate sealed. I mean, GAM has to be so careful, and they've got no setup. They've got minimal vision as MVK moves in to clear it all out.
Yeah, Artemis is a little bit overextended here too. Kiaya, Artemis, yes, you have a rocket jump, but one false move could be disastrous. Like you said, Chica has so much mobility, but the dragon is spawning, and there is vision on the pit. They know where they are. They're looking to get a little bit more back. We'll have to see is Chica's just going to start it straight away. It's going to have to be a 50-50, but Sulong is here, looking to stop Drakthar from being able to enter into the pit, looking to do some damage as the Nature's Grasp goes out. Let's see if it's going to be secured as the Soul Unbound is good. No, it's going to be picked up. It is Soul for Vikings, but is it going to be enough damage as the rest of GAM are starting to slice their way through? Haki picks up Glory, but look at the rest. Artemis has gone too. Chica is holding on and forcing them back, but Drakthar is going to scoot through a wall and try to hold on as long as they can. It looks like Sulong might be able to run them down. The healing is just so good, and Vikings are coming up with the goods with a very unconventional draft, and they're looking good as they extend this gold lead to 5k.
It's like game 1 and game 3 never happened, right? Like, MVK have rallied. MVK have said, you might have beat us bad in those games, but now we're going to turn it around and beat you back even harder, right? They win the team fights, they extend their gold lead, they get the Soul, they get the Baron, and they're already sieging GAM's base. And it feels like GAM, they're able to put a fight together, but it is Chica. There's nothing more to be said, as that Fate sealed was beautiful. I mean, Haki just finishes off Glory. The rest of MVK front lines, Chica in the mix. Guri brought low, but his job is done. How did GAM come back into this one?
That's usually the question I ask you here, Logan. That's the difference. But you know what? I think it's going to take a Baron and an Elder, and it's going to be a 4 kills, and you're going to kill all 5 for 4 members on the side of Vikings if GAM want to come back into this. Just because they have to still wait for a little bit of that scaling. They need more items across the board. They're starting to pick up the anti-heal for GAM, so they're going to be able to deal with Chica a little bit better. But if you look at the itemization, you can see Chica is very close to that 100% crit. That last Whisper is there along with the Cloak. So it means they're most likely going for either a Lord Dom's or the Executioner's Calling. So getting their own anti-heal could be good. But I feel like the Lord Dom speaks volume because there's so much tankiness and shields on the side of GAM. So it'll be interesting to see where they go with Baron in play. A 1k gold lead off this Baron play regardless means they're walking down these towers. They're getting the job done.
Yeah, there will be no negative Baron power play here for MVK in this game, as they have cracked the bot side tier 2, they've cracked the mid inhibitor turret, and they are sieging up the base of GAM. There's level differences advantage to MVK in every single lane. Artemis trying to make something happen on the top.
looking for something. Kratos was the target, but they're not going to be able to pick him up. The healing was just too good, and now they're turning the fight around. Sulong able to pick up a kill. It's looking like a double as well for Sulong, as it's still GAM just have no answer to what is going on. Chica picked up Drakthar. We talked about killing these tanks, and they still have so much of a Baron to hold on to. I can't believe it. The draft that we were so criticizing for looked like absolute nonsense. Vikings have just pulled off a miracle win, and they've made it look so good because they do not stop. There's Camille's in charge. They've just hit level 12 and they're at the Nexus. 29 minutes into this game, and we're going to Silver Scrapes here, Logan. Vikings versus GAM. Both teams want to go to Worlds.
Yeah, this was the quickest game of tonight's best of 5 series here in this game 4. It is 2 apiece now. Both teams on match point now. It is only down to a BO1 with restricted champ pools. MVK, they show GAM how it's done. They drafted unorthodoxly, but they made it work. Haki, with his long-range bombardments, able to punish GAM because they couldn't get on top of this immobile Xerath. Chica on the Yone got so far ahead so early, and he just never fell behind. This draft was built to play around Chica, but it was a bonus that Haki just stomped as well, and it just felt like GAM could not put together a cohesive team fight. Drakthar on that Skarner, in my opinion, lackluster. Missed a lot of his ults, wasn't able to get many engages, so it just always felt like they were on the back foot. It always felt like they were disadvantaged.
I think a lot of that comes down to this support pick of the Camille, right? Like, this is the champion that we've seen so much around the world. Even when they tried to nerf it and say we're not going to let the roaming be too much, Camille's still going to be somewhat relevant because you do have the true damage. But in the face of a Skarner who needs to get through a wall, Camille loves playing near walls. That's the big difference. So every time the Skarner goes to make a move, you could see Camille's there ready to make something happen or disrupt the fight. So Drakthar just never got it in. They were never ever close to these objectives because they were held back, and that just let Xerath do all of this work from afar. You can see even here, this fight, Artemis, you don't have any items, my dude.
Yeah, this was the most questionable play of all of them. Like, I would love to interview Artemis and say, buddy, give us a breakdown. What were you thinking? Why did you go in there? Because it just gifted Chica like another kill. It gifted Sulong a kill, so he was able to get advantage in the supportal combat. Haki just levels up at the right time. He's 2 levels up over Artemis at this situation, and they never let up their level leads as well, right? Like, I was calling it just before the game ended. Every single member of MVK had at least 1 level's gold advantage over every single member of GAM. This was the best play we saw out of Drakthar all game, and it turned the fight around. It gave us hope that GAM had an answer, but we just didn't get it again.
Yeah, look, it's so true. Like, there was signs of life, but weirdly enough, the life just wasn't there. Let's watch this. Look, I love that celebration, but unfortunately they didn't come up with the result they were hoping for. As you see in the rest of these fights, it was mostly MVK coming up with the goods and cleaning out a little bit more, because I feel like if Artemis just had a little bit of a lead in this game, they could have done so much more. But I think you're right that Xerath in this fight, in this game, just kept them so far at bay, in tow with a Yone that was not afraid to take the fight to them and actually be the disruptor there as well. And when they got that lead, when they got those early kills, a lot of the times that is usually just GG. That is what this champion is built to do, is to dominate a game. You can make them go 0-10, they will come back at some point. I should know, I play a lot of Yone, so one good lead is all it takes. And this is Artemis again, looking for a little bit more. There's the Stench United, they flashed forward, but here comes Sulong, and just the exhaust, Hextech ultimatum, locks them in, nothing you can do, and you've just given the support 2 kills off the back of a play, and it was a desperation play.
Yeah, exactly. They were trying to get something back. And I mean, Artemis just didn't have the damage. He was 3 levels down on that Jace, and he was landing everything. The buster shots, he jumped on his head, and it still was not enough to get the job done. But that's what happens when you make those final plays of desperation, Pike. But we are Silver Scrapes. 4 games deep in this best of 5 and looking forward to the next one.
We'll have to wait and see.
That's it. We'll be right back after this break, and put your phones up, turn your lights on. This is the lower bracket final elimination. Loser, knocked out, winner goes on to play whoever loses CFO versus Team Secret Wales. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the LCP, welcome back to Silver Scrapes, and we're going to a Game 5 here in our best of 5 lower bracket elimination between GAM Esports and MVK, Pike.
Yes, we are at a Silver Scrapes. That drafting, I don't understand. Why did it look like solo queue and why did it work? I don't understand what's going on in these stages, but obviously the coaches have other thoughts in their head, and I guess it goes back to the mentality I've been pushing for a very long time here in the LCP. In fact, all year, is our teams do better when drafts don't really make sense. I've been saying that for a while though, Logan, haven't I?
I really think our teams here in the LCP do better when they stick to their guns, right? When they keep going with their own style, with their own meta, their own decision-making processes, rather than trying to adapt to what the rest of the world is doing, right? It creates this point of difference. It creates this point of confusion among your opponents and it forces them to come into you, if that makes sense. So really liking seeing MVK just stick to the guns. This is the spice that we were talking about. This is that interesting, quirky drafting that they're known for, at least here in the LCP, and I would love for them to be known for globally.
Yeah, so true. But as we get ready for game number 5 here, Logan, any champion really still available to Fearless. We've locked out quite a few, 40 champions in fact. We're still going to get 10 bans, so 50 champions total taken off the board. It really raises the question, what is the big disruptor in this Game 5? What is the champion that we expect to see from these teams that is going to throw them for the loop? Last game, it was the Yone on Chica. It looked good. This game, really, anything's possible.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've got to talk about the picks that are still being banned every single game, right? Like Cassiopeia has not hit the rift, still banned every game. Syndra still banned every single game. Ezreal still banned. We are now in Game 5. Surely we're going to see these kind of like S-tier picks hit the rift this game. Nocturne as well, because if they're not banned, like if they're not picked up, I just struggle to see a world with like powerful compositions. Talia is still up. She could make for a good mid or bot lane pick, but again, we're not in this mage meta anymore. I really think Talia's home is that mid lane, and it will be for a long while to come. Kai'Sa potentially still up. That Misfortune, like they're not unusual off-meta picks, but we're that deep in the Fearless bans, like you said, that I would expect to see them now as Pyke, the first one banned away.
Taking me off the scoreboard. I see how it is. I see what you're trying to do, GAM, as they are on the red side as well. Vikings on blue. Cass being another ban. I think these are going to be pretty stable and safe. Now, you talked about some champion combinations. I want to throw some back at you and just see if they stick, right? I think we're going to be seeing something like the Ziggs Leona is definitely an option. We haven't seen Yorick yet in this top side as we're starting to dwindle that pool too. There's the Ezreal ban. Get it off my screen. Totally fair, especially with the Syndra as well. I think we could be seeing a Mundo. That's definitely a possibility.
I mean, to be fair, any champion is definitely a possibility, so long as it isn't banned away here. Mundo top, maybe Mundo jungle. I mean, we haven't seen him in the jungle for quite some time though, so it would most likely be that top laner. And I mean, Nautilus and Galio make sense to me. Nautilus, it's interesting. I don't think Nautilus is oppressive as his ban rate suggests. He's strong, but it's not like he can like hard carry and solo win games for you. You do still need to like play around what the Nautilus can set up as Glory slams at Akali in the mid lane. And one of my favorite things when a team slams a pick is it robs your opponents of time, because they're not sitting there thinking, oh, Akali, what can we go for? It's, oh, they've gone Akali. Oh, we need to make our decision now, you know?
Yeah, so true. Like, and I think the Akali is one of these really strong picks in the mid lane as well, but the Ashe Seraphine being locked in, one of the strongest bot lanes we've seen for quite a while, but hasn't really been as prevalent. But now that we're entering into a Game 5, and we didn't even notice that the Nocturne wasn't banned, so we could be seeing it picked up here for Drakthar. There must be a thought process here for Vikings of why they let this through.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to plan for these things. You've got to know that you've got that game plan to an answer to it. Obviously, we're not seeing it yet. They decided to prioritize their bot lane. They really want Hark and Shuling to get ahead on this Ashe Seraphine duo. I do like the Cassante pick. Probably still, if they go for it, probably still one of the strongest top laners out there at the moment. I would love to see Zeri Yumi in the bot side to answer this Ashe Seraphine as Varus locked in, and that makes me wonder where he'll go, Pike, because we have seen Varus in that top side as well.
It's a really smart pick here right now. Like, putting it in as that third slot in the drafting phase is, you have to draft so particularly. You got to be thinking about, do we send it top? Do we send it to the AD carry role? What support could we pick up here? So it forces Vikings into a very rough drafting pattern, as they could just look to go topside. Looking at the Yorick, it always goes quite well. Even into the Varus, it might struggle early on, but as the game goes on, it does get better. I'm just sad there's no Nasus, but you know what? It's okay. It's fine, guys. Not too worried. We could still see a Nasus for GAM. Just saying.
Yeah, exactly. They could just send that Varus bot side and chuck a Nasus in that top lane. But I really don't think Nasus is going to have a good time into Yorick if he does go in that top side. Does have a little bit of sustain, but it'd be a tall order because Yorick also has that kind of like ranged advantage there too. But I mean, on the bot side of GAM, right, we've got the mid lane, we've got the jungler. Varus is an unknown, but as far as supports go that are still up, Lulu is probably like one of the better, one of the stronger supports that is still up and available. We've seen, I do believe, the Milio already. Renata is still available. Could go for some of that hostile takeover energy, but right now it doesn't look like they're the best targets on the side of MVK. So it'll just... I love hypothesizing and theorizing about what these drafts could be, but I'm most excited to learn what they are. I'm like, can we just pick already, please?
I think if I'm looking at it, right, if I'm looking at how the Nocturne and the Akali want to take these fights, is you need something that's not only a frontline, but is going to CC. So the first thing that comes to mind, Rel and Leona. They do pair well nicely with the Varus. You can layer on the CC, lock them down, and get the damage off, so it alleviates that pressure for Varus. But also, if you don't want to have the Varus in the bot lane, you want to send it top, you can still go for some more unique picks, like Braum is up and available. You do have the potential of a Blitzcrank. So, like, if we want to start looking at these really high pressure, high tempo sort of champions, we have a lot on offer. In saying that, champions that are still on the board and not in the banning phase just yet, we did see the Caitlyn game. I'm just trying to remember through all the games that we actually saw. I was going to say Caitlyn Lux could definitely be an option, but Caitlyn has been played.
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of reduces the idea that that Lux will even be played because Caitlyn is no longer available, right? So it's good to get these pairs, these duos, these combos out of the game. Out of the match earlier on, because it disrupts those later games. Obviously, you're hoping to win by the time it gets to those later games, but if you can't, having those duos broken apart is really, really nice. The duos that are still up, though, that you could expect to see, that we've mentioned it before, is that Zeri Yumi in the bot side, that hyper mobility. It could still be a combo. Kai'Sa still up. Hasn't been banned yet, though we do walk into the second round of bans. So if she makes it through, surely Artemis goes for that one because he is capable. He is competent on that Kai'Sa. Or
Yanara Lulu. You talked about Lulu before. Why are we not talking about Yanara? Like, that's the combo.
Yeah, absolutely. Could definitely go for that. Doesn't
Kalista
really
Renata.
have the... Yes, another duo. Yep, really strong.
Do you want another one?
Sure, why not?
Draven Blitzcrank.
Look, mate. I know that Draven's a solid pick in the hands of Doggo, but I'm yet to see him be... Oh, okay, it's never ending. What's up?
I can keep throwing these out for you, Logan. We got some Miratam Kench if you want to get real spicy with it. Let's throw in a Taric in there if we feel extra good. Maybe pair that with a Jinx. There's a lot we could put into this game right now that would look so good.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to agree, and that's just bot side matchups, right? Like, Drakthar locked in that Nocturne for himself in the jungle, but I don't believe we've got the jungle for MVK because they did lock in that Ashe Seraphine.
Yorick. Yes, correct.
And their top side. Yeah. So they still have their jungler to pick as well, right? And it's like Wukong is still up. Xin Zhao is still up. So Kiana even. We've got some pretty classic junglers still available here to match up into that Nocturne. But unfortunately, they're not great, dare I say, counters, right? Because the best use of a counter pick that we once saw was the Nocturne. Pantheon was such a phenomenal pick because he can just global wherever Nocturne globals and respond. But that's not available to them right now. So it'll be interesting to see which way they go. How MVK want to work to shut this Nocturne down to try and moderate the impact of the paranoias.
I like it. The first thing that comes to mind is we need something that's going to be able to fight with the Nocturne a little bit. Something that's going to be a little bit of an interesting combo. I'm thinking a Wukong is actually a good answer here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Wukong's fantastic engage, fantastic disengage if you want to dive onto the backline, which is exactly what a Nocturne wants to do. Does have that skirmishing power. I mean, we've talked about Shyvana before. I think it had its moment, and I don't think we're going to see it again. I think that was like that pop-off one game that, oh my god, Shyvana, but like it was an extreme outlier, right? Like it was put to fantastic use at 1v9 carried, but they were very specific conditions that I just don't think we're going to see replicated again. I mean, I think Wukong has to be the pick into this Nocturne, surely, for MVK.
Oh, look, anything goes, Logan. We just had the craziest game in LCP history, and I don't even know, man. I don't even know. I'm looking at the drafting potential. I think Yanara Lulu is going to be the right call if it's not banned out. For GAM, I think that's just got to be the smart one because you can be reactive into the Crystal Arrow and the Encore for the Ashe Seraphine. You can get a lot of agency too. But it's like the other side as well, like potentially. Let me throw a random champion at you, Nico.
Okay, all right. Let me throw another champion at you. There's an Ashe ult. There's a Seraphine ult. Mel. Rebuttal.
Yep. Good call. I like it. I don't mind that. But the big thing there is you need a little bit of extra AD. So do they go for an AD top laner like the Varus? That could go into the Yorick up top side. So that's going to be an AD. But they have to go AP into a tank. So I don't know if Mel would be the right answer.
Nah, slam it. Don't chicken out. We've seen Artemis on Mel before. Just absolutely slam the Mel, cook the draft. If MVK can pull off a cooked draft, so can GAM. Because we've seen Artemis on Mel before. I think it was back in Split 1, maybe early Split 2, when he was still learning about the execute on the Solar Eclipse. But we've seen him since then pilot her so effectively. That, infamous champion with that rebuttal, being able to reflect ultimates back at people, reflect skill shots, provide a small amount of shielding, a burst of move speed, and the Q poke so oppressive. But where's it the right pick into Ashe Seraphine? Oh, I don't know. I feel like they have a lot of tools to bait the rebuttals out.
Ooh, okay. We're thinking about it wrong though, Logan. Let's flip it again. What if it's a Mel support?
Yeah.
Like, that's a possibility. Mel support, maybe throw in a wild card in there again, right? We're talking about these weird combos. Let's get a Twisted Fate or something down there. Get a Ziggs maybe, get the rebuttal, hit them back. They're here with a Crystal Arrow now instead. Boom, Mega Inferno Bomb on their head. Nothing you can do. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But like, there's just so much. We can be hypothetical all day long. But waiting on a couple little issues here, guys. Stay tuned and stay with us as we get ready for draft very, very soon. We'll have to see. Has he got tape on his arm?
They've got tape on their sleeves. I think they're like potentially covering up sponsors or old sponsors. I'm not 100% sure. I know Relove DCG, they also have some tape on their jerseys when we look at them from time to time. So maybe it's just like a sponsorship kind of thing, and they have to just cover it up. It's quicker, it's easier, it's more efficient that way. But yeah, I like the theories that we're going through here with these picks, with these bands. This is MVK. I really do think we're just going to get a champion we have not seen in LCP Split 3. I think they're going to just throw us an absolute curveball. I mean, we're not going to get... We've got Yorick top, we've got the bot, so it's jungle and it's mid. It's against Akali, so you cannot pick Azir. Azir into Akali is just basically unplayable. I don't know how Locke would play into Akali. I know we've spoken about it before. It'd just be two mid-lane AP assassins. I would love to see it, because I haven't yet. Cassiopeia banned away. Silas already used. I think Twisted Fate is a fantastic call. I'm going to come back to this. I think fantastic Twisted Fate could change the game. He could be that global responder to those Nocturne engages, that setup with that gold card. I'm sold on it. I want to see it.
Or, well, yeah, I do like that. That's why I said it before. I'm just going to go through every champion, basically, at this point. That's the best part. But what about a Talia in the mid?
I mean, we've already spoken about that Talia, right? I mean, she just feels like, I want to say she feels like too much of the right choice, if that makes sense. It feels like she fills that role, but she won't do it explosively. I want to see Twisted Fate. I want to see stronger, harder playmaking. The pebbles and the flicks. I mean, Talia in the mid lane onto Akali. Akali has the dashes, so the pebbles will do a good job. Talia okay in the Akali matchup.
Yeah, Talia's good in the Akali matchup.
Yeah, but we just don't know the rest of the GAM draft to put the value on that Talia.
Take the Akali out, we're good to go. It's not a problem. I'm just saying, I think the Talia is going to be the answer. I think we just cruise with that one.
No, Twisted Fate. Scissor, paper, rock. All right, do we scissor, paper, rock to see like who gets what? No? Okay, all right. Nope. I'm just saying. Okay. All right, sure. We'll remain who's to be seen here, but we'll be right back after this break. Hopefully the tech issues will be resolved, because here in the LCP we're made for this, and it's the last game of the BO5. See you on the other side.
This is a Mumu. A Mumu couldn't figure out what items to buy, so he left his base without them. This is widely regarded as a bad move.
Inevitably.
The Rift is a dangerous place when you're unprepared, so you'll need to stock up on the strongest items Runeterra has to offer. Here's what you should keep in mind when perusing the shopkeeper's wares. If you're heading to the jungle, you'll need to buy the Hunter's Machete and some health potions to survive your first clear. Most other champions do well with some Boots of Speed and health potions to get right into the action. Just remember that you only need one boot item for your build. I know you want to go fast, but you don't get extra movement speed after your first set. So pick the style of boot that works best for you and stick with it.
Okay.
When buying items, start with what your champion wants to do most. Dealing tons of attack damage, go for Trinity Force or Infinity Edge. Casting powerful magical abilities, Deathfire Grasp and Rod of Ages have you covered. Trying to become an unkillable tank? Sunfire Cape has the health you're looking for. And if you're a jungler, you should probably upgrade your Hunter's Machete into Spirit Stone or a Madrid's item. If you're a support, your budget's going to be pretty tight, so it's important to make the most of each purchase. Items like Heart of Gold and Philosopher's Stone give you extra gold generation, which can make up for all that farm you definitely aren't taking. You'll also want to get items like Sightstone that give you a pool of wards to use instead of having to buy each one individually. Once you've finished building your first item, start thinking about what the enemy team does well and what you need to counter it. For example, Banshee's Veil gives you a spell shield that fully blocks the next enemy ability, making it a perfect answer to champions like Annie who thrive on burst damage.
Once you've finished your responsible shopping, feel free to check out some more creative purchases. Niche items like Banner of Command could catch your opponents off guard and shift the game in your favor. You never know until you try. So get out there, experiment, and find the perfect build for your champion and playstyle.
A clever fox is never caught.
恭喜 Caps 入选了名人堂。
Chúc mừng Cap đã được vào Hall of Flame.
Chúc mừng Cap đã vào Hall of Fame của Liên minh huyền thoại.
이번에 G2 캡스 선수가 명예 전당에 헌정됐다는 소식을 들었는데 되게 많이 축하드리고요. 어떻게 보면 G2의 심장이라고 생각을 하는데 꾸준히 좋은 모습을 보여주는 게 정말 대단하고 생각하고 멋있다고 생각하는 것 같습니다. 명예 전당 정말 축하드립니다.
キャップス選手が他のプレイヤーと違う分言うと本番の大舞台でものすごく強いっていうのがあるんじゃないかなと思いますね。やっぱり彼ほどの逆境に強いプレイヤーっていうのはなかなかいないんじゃないかなと思います。キャップス選手改めてオールオブレジェンドおめでとうございます。
我最欣赏 Caps 的点就是永不放弃吧，然后每一年都在为自己的未来打拼。
因为我之前在欧洲也打过一段时间吧，然后那时候也跟他做过对手，所以我觉得他很努力，然后我觉得他这名人堂记得没毛病。好，
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã ghi danh vào đại sảnh huyền thoại.
恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂。
캡스 선수 명예 전당에 입성하신 것을 정말 축하드립니다.
恭喜 Caps 入选英雄联盟名人堂。
我认为新生代选手，尤其是 LEC 赛区的，应该都会算是把它当成中路的标榜，有点像是贝壳的感觉了。恭喜 Caps 入选名人堂，又达成了一个里程碑。
Mình xin chúc mừng Cap đã bước vào đại sảnh danh vọng nhé.
And we are back getting ready for tonight's last game of our best of 5 matchup between MVK Esports and GAM. And that's it, right? Like 5, wait, that's 10. That's 5 and 5. I get paid to yap. I don't get paid to count Pike. I'm so cooked. Yeah, I mean, okay, all right, cool. We'll see how it goes. But we are back after those, little technical issues. We took a little break. Hopefully, you all went and got some water. Maybe went to the restrooms and prepared yourself for the 5th and last game of tonight's lower bracket elims, Pike, because we've been theorizing some drafts.
Look, it wouldn't be a best of 5 if it didn't have an extra 5-minute break, right? I think that's just something we have to admit. The world will give it to us no matter what. So you know what? Yeah, we have been theorizing drafts. I think we just need to maybe take a second to look back at the whole series tonight. Look, I think that's probably a good place to start. We've had 4 games, each one testing our patience, testing our mental, pushing us to the brink of what we consider League of Legends to a point. I really just want to see some cleaner League of Legends.
These games have been so topsy-turvy. They've been so back and forth in some of them, but they've also been so extremely stompy in others that I'm almost confused as to what team to expect when we get onto the Rift, right? Like, we saw before the Xerath draft, and we were like, that is so unusual. We just don't see the vision for MVK. And then they turned it around, right? They proved, they showed, they made the doubters, us, believe that it worked. And it makes me wonder what they're going to bring here for Game 5. We already know the Yorick on the top side. We already know the Ashe Seraphine on the bot side. So what curveballs, what spanners can they throw in the works through their mid and jungle? This is MVK. I believe that they've got something deep in their pockets.
Usually when you talk about deep pockets, you refer to like money in the game or gold, Logan. I'm not sure if it counts. Can it count for pocket picks? Oh, well, it's actually called a pocket pick. So you know what? Bang on. Nice work there. Good work with those words. Maybe you don't need to count, Logan. That's the best part. But you're right. Deep pocket picks. We'll have to see what they're going to be locking in. I do actually think the Mel is a really good call.
Yeah, look, I mean, it just answers so many tools that MVK have already drafted. Like, the two single biggest tools with their Ash Arrow, with their Seraphine Ultimate, the Encore, like, that's just such a strong team fighting tool that if they can reflect that back onto MVK, then the fight's done and dusted. But if that's the direction GAM wants to go, then they need to draft into that, right? Like, maybe not heavily over-index, because if you miss the rebuttal onto that Encore, then, you know, your fight's cooked if you've over-indexed, but just to be able to punish a bit more effectively. However, why bother going for a Mel when you can get a reliable hostile takeover if you go for that Renata? I just really like it.
Yeah, so true. It's going to be fun. We'll have to see, because usually you pick the Mel into the Renata so you can rebuttal that hostile takeover. So definitely going to be an interesting one of what that's going to be looking like. Regardless, we're still waiting to get into this draft to see what we're going to confirm and what is going to be played in this last game. It's getting late. We're going to see what is going to be beheld to us on this Rift. I think we need to start seeing some earlier dragons regardless. As we get into this series, especially moving towards like the finals in the next couple days, next week, I want to see some quick active gameplay. I want to see us starting to be reminiscent of other leagues like LCK, LPL, even LEC, where it is quick, it's fast paced. We shouldn't just be fighting permanently over nothing. We shouldn't be doing this anymore. We need to start evolving and growing as a league, as a region, and I think this is where we need to start focusing up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now is the time to shine. Now is the time to put your best foot forward. Now is the time to draft your best drafts, right? It may not necessarily be a traditional draft. It may not necessarily be a draft that the rest of the world looks at and goes, that's a good draft. But if you can make it work, then was it a bad draft? No, because you won with it. And if you take that unique identity and you put it on the world stage and you win a few games with it, oh my God, you know, suddenly you are the draft makers. You're leading the way as we do get back into that second round of bans here. Just as a quick recap, Akali, Nocturne, Varus picked up for GAM. Ash, Seraphine, Yorick picked up for MVK, and I have to say, I like the Cho'Gath ban. We've seen what Cho'Gaths can do.
So true. There's a Xin as a return fire. We'll have to see. There's the Blitzcrank ban. I did mention that as a possibility, so just, I don't know, maybe it's not a bad call as you do get that snap engage, but now that there's no real hooks in the game, Pike, Nautilus, and Blitzcrank ban out, and there's the Malphite ban. They heard my prayers, and they took it off the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, that's a deep callback to, I think you were talking about Malphite in like game 1, I think, Pike. So, yeah,
maybe.
Just really a big premonition from you there. Future forecasting as, Graves being hovered here. We'll see how this one turns out. Wukong. That was the one we were talking about as a good response to Nocturne.
I said that. I knew there was going to be a Nocturne Wukong. It makes the most sense. It's the only one that's a really snap engage, restarting the fight after the Nocturne's gone in. You get the Cyclone moving. You hit them with the Encore. You can break the shield off the Nocturne. I mentioned Nico as well. Get away from me. I'm too smart at this, man. When we get to game 5, I can just throw anything and it's going to work. But Nico, I really like, because that's going to be your support. It's going to be really good engages. Darius is definitely a choice. Riven is amazing. Unbench the Kendrick Scion actually makes a lot of sense here too. It's a Gwen!
I don't know how Gwen's going to face up into this Yorick, but she's going to be able to like AoE cut through those ghouls, so I kind of like that pick. I think she's going to have that late game explosive damage potential. She's going to demand answers more so than Yorick simply because of her high damage output. She can go immune, so I like this pick. I'm actually a big fan of seeing Gwen's. I remember Rest and Driver of CFO back in 25 were just absolutely running over games with this AP top laner. So a lot of AP damage coming through here for GAM. So hopefully Artemis on that Varus in that bot side goes with the AD build. Oh, wait, LeBlanc in the mid lane.
Where do you think it was going to go, Logan?
I'm saying I like that.
Oh, well, I'm glad you like it, because I like it too. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to definitely punish this Akali for walking up. Downside is it's going to have a lot of work cut out for them. Then Chica needs to get this early lead. And we know Chica is quite good at the game. That Yone game definitely was showing that they can carry this team quite hard. So we'll have to see how their performance is going to be, as they really are going to have to deceive up their competition. Because the Deceiver, which is what LeBlanc is really here to sort of throw something at the wall and make sure that this Akali's not going to have any in this game.
Well, no matter what happens, this is Game 5 of tonight's best of 5 series between MVK Esports and GAM Esports. This is the lower bracket elimination. You lose here, you are out of playoffs contention, and your hopes, your dreams for Worlds, I mean, they just start to get that much narrower. They get to that much less because we've got those 3 berths. Right now, if CFO beat Team Secret Whales, they will be the ones to secure that berth on championship points. So they need to hope that they lose here to keep their dreams alive. MVK with the early 3-man push. Glory needs to be careful. You don't want to give over first blood this early.
Yeah, already having to use that shuriken to flip backwards, so definitely a little bit of a rough one, but forced so far out. Now they're on the wrong side of this jungle, so Haki needs to be careful here too, as it is Taki down on this bot side, being a sneaky little Varus. As you are the Nico, you can sort of swap forms, but we'll have to see what it's going to look like, as instead they're looking to invade the jungle fully, and Guri wants this blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, they already got the heal out of Taki here as well. This is not going well for GAM, as SOFM is just breaking records with these coach comms. It's not even, it's 1 minute 12 into the game, and the first coach comm has been called. Like, what can he say now that he couldn't have said when the draft began? As this trading is so heavy in every single lane. Heal, burnt on both supports here. Kiaya, low. Kratos, low. If this is any indicator on how this game is going to go, I'm excited. And you look at the summoner spells here as well. 3 TPs on the side of GAM, not a single TP for MVK.
Yeah, now Kratos doesn't really need the TP. I like that they've gone for a bit more of a kill threat on this lane too, but Haki now looking for a little bit more, as there's first blood instantly picked up. Guri locking it down, but I think Sulong might go down for their troubles here. Not too much damage over from Taki, but there it is going to be picked up, the 1-for-1 trade. Let's see if Haki wants to do more, as Taki has to flash. Oh, what is going on?
I mean, this is just the way the game is going, right? Like, good job from Taki to get a kill back, but the first blood going over to Guri, that means that jungler is now accelerated, has picked up those 2 long swords, is back out on the rift, will have that extra damage to be able to farm a bit faster, a bit more effectively. As we take a look at this bot side play again, the TP coming through from this Varus, and they just juggle the aggro so well. Guri goes in, takes up the turrets, Haki applies some of the damage, and I mean, there's not really much to talk about in this replay because Taki was just able to trade one back onto Sulong, flash burnt, good value for MVK.
Yeah, really solid. Haki now with that little bit of the assist as well is going to give them a little bit of advantage, as it is just going to be a dagger picked up in this bot side, but yeah, you're right. Guri getting first blood, 2 long swords means they're getting very close to that Tiamat, which means their clear speed's going to be faster again. So having that little advantage over Drakthar means that they can start to be aggressive and look to do this diagonal jungling too, but Kratos could be a target here. They're looking for the 2v1 tower dive. Kiaya is going to be tanking up a little bit, but it's Drakthar taking this first hit, and it's actually going to... Oh, they're so low, and it was such a risky dive, especially into a Yorick, but they weren't able to lock it down.
Yeah, exactly. They had to play that one really, really carefully, and they respected the damage. They backed away, failed dive, top side, but they didn't give anything over, so that's really, really good. Guri's here again, though. My God, the tower dives. Sulong takes a turret here for free, Pie.
Yeah, look, that's a very low Sulong. They're just going to sacrifice themselves. The kill is going to go over to Haki, but a TP play now coming through, as it is Kiaya wanting to join in. Haki is already low. No ability to really stay, but they have to flash out just to survive. This could mean that Kratos is going to have a very free time pushing in this top side, maybe catching up on the CS that has been going over to Kiaya.
Yeah, I mean, that's not great for Kiai. He commits that TP. He's backing immediately. He has to run back out to lane, so he's going to be losing that XP. He's going to be losing that gold, whereas Kratos just gets free farm. He's absolutely loving the situation in the top side now. However, he doesn't have the TPs to follow any play that anyone wants to. I'll say it again. MVK does not have a single teleport on their side. If a fight breaks out, and all 5 members of MVK aren't there, GAM is just going to win. If a fight breaks out and GAM doesn't have every member, they're going to be able to TP. They're going to be able to respond and react, which is why these ignites are so important on the side of MVK to win these fights harder, to win these fights faster. So GAM need to be careful. We're 5 minutes in. The Drake has spawned. MVK 600 gold up, and this last game is off to a phenomenal start.
Yeah, it really is. There's a lot of aggression, but they didn't realize that Drakthar was going to be waiting in the wings. A little bit of movement speed here is good. So Taki trying to force them back a little bit more, just clearing out these waves, because yes, we do want these early dragons early on. Stop it. But now it comes down to, you need to punish this Ashe Seraphine, because if it starts to snowball as they're already doing, it's going to get harder and harder. But Kratos is being chunked out as the needlework is good, but Kratos is quite tanky still. Got a little bit of that magic resist online, so holding the line.
Yeah, but I mean, Kiai are already proving so strong this early. That's not a good sign. The Maiden called up here, though, to respond to this, tower pressure from Kiai. But this is a great showing from Kiai. He only has the Doran's Ring and the Amp Tome, so it's not like he's a full AP build when online. And Kratos already had that cloak of magic resistance, so if that's a sign of things to come, it's hopeful for GAM through that top side, but this is only early days. It is only 6 minutes, and neither side has gone for these grubs, as Nico just roaming around here. Taki playing devil's advocate. But look at the level difference. Haki, 2 levels over Artemis, 30 CS up, because they keep diving this bot side.
Yeah, just pushing him back. We saw this earlier on tonight. We saw it with the Zyra Khan. If you just put the pressure on really hard, they'll fall behind. And Guri says, we can play this game too. Now they're going to be looking for probably a return dive once again, as they're going to be able to hit this tower, get the slows. But okay, Guri decided maybe not. We've done it one too many times. Cyberbullying is very real. So they are backing out.
Yeah, but the timing could have been perfect if they had gone for that. Artemis didn't have his flash up at the time that they were looking, but he just gets it back up now. So even if they went, they could have got those resources, but Drakthar was in the area. He read the play, but counter to Haki's CS lead over Artemis, and Kiai has an looking
for something. Paranoia is going to come in, and look, Kiai is low. The Ignite ticks down, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and still not the worst result for either team.
Yeah, that's not what you want, though, as GAM, right? If you're going for a 2v1, you want to win so hard that you don't give over the kill. Mid, there's a couple of plays happening, but great job there from Kratos to get that early MR, that Hex Drinker, to prevent a lot of the damage Kiai wants to do. As Haki runs Artemis down here, that is not a good look for the bot lane of GAM.
No, it's not great at all, and even Glory here taking a beating with 2 mages sitting comfortably in mid, just throwing everything they can. We're looking at Artemis once again, and I'm looking at this. Oh, it's going to be a lethality Varus.
No, we needed him to be on here.
Okay, look, we all know my thoughts and feelings on the lethality Varus. It has a time and a place. I get why it is built. I understand. I know the stats. I know the items are cheap. Cool beans. But you know what? These beans are ice cold because it is not successful in the LCP.
No, it really isn't. As Guri does take these grubs, he's going to get all 3 uncontested. Wham, bam, thank you, man. Good Paranoia out of Drakthar does secure a kill. It's 3 kills aside, but MVK slowly increasing their gold lead up at 1.1k. The first Drake, though, still up. Vision there for MVK, but not for GAM. So if they want to go in for this Drake, MVK will know that they can respond. Decent amount of poke from Artemis. Still 2 levels down. So Haki has his ultimate. Artemis doesn't. Where is Drakthar to help this bot lane? They need to do something to get him back in this game, because if this stays the way it is for too much longer, I just don't see a world where Artemis is able to get back into this one. Chica, CS lead over Glory, but Kiaya, sort of the sole main win con coming through for GAM, is up over Kratos right now.
The first game in this complete series where we have a team with all 3 grubs means the ability to hit these towers too and push that tempo on them is going to be so big. So I'm curious, because we do have a Paranoia up and available. We do have the Vision in the pit, so we could be looking for something, but it's going to be a Dragon secured now for Vikings. That's 2 objectives at the start of the game secured just from Guri being super proactive on this bot side.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you want, right? You want your jungler to be proactive. You want him to be making plays. You want him to be getting summoners out of your lanes, so it's an easier, better time for you in that lane when he leaves. Your jungler is such a critical initiator or forcer of summoners' skills and abilities, as Glory just taking a little bit of poke, that electrocute coming through to do some extra damage. And first items of the game being completed here. Drakthar has picked up that ultimate enhancing item there, that Hex Plate, so you love to see that one. Guri building towards that Triforce, which you would expect, and Kiaya's AP damage starting to come online. Taki, though, building towards that belt. He's got that Kindle Gem, he's got that extra poke as well from the Hextech Alternator, so you like to see these items coming through and setting up for the later game. Most games here go to around 33 minutes between these two, but game 4, MVK decided, nah, not today, and took us to the fastest game of the series.
So true, and I think we did just see, it's not Drakthar, it's Taki up on this top side being caught out just a little bit on vision. I think they walked slightly outside, and they did get spotted. They did have Drakthar's skin on, so maybe it was a bait and a switch, because they are heading down back bot, but with that hawk shot, they'll be able to find out Drakthar is waiting up at the chickens. So you know what? It was a smart play for all intents and purposes, out attacking up in this top side, but not going to be the result they're after.
Yeah, exactly. Good E there from Shulong. Artemis just able to dodge that one out. No follow-up damage to come through here. Good Q poke just to chip away at GAM on this bot lane. I mean, I don't want to call it a disaster, but this bot lane is not going well for GAM. Haki maintaining an oppressive CS lead, over 30 up over Artemis. 700 gold lead for him. Was a 2 level. He does have a full solid like 1.2 level lead up over Artemis. So just really, really strong there for this Ashe. If they can combo off with this Seraphine, land those roots.
Ooh. Nice work. They were able to get the Pop Blossom there, but it cost a Flash and a Cyclone at the same time. So they were really hunting to get this monkey caught out in the jungle. And a Paranoia being used too, always very hard, as a Crystal Arrow is going to land onto the top side. Guri can't really follow up. They don't have anything with them. But here's Glory looking in this mid, does have a lot of damage. Let's see if the perfect execution is going to be used to affect. Encore is going to go through. But look at the damage on the backside. Glory able to land so much. Guri picked up Glory on that as well, but look at Haki's health. Kiaya made the TP play, came all the way down, hit the ignite, hit the needlework, was able to clean up. Really nice play there from GAM, though, to recover.
Yeah, 1 for 2. Artemis!
No way. Oh my lord.
I can't swear on broadcast, but just know that I want to. Artemis TP'd in, autoed, ignited, E'd, I think it was, died. And now Kratos gets the topside tier 1. He gets a kill. He gets the first turret. That's so much gold injection over to MVK. What was that?
Look.
Okay. We're back to the replay. As you said, that Pop Blossom, extremely high value. The Flash Cyclone out of Guri was fantastic. The fancy feat on Artemis, he flashed Chains of Corruption to lock down Chica. Amazing. But the arrow from Ashe locking up Artemis prevents a lot of the follow-up. Glory gets a great flank angle. Kiaya with the TP coming through. Shulong's Encore does not get that much done, actually. So the TP differential is what gets GAM the numbers advantage here. But here's the TP that gives them the disadvantage.
Not even. It's not even 2 auto attacks. He's hit with just 2 autos, and the Maiden did the rest.
Yeah, it was auto ignite, auto Maiden. Like that was just crazy. That's not what you want. You don't want to TP in and die like that and give that over to Yorick, because now Yorick has that Triforce, has that Hex Drinker, has that top wave pushed in. The tier 1 turret has been collected, so money in the bank. Advantage MVK, 15 minutes, 2.5k gold. The Drake is up in 5 seconds. The Rift Herald up in 20, and MVK is just looking so good right now. I really think that it's going to be up to Kiaya on this Gwen to scale up and become this oppressive frontliner to overtake and dive backlines.
I did say, if you're going to go lethality Varus, expect to lose very early and maybe just lose the game. But if we got an on-hit Varus who had a Vampire accepted there, you'd probably still die. But that's a different story, because Artemis has just been shoved out of this game. They're going to be irrelevant for the next 15 minutes as well. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to get some items on board as GAM now taking control over the Dragon Pit. TPs are coming through, but it is going to be picked up. GAM securing big Pop Blossom, lands on 4. It's all she needed to do. It was a huge play. We talked about Vikings in control, but GAM off the back of this support is insane.
That might be the best Pop Blossom we've seen in the LCP. Taki, take a bow. He just won the fight for GAM. GAM get the Drake. They get the fight. They cut MVK's gold lead down to 1k at 15 minutes. That's what they needed. That's what needs to happen again and again. Artemis 1, 3, and 6 with so many assists as we see here again, right? GAM come in. Drakthar tepidly stayed on that Drake, wins the smite fight because Guri went too early. The Pop Blossom onto, I think it was 3 members and the Maiden there because Chica came from the back as well, but it was all they needed. It didn't even feel like Shulong's Encore did anything to slow the advance of GAM. That was perfection. Nico mains, take note.
I genuinely thought it was 4 because it was actually the Maiden. I saw the Maiden and I was like, oh, that's another champion. It basically is, really, in the whole greater scheme of things. So I apologize. It was 3, but still an exceptional Pop Blossom, guys. We'll just enjoy that because that was beautifully done and well executed. You're right, Taki absolutely crushed that. It probably has saved a lot of heartache for GAM here if they can come back with that one play, but if we see it done again, this is what can turn these fights around. Kiaya throwing out some needlework is going to get a lot of agency too. We also know what soul it's going to be here, Logan. It's going to be the Hex Tech once again, so it's another Hex on the map, so those tunnels are going to be huge.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We don't often talk about it, but those Hex Tech tunnels, Hex Tech gateways, they really accelerate the game because you're able to get back out onto the Rift so much faster through those jungles. Yes, the home guards get you out onto the Rift in the lanes, but the Hex Tech gates get you in the jungles. Good clone from Taki there to spot out the aggressive Chica, the aggressive Guri, as they're looking to try and take this mid tier 1, but they will not be able to do it because Taki's clone spots it out. Vision control there for MVK through the river. GAM, though, have some cheeky vision in the top side of MVK's jungle, so they should be able to see when Guri's out there farming or when he's not out there farming and be able to deduce that he's on the bot side. Oh, Glory, you need to be so careful here.
Paranoia is coming in, 2v1, getting the backflip on there too. I do worry that you're in the middle. There's the perfect execution and lovely done. Drakthar picking up a kill. Ignite is ticking, but should not be a worry.
Fantastic job there from GAM to put that play together. They chip away at that gold lead. 3-0-4 for Drakthar. He's been involved in 7 out of the 9 kills for GAM here. So lovely initiative, lovely kill participation coming through. He does have that Tiamat's as well for that little bit of extra cleave. As you know, the passive for Nocturne, it's on about a 20-second cooldown. It cleaves and heals him up when it is up. So good job there. Kratos did ignite, trying to get something back, but Guri
looking for something as they are going to hit the clone. Chica jumping over, looking to see if they find anyone, but it is going to be Glory and Drakthar waiting in the jungle. Still looking pretty good, but a tower was also secured here, Logan, being picked up down the spot side. Final coach comms once again coming through for SOFM. He has used every single coach comm every single game before 20 minutes.
You know what? This is a competitive environment. These are competitive games. If you get given an advantage, use those advantages. If you don't use those coach comms, you're leaving advantages on the floor that you could have used, right? So why not? It's your right. It's your privilege. Use them. And that's exactly what SOFM is doing. He's like, yep, every single one. And there it goes. The coach comms are done. They are dusted. He will not be coming through again in this game. Artemis trying to farm up. He has that Yomu's Ghostblade, has that movement, has that lethality. But Haki, 2 items, Runans and Hextech Optics. Yes, the Hextech is a cheaper item, but it still gives range advantage. It still gives crit. It's still oppressive to fight against.
Yeah, and Helia's now picked up for Sulong too, so healing's going to be really, really nice into this, so they don't have to go the full whack damage Seraphine. But we do love those as Chica, ooh, nice little jump back there, is finding Drakthar in a bush. Have to see is now Glory saying, okay guys, if we're not really going to be fighting these ones out, they do have TP. Maybe they can look to just take some towers off the board, as it is going to be Kratos walking up because they forgot to take TP this game. Flash Ignite is their choice in summoner spells. Now, but the dragon is up, and this is where the next move is. We could be waiting because Kratos does actually have the top lane quest where they do get that TP lock into, so that's going to come off cooldown in just a second. Maybe they'll look to make a play.
Yeah, Kiai needs to be careful trying to get a deep flank angle. Kratos getting the better of Glory in this top lane, though. He needs to be careful. He might just get 1v1'd here.
Yeah, getting slowed permanently just forces them back, as the tower is going to be able to save them a little while longer. Now it is going to be Vikings heading back towards this dragon. Remember, 1 dragon apiece here. Crystal Arrow is going to land. Encore followed up. Paranoia now jumping in. Cyclone 2 is good, but Kiaya is just gone. No chance to get into the backside. Taki is low, but can get out. And a really successful play there. Vikings, they found their mark, and look at Kratos. 3 Void Grubs, a Maiden, and just a Yorick with a huge wave can take these towers so easily.
Yeah, I mean, GAM are up in kills, but MVK, they're up in objectives, they're up in turrets, they're up in winning right now. 2,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. Kratos is a real problem. He needs to be answered as we go over this replay. Oh, Glory was just straight up spotted out. Kratos just went him. He was like, you will not be able to repeat that previous play, hitting every single one of those slows, applying that damage, taking him out of the fight. Kiaya was spotted on that ward. I wanted to talk about it, but we're too busy talking about everything else. He was always trying to get that deep flank, but that one ward spotted him. It was the stun. It was the encore, that charm. He was CC'd by the Cyclone. Nothing he could do, but the rest of GAM, I feel like they were too slow to react, right? They had the numbers around that Drake. I feel like they could have tried to pincer maneuver once all the ultimates had been committed, try and get 1 or 2 kills back on the other side of MVK. But right now, MVK looking really, really strong. It's going to be up to GAM to do something here, to take the initiative, to claw back this gold lead from MVK.
Yeah, and I think the best way you could do that is maybe go back to draft and pick yourself up a non-lethality Varus is a really good call, in my opinion. Just again, I'm just going to keep throwing heaps of shade at it, but it's not the end of the world. I think it will have its place as the game goes on, right? You still have an Akali, you have an Gwen. If they can get in and do a lot of damage, if you get this agency with the Nico that's going to get the Pop Blossom, get them low enough, you can get the executes. You can hit them with those piercing arrows. You get the Chains of Corruption to alleviate that extra pressure, and you can blow them up. So I do see the value in it. I just think at this point in the game, you have to deal with a tanky Yorick who's going to be pushing in side lanes. You have to deal with a Wukong that is going to heal up in these fights, as they do have that Sundered Sky. I do worry that the Varus in lethality mode is not going to get everything it needs to really pop off.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, GAM aren't able to put up like a continuous good fight here to frontline, right? Because I think the thing that a good Varus needs, a poke Varus needs, is space and time to be able to get these Q pokes charged up, to get them down over the enemy team. And right now, GAM aren't able to frontline effectively enough to do that for Artemis, to buy him that space, to buy him that time to apply that damage. If he was on hit, he could be kiting, he could be spacing, he could be kind of in the midst of the skirmishes. He could be contributing, dare I say, in a more meaningful way, in a better way. So I don't know. I hope GAM prove me wrong. Again, my predictions were 3 and 2 here. It's still kind of alive, but MVK being so far ahead at this point in the game, it's going to take like a clean ace for GAM to come back.
Look, there is still a really strong chance that GAM could win this game. Like, these gold leads aren't the end of the world. I just see a Yorick being such a problem that needs to be answered. I think if we can find that answer for GAM, there is a chance they can really win back. I think a lot of it is going to be on Drakthar on this Nocturne to make a smart play, or like we saw before, with Taki getting a huge Pot Blossom. One snap engage. Either or of these teams, we just saw the Crystal Arrow from the Ashe going onto the Gwen. It's these little micro plays that turn into big waves in this series. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do. I want to see GAM being really proactive. I think they need to be tracking exactly what they're going to be doing, because remember, Yorick only has that empowered TP. They don't have TP as a normal summoner. So once that's used, there is a long cooldown on that. So it's like, okay, how do we now capitalize on this and try and hold them at bay a little bit longer and keep these side lanes shoved?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you hit the nail on the head when you identified Kratos initially in your piece, saying that he was the threat. And quite frankly, he is. Even in these 2v1s, he's still very nearly, and dare I say, will punish you so hard. Like, he will kill someone in a 2v1 because he's so strong on this Yorick. He's so capable, he's so competent. But we did see the Akali, we did see the Nocturne pair up and take him down. But you need to commit that 2-to-1. That's why Yorick is so powerful, right? Because he provides so much split pushing power, so much split pushing potential, that the resources are pulled from the rest of the Rift, which gets other lanes ahead in an oppressive manner, in a consistent manner. And Kratos is itemized fantastically into Kiaya. It will be up to Kiaya, though, to get that Gwen into the back lines of MVK. If he can get one good TP, one good flank, and run down that Ashe, run down that Seraphine, I have to believe that GAM can still take some fights. I have to believe they still have the tools to do this. GAM have fought back from worse positions. We've seen it in tonight's series. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this game turns out in like another 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, so true. Remember, LCP, the main staple of our games is they go to about 30 minutes, then it usually ends. So we'll have to see, depending on where this Yorick's going to be sitting. But right now, Yorick and Guri, so Kratos and Guri are sitting on very similar items. In fact, it's dead identical right now, except Guri's just a little bit further ahead. Let's look at the scores, though, as we take a second, as we get back into this game now. Logan is 4-0-1 on this Wukong. That's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good pick. He's been able to get some good engages. He's been able to sort of counter what Drakthar is doing on this Nocturne. Only 3-0-4, I dare say. That's kind of behind of what you would hope that a Nocturne is doing at this stages. So far, MVK have actually been kind of able to stifle the impact here. Kratos half a level up over Kiaya. Thankfully, Glory, I was going to say he was up over Chica, but Chica levels up. Thank you very much. But it looks like Haki's actually building towards his Infinity Edge, whereas Artemis has gone for that Edge of Night. So he's kind of like a half an item behind, which is what a 1.4k gold diff of 60 CS will do to an AD carry. Taki.
Well, Crystal Arrow still technically hit, but it hit a clone. So, you know what? We take those. It didn't just go off the map and hit someone out and about. That's totally fine. Looking at the scores again, I feel like the big thing here, Logan, too, is if Haki had maybe a couple more of those kills that were picked up when Guru came for those fights, it could be a very different story again. Once Haki gets this IE online, it's going to be a very dangerous Ashe to deal with. As long as they have the space, they have the Hurricane as well, so they're going to be hitting multiple members at once. They're going to be able to do so much in these team fights, and it's really on Drakthar and Kiaya, and I would say Glory, to get onto this backline and do some damages. Okay, tower goes over. Looks like Cheek is in a bit of a rough spot and just gone instantly. Glory finds the solo bolo after the tower.
Yeah, tower and solo bolo. That's everything you wanted. That was quick and clean as you absolutely please. If Glory can do this a few more times, I mean, he definitely becomes an extremely strong win condition. It's nice to see these signs of life because the gold lead, 1.4k over to MVK, but the kill lead over to GAM. So it's still very much up in the air here. The Baron up on the Rift, the 4th Drake of the game, which again, Hextech Soul is the soul up for offer here. GAM, I mean, it's 2 minutes. Maybe they want to contest it. Maybe this is that's the time that they'll go for the Baron as they do take their gold and get the items. Look at Glory. He's picked up a Shadow Flame as well. The damage coming out of this Akali. 9 stacks on that Dark Seal. Will he go for a Medjai's eventually?
Oh, look, you never know, honestly. Like, if you are fed, you're 4-1-3. You're so far ahead right now. It's the biggest gold lead individual lanes have in the game, 1.7k. It's just now tied up with Haki. But I feel like an Akali versus an Ashe, regardless of the game, Akali's going to win that. That's just the truth. Akali is so potent in that sort of matchup, especially. So this is where GAM have this opportunity. And I mentioned it before. If they can get on this backline and just take them out, there's nothing that Vikings can do. They will get caught, and it'll all be on Kratos to sit in the side lane and just try and take some towers.
Yeah, and right now, though, Shulong does have a solid 2-level lead over Taki, which could become relevant later. It means Shulong's a bit more survivable than this Neeko, and that's not a good thing because Neeko needs to dive into the enemy team. It's very much a one-way trip every single time, and ooh.
Looking for something. Paranoia does go through, but the Fear found out where they were, and it's Glory again. 5-1-3. 2.3k gold lead here, Logan. It's a lot to deal with, but now there's a lot of members up to this top side. Vikings might be looking, but okay, maybe they're not.
Yeah, Taki clean with it. Had the wards, had the clones, was able to secure the vision, knew exactly where MVK was, and they were just able to back away. Great play there on that bot side, pairing up Drakthar with Glory again. These two proving to be a dynamic duo. This is the power when your jungler and your mid laner link up. Artemis, still 60 CS down, but he's just been allowed to farm, has secured his 3rd item. The IE, the Infinite Edge, picked up for Haki, though, so his damage, very, very real. Good sustain from those auto attacks as they get the scuttle, they get the vision, they start the Drake.
Oh, Chains of Corruption does go sideways, but it burns the flash out of Ashe, so there's no real chance for them to be able to get that survivability too. But Dragon's starting to hit on GAM, but they are walking back away. It's just going to reset. I think it is. Both these teams really want this objective, but spotted out on some wards. It's all about clearing it out, resetting.
Yeah, well, GAM don't want to play to MVK's fiddle, right? If MVK secure this is sole point, that means GAM every 5 minutes is dragged across to the bottom side of the Rift, and
Paranoia going in, they're going straight onto him. Crystal Aria is going to land Encore as well, followed up. Cyclone's just as good. They're holding the line. Haki's able to pick up Drakthar. The flashes go forward. Guri's going on a rampage, is actually unstoppable, and they pick up another 2 kills being locked up here for the Vikings. One of them's the jungler. Looks like they're heading towards the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you killed the top laner, you killed Drakthar the jungler as well. There's basically no threats left here for GAM to contest this Baron. And dare I say, it all came off the back of Shulong's fantastic Encore. It locked them both down. It allowed MVK to collapse onto GAM. Good job by GAM here, though, to contest this bot side jungle objective to at least get something back here. But MVK, the winners, they get 2 kills, they get the Baron, they give over this Hextech Drake. So GAM not on that 5-minute timer, but they have to rally, they have to defend in the face of this Baron empowered MVK. As we see it here again, Kratos, he's hard shoving this mid lane, he's all on his own. That auto does 25% of Kiai's health, flashes away to the waiting arms of his team, and GAM not able to take Kratos down. They overextended into the Encore. Guri with the Cyclone as well. Beautifully done there, just to punish an overly aggressive GAM.
Oh, and the damage charts spell the truth. As yeah, you could see so much was done there. The Gwen getting the work done, but just no real follow-up. Kiai had the members there, but the layering was just too good, and now we're seeing a 5-0 and 2 Guri on this Wukong 700 gold bounty. That is going to be a huge target, and now that all members on the side of Vikings have this Baron, they can just look at these towers. Why not? You can just see, you can send up Kratos to this top side. It's being pushed in by Kiaya, but it doesn't matter. You're going to be able to pick up a tier 2, and now you're going to be able to reset, get a couple more gold, a couple more items in the bank. We'll see where that's going to head us.
Yeah, again, GAM ahead in kills, but they're very behind on turrets. They're behind on gold. They're equal in Drakes, but they didn't get the grubs. They didn't get the Rift Herald. So there's just these small objective differences as MVK pull out to their single largest gold lead they've had all game. That Hawk shot just missing, won't spot Drakthar or Kiaya getting this red buff, so really nice bit of lack of information given over there as the Q-Poke comes through. The Arcane Comet does about 25% of Chica's health, but it won't dissuade them. They will keep marching forward, applying this Baron advantage. And yeah, Kiaya, you had that top lane pushed out, mate, but that's Kratos. He's already knocking almost on the top lane inhibitor turret as the rest of MVK, they herd GAM into their base. I mean, right now, GAM just have no way to leave their base in safety. They're doing a 4-1 split push.
Look, and why not? Like, you got the Baron, it's still going to be up for about 30 seconds. All you need to do is hit that tower once, start shredding out these crystalline growths, and yeah, it's just going to get harder and harder. Is Cheeky now trying to hold on? They haven't had the greatest game this one, but you know what? At the end of the day, it's game 5. You've got to send everything or nothing. It is all on the line here, Logan, as they are going to be able to get a couple more chip damages as these Baron-empowered cannons do a lot of damage to these towers, but Baron's about to reset, so maybe you look to get a quick early back, get the buy, back out onto the map.
Yeah, not the worst defense there from GAM, able to repel MVK before they take that top tier 1 as Artemis just steps forward to clear some vision here. Recalls coming through, and they're going back out to the bot side of the Rift for MVK as Harky's going to take away a couple of these jungle objectives just to try and accelerate himself, get a few more of these items finished early. Next Drake, the 5th Drake of the game, 1.5-ish minutes away. The next Baron, 2.5-ish minutes away as MVK. They're playing so confidently. They're playing so aggressively. Guri has not died, right? And he's been in the midst of everything. He's been cycloning into the back lines of GAM, and it's like they just can't do anything about him. He knows when he needs to back away, and he's given over, like his advantage to the rest of his team. Kiaya, though, he does have 2.5 items with the AD damage reduction, so his only kind of real damage threat is Chica, but Chica's having a quiet one, right? He's 0-3 and 1, so I dare say he's not the AP that you need to be worried about. I like the boots Kiaya's picked up.
He's not the droid you're looking for, unfortunately, Logan, and that's okay, but it's a 4.4k gold lead here for Vikings. Those nice little pushes, getting those growths, getting those tower plates has really opened up this game for the Vikings too. They just need to keep this line straight and clear. Leave Kratos in these side lanes. Don't even go near him. Just let him be a menace. Let him push and farm, and he will come back so strong. He's just picked up the Shojins, so his auto attacks are going to be so big, and it's going to be so much to deal with too. But let's just take a quick second, Logan. Let's just look at what's going on. Items across the board. Harky's hit 100% crit now. We're very comfortable. The Miracle Scimitar means that easy QSS, the safety in not being hit with the CC, means they can keep fighting, keep autoing, and get some more damage off too. But Sulong's starting to get a couple more of those items as well, but Oblivion Orb and now a Serpent's Fang for Artemis, and Taki with that Oblivion Orb means the anti-heal's online and the anti-shield is really good.
Yeah, the shield cut coming through because that's a lot of what Seraphine wants to provide here, but they are melting this Drake with GAM nowhere nearby. They cleared out the vision control. They had the priority. They had the information, and they pull the trigger. So now Baron, 30 seconds. It is up to GAM to get vision control, to get priority, to try and prevent MVK from securing this Baron, because I have to imagine here, Pike, if MVK get this Baron, that they are going to want to end this game. They are so strong right now. They've got more completed items on more champions. They've got more level advantage on more champions. it's going to be a Baron and win if MVK secure it, because now they're clearing out this vision control. Now GAM are on the bot side of the rift. If MVK pull the trigger now, GAM might not even be able to answer it.
Well, I think the vision that has been coming through is very strong. Like, look at this one ward. They know it's there, but no one's really sweeping it just yet, as they're going to clear it out fully after they use that little plant. I think you're right. One misstep from anyone on GAM, and Vikings will just run straight to that Baron. Doesn't matter if Nocturne is up. It is any pick. He's going to be a menace, because remember, the tunnels are here. They've all reset. They're coming back with more items yet again. Safety's going to be online. The damage is looking really good. They could just look to start this. They're throwing out the hawk shot. They want to find where Drakthar is, but Drakthar was topside. It is actually Tanky being a Nocturne, which can throw those spanners in the loop too. But another big item we have to be careful of, Drakthar does have the GA available, so you could just go all in, maybe hope that the team can rally.
Yeah, but I have to imagine that Guri...
Ooh. Crystal Arrow burnt, but clone nicely used, so that getting out of dodge very quickly is going to help. That's a big cooldown you have to be worried about.
Yeah, and the flash burnt there too, though. So Taki's ingress into the back line of MVK. Deep TP, though. GAM, they're going for it.
There is the Paranoia. They're looking to go into the backside, looking for all the damage. Chains of Corruption go in. It's enough, but is it going to be too much as Sulong picks it up? Nice. Pop Blossom hits multiple members, but Artemis is finally picking up Chica. Let's see if the Vikings can hold on. Kiaya tanking up this tower. Does get the shutdown. It's a really nice pick, but is it going to be enough? 4 members of GAM hold this line. Kratos and Haki are still here. They are wanting something back, but GAM, they won the fight. They've secured a little bit more of that gold back in their pocket, and they're trying to teeter on this Baron, but maybe they don't have enough.
It feels crazy to say. That was a 1-for-3. GAM smashed MVK in that fight, but they're still scared of Kratos. They're still scared of Haki here. And they know that Haki's ultimate is back off cooldown. They've started the Baron in the face of Kratos and Haki. They have to. Kiara is here. Someone has to space these two out, because I have to believe that they can flip this. They need to be so careful.
No. Nah, the Baron's just gone. It's an easy pickup here as they're going to lock it down. But look at the waves in the base, Logan. The base is in shatters as huge waves were shoved in that bot and mid. But now look at this play again. Break it down for me.
Yeah, look, Akali Glory going in, Drakthar going in. The Chains of Corruption did so much work, and the timing of the Pop Blossom from Taki prevented so much of Guri's Cyclone in those back lines. It really let Kiaya just advance forward aggressively. He didn't need to defend his AD. He didn't need to defend his Akali. So now they have 4 Baron-empowered champions. They deny the Baron from MVK. They buy themselves more time. Gold lead still 2.5k over to MVK. Every single fight could mean you lose this game. Every single fight could mean you are knocked out of playoffs. This is the lower bracket elimination best of 5. You need to win this.
No, both teams need to win this. This is the decider, right? Like, this is the elimination series. If you lose here, you're out of the LCP for the rest of the split. There's just no coming back, so you'll have to wait till next year. But now they're charging down this mid lane. Should be able to open this one up quite convincingly. Not going to have to be too worried about it. It was somewhat low, but they've got so much damage now as we're entering into the 37-minute mark here, Logan. Like, this is late game for the LCP. Usually we are done by now, but neither of these teams are wavering. But a Baron play with 1.5k, not terrible considering.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got another minute and a half, and MVK are so strong that I really do think that they can just kind of play as per normal here. They can almost be disrespectful of that Baron empowerment that GAM secured for themselves with Kiaya, with Drakthar, Artemis and Taki, still with that Baron. They need to get as much advantage as they can, but Kratos, so hard to answer. He just picked up anti-heal here as well, so no one's going to be doing much healing anywhere on the Rift, because Oblivion Orb and Shield Cut on the side of GAM. The Drake, though, is the prize for GAM here. This will be the 6th Drake of the game. No matter what happens, if this game goes for another 5 minutes, it will be the 7th and last, and Soul will be decided.
So we got another 5 minutes, Logan. That's fine. We got another 5 minutes. Let's just take a deep breath. There's a lot of items on the board we can break down. Glory's now got that Zhonya's completed too, so a lot of safety in that, whereas Chica is a full item behind. 2.6k gold behind is really, really rough for that, so definitely going to be hard. But also, now that we're entering into the very late game, we're seeing Haki picking up a final BF sword, most likely going to be that Bloodthirster. But also, let's look at Artemis. Like, still, they're somewhat behind, but because lethality, these sort of like full lethality items are a bit cheaper, they're actually keeping up relatively close.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? It's going to be different levels of application of damage too, whereas Haki's going to be able to space and kite and spam autos. Artemis is not going to be able to do that as well. He's going to need to be firing from downrange. He's going to need to have that spacing, that time, that patience, whereas Haki can aggress forward a little bit more. So, yeah, okay, you're keeping up in items, but you're still not on equal footing, I dare say. In a 1v1, Haki would absolutely win that fight. We do see GAM, though, they're pushing in. They're trying to get some wave priority here. No objectives on the Rift. So now it's all about vision control. It's all about wards. Glory, the sole gold leader for GAM. 3k on Glory here, right? If it wasn't for him, it'd probably be around a 5k plus gold lead for MVK. So they are seriously strong right now. Both top laners, level 20. They're maxed out. They can't get stronger. Guri, he goes for that Death Stance, whereas Drakthar has that GA. So a different little bit of itemization there means Drakthar can play a whole lot more aggressively, but Guri's Death Stance provides him a lot more sustain. So that difference in those jungle items could prove significant as well.
I think the big point to note there is, and you sort of hit the nail on the head, right, is Drakthar's happy to go all in and just full commit, whereas Guri's build sort of tells me that they want to be starting the fight themselves. Is like they want to be that proactive sort of player. They want to hit with the Crystal Arrow. They want to hit with the Encore and then layer things on. So the fight is in their terms. If it's not, and it is started by Drakthar, Glory, Kiaya, or even Artemis and Taki, any member on the side of GAM, if they can start these fights up with a relevant, good engage, they don't like those odds. They don't want to be playing backwards. They need to be playing forwards, and that is exactly what that build tells me. So it'll be very interesting how this next fight, because honestly, next fight wins the game. We're at 40 minutes. Games don't go this long. They're going to end very soon.
Yeah, and I'll be looking forward to seeing the damage meters at the end of this game as well, because right now, Artemis is at risk of getting Flame Horizon by Haki. Like, he's 90-something CS down on Haki. Haki is still oppressively farming CS, but the level advantage is over to Artemis. He's actually level 18, where Haki is level 17. Like, how does that even work? Well, Artemis has been involved in more fights as well. You look at the stats, Haki's been involved in 8, Artemis has been involved in 10, so he's getting that XP from those assists, from those kills as well, because Champ XP is worth so much more than the minions in this late stage of the game here. But it's just farming, it's just vision, it's pressuring priority in these waves, because the Baron is now up in the next Drake in 70 seconds time.
But beware there, Logan. There is a minion walking through the river, and if we know anything about minions in rivers, they're dangerous. So it's not worth it. Look at Taki right there. Always scary is, okay, Taki being jumped on instantly, taking a bit of a chunk of damage, but look at Glory on the back end. Might be looking for that nice flank. So they're looking to potentially start something. If Vikings make their way up to this Baron too quickly, Glory's going to just thrash them from behind.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these deep flanks, these patient plays are what you need to crack the code in the late games, right? I just think that GAM have seen MVK and they've gone, we can't win in a straight up 5v5, because you look at it, right? The tankiness is on the side of MVK. The damage is on the side of GAM. They don't have a true frontline tank. And I think GAM are trying to get this Hextech Soul because they've got the mouth of the river covered, right? As Chica, he's going for these looks. He's trying to make sure there's no one waiting for him. But yeah, GAM, they've got the entrance to the Drake covered. It's 5 seconds. It's up to MVK to make a play, get the spell shield off Artemis. That's a good cooldown to have here. GAM need to be quick. If MVK are too fast, they get the Baron and they get the push.
they're giving it. They're just going to say that's fine, and they're going to go start the Baron. Like, they can give the Soul over here. I don't know if it's the right call, but how quickly can they take this as a TP is now coming towards this top side. Soul confirmed for GAM. They've picked it up. Now they have to deal with the Baron, but it's just gone. It's been picked up. They've made the trade. They were happy with what the call was. There's the Paranoia looking to go in. The Pop Blossom's going to hit on 2. It's enough damage. Let's see if it's going to be enough as Chica picks up Taki, but look at Glory on the backside as well. Kratos trying to hold on. The hits are big. It's a lot of damage. Vikings, they have everything they need. It's all she wrote. The tunnels are better, but the double kill for Kiaya is not going to be enough. They're sending everything they can. Kratos and the Maiden walk on through, and with a Baron buff still in tow, look at this top wave. They can walk it down. It is only Drakthar holding this line here. Logan, I don't think GAM have what it takes to hold on. The GA didn't even pop for Drakthar in that fight, but they have so much push. It is Kratos hitting these inhibs incredibly hard. There's a Paranoia going in, trying to go to the back line. They're able to get something. They picked up Sulong, so a trade is good, but they need to pick up Drakthar too. They're going to get the ace. They can look down at the Nexus. They flipped it as hard as they could. Taki's coming in for a fight. Is it going to be enough? Is they looking to pick up one? Hold on. Look at Chica. Did they not just go down to a support? Kratos wants this fight. He just needs to hit the Nexus. Looking for one more. They can't do it. GAM, hold the line. Taki keeps them in the fight.
Drakthar sacrifices his GA, he gets Shulong, and then Taki goes in as well, finishes off Chica. It's just Kratos who's just now picked up his GA. No more Baron buffs on the side of MVK, but a Hextech Soul on the side of GAM. This is 45 minutes here as we take a look at this replay around the Baron. It was GAM pulling the trigger. They were late to this fight. Artemis taken out so early, so much damage removed, but Glory did God's work on the backside. Kiaya as well, able to get that double, really, as you called, like that was the difference maker. It meant that MVK had so few resources to be able to marsh on their base. If even one more member of MVK had lived, that surely would have been the game. But then Drakthar goes in, sacrifices his GA, gets a kill. Taki goes in, gets a kill. It's only Kratos left standing, and Artemis is able to finish him off. So GAM's Nexus still stands, but their mid lane is fragile. MVK, they still have their tier 2 turrets in every single lane. GAM backs against the wall. Can they do it? MVK relentlessly charging.
Logan, imagine if there was a TP for Vikings right now. There is a ward at that top inhib. There's the Paranoia going in for another fight. Drakthar doesn't have the GA, just blown up instantly. The Pop Blossom's good onto 3, but it's not going to be enough as there is Guri just landing Cyclone, but Kiaya's in the back line, getting so much damage, so much agency. Double kill, heading over for this Varus. No way the triple. It's all too much. No way does this lethality Varus have this much damage. And they are closing it out. Kiaya held this line. Look at the base, look at top, look at them. It's Taki trying to hold this line, but they have to reset.
Yeah, I mean, their base is in shambles. It's great that they won. They aced MVK and only gave over 2, so they'll be able to defend. Kiaya getting as much time as he possibly can, as much damage. He'll melt this turret, immediately gets 3 plates, takes it out. The TP being committed. GAM, they're going for this. They've defended them lane. They know that Taki can prevent these waves as respawns come through. This is so close, Pike. This is crazy. Are they going for it?
They're going for it. The timers are in their favor. 4 seconds on Sulong. The rest of them are waiting to come up. Artemis is the one tanking. They might have the damage. Kiaya is low. You have to be so careful. One hit could do it straight into the tunnel, gets them out to safety. This game is insane, Logan. What is going on?
Oh, it's a classic LCP base race, Pike, but as I say classic, it's never happened before. This all started with Drakthar with that Paranoia, the Pop Blossom in the backline, protecting, spacing. Kiaya dives in, finishes the job. The Q poke from Artemis, good. It's landing. The E is following up. The GA's popping everywhere. The stopwatch for Kiaya. Kratos, still so strong, still so tough. They've defended another wave as their Nexus turrets have respawned. Baron, 1.5 minutes. Elder, 1.5 minutes. It's both major jungle objectives coming back up. Which way will they go? MVK has the advantage. Gold lead over to GAM for the first time this game. It's 48 minutes, Pike.
Look, it's just a tall order. The fact they've got a full-on open base. 3 inhibs are still down. You got 2 sets of supers charging through. Everyone's trying to hold on, but they were still able to claw back and get that inhib. So it's just going to delay it a little bit more, but 40 seconds on Elder. This is where the big fight's going to be, because yes, you could flip for a Baron yet again. Maybe we look for Kratos with a back door. Maybe we see Kiaya go for a back door through the mid lane. We don't know what this could look like. But at the end of the day, they are stacking all down this bot side. Vikings are looking at this Elder, maybe looking for the pick. They are waiting in the brush.
Yeah, I mean, Kiaya is just such a strong threat for GAM. So is Glory. If they can buy the spacing, if they can buy the time for Artemis to get that Q poke, those E's down, that chain of corruption to land, because if that chain of corruption lands, it really sets Taki up for some massive pop blossoms. Everyone nearly max level. Taki need to be so careful. Chica did so much damage.
Oh, Crystal Arrow was stopped, but now there's the paranoia. See if they go back on the backside. Taki gets the great pop blossom again. They're finding their mark, but the shutdown was just too quick. Didn't go fully back in. Cyclone now used. Clone just about to be taken off the board too. Guri has to be careful. Look at Glory on the backside. Kratos trying to take him on, but the Shroud is keeping them alive. The perfect execution gets them out of dodge. The GA now burnt. Vikings are winning at the fight. Kiaya Big picked up Chica too. They're looking for more. Artemis can't hold on. It's just back and forth. LCP, they don't know what they're doing. The TP into the base. They're looking for a back door. It's Kratos. Just needs to hit him, but maybe he wants to look for Drakthar instead. But now the flash goes forward. The fear is nice, but is the damage going to be enough? The Maiden is helping. The GA is about to pop. It does go down, but now all the inhibs came back off. Cool down here, Logan. They're looking to go for these towers. One tower down. Crystal Arrow hits. They just need to hit one more. Vikings. It's the Vikings. They've cloned out the Silver Scrapes. They're moving forward, and they take GAM out of the series. GG, well played.
MVK take tonight's best of 5 lower elimination series in the longest game as they celebrate on stage. They deserve that win. They earned that win over GAM Esports. GG, well played indeed. They are the ones to knock GAM out. They are the ones to progress into whomsoever loses between CFO and Team Secret Wales. Well played, GAM Esports. Take a bow. You are now knocked out of playoffs.
Look, and it was a long road. They put up such a good fight. You see, there's Faker there apparently giving them a bit of bowing too. But what a series, Logan. That was one of the longest ones we've probably had in the LCP. This best of 5 went the full distance, and that last game, I think, was it 50 minutes long?
Yeah, I think it was about 50 plus. The average game duration here in the LCP is 32.5 minutes, and the longest game we've ever had is 52 minutes 42 here in Split 3. So it definitely came close to being one of the longer games we've seen in the LCP. Some could say it was even manifested into existence because the previous 4 games were so quick. I mean, people probably felt we deserved a long game 5, and that is exactly what we got here tonight between 2 of the VCS's best teams, between this young, explosive, exciting, interesting roster versus the wisdom and experience and veterancy of GAM Esports here. And they just have so much to be proud of. They have so much to be happy about because MVK move on, they move up, they keep their hopes and dreams alive.
Now the real question here, Logan, is does Vikings secure their place at Worlds?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at the championship point standings here because if they're able to get to the grand final, they lock in their Worlds position. If they're able to qualify on championship points, they get their Worlds position. They've done everything right so far. 47 kills in 50 minutes. Only a 1k gold difference by the end of this game. GAM, they recovered so well at the 46th minute. They even stood a good chance, but I think we're looking at the player of the match.
Yeah, and it's obviously looking at Guru here because they really did shine in all 5 games in some capacity. Yeah, some of the performances weren't as good as we'd like to put them up to, but we are hard critics here as the casters of the LCP, but regardless, we can see phenomenal games. Don't worry, there were other games. Do not stress about that one, guys, but that Wukong game, pretty damn good.
Yeah, look, if I had to say that Wukong game was the one that got him that player of the match all on its own, but for a long time in that game, he didn't die. I think at one stage we called him out as 5-0-8 or something. He was involved in so many fights, but he was involved in so many fights in every single game of tonight's best of 5 series, right? Guri was making plays or preventing GAM from making plays. We were talking about that Drakthar Skana game. It was Guri that just stopped him from having any impact, from having any effect. So he's just been across the rift all series long, and he absolutely does deserve that player of the match.
Yeah, even in that last one, it was the early proactivity that got the Vikings such a strong lead, that gave them that agency that they needed to come into this mid-late game, even up against Kiaya, who was definitely a menace here. You can see the fights were looking good. It was somewhat even, but it just wasn't there. And it really came down to a coin flip fight of who won out late game. And the TP plays, the moves, it was all exceptional. And this play here from Artemis had a lot of us questioning.
Yeah, Artemis definitely made a very questionable decision on that Tristana into the Yone as well. Like, we were like, oh, what happened there? I still believe, like you, that the on-hit Varus would have been a better choice than the poke Varus that we did get here in this particular game. But Kratos also, like, I know we sung his praises many times, but with great reason. That Yorick tanked the world and more. He doesn't look like a traditional tank, but by God, he is. The amount of sustain, the damage he can soak, the frontlining he did, his ghoulie walls, his maiden, the damage he was able to clap back with, he just made GAM suffer every time they went for a play on him. And I feel like that's the world that you need your top laners to be in.
Yeah, no, it's so true, but at the end of the day, it was this huge sort of mark of how well was this Yorick going to do, especially into the Gwen. Like, it's such a unique matchup as well, where the Gwen in the late game should just be shredding through, but it just wasn't that towards the end. This was a bit of a clunky fight as well around this Baron. They traded Soul for the Baron here. They were able to get so much off it, opening up that base incrementally, but then this fight followed up again. The Pop Blossom was huge, and here comes Kiaya, the fierce scissors just shredding through everyone. Artemis, yeah, had a little bit of an action in that, but Kiaya looked really, really strong. I think it was just Artemis cleaning up the kills. So all in all, this whole series, especially this last game, was a battle of inches, not just miles.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct, and every inch mattered, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. Whether you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. That's Fast and the Furious for you young kids at home, and that is exactly what MVK did. I mean, game 1, 2, 3, and 4 was so one-sided, was so swingy. Game 5 was so close, and it went the distance. It was over 50 minutes long, and that's because both of these teams knew exactly what was at stake. And I think we have confirmation, Pike. MVK have secured their spot at Worlds 2026.
Absolutely phenomenal, this team. I never doubted them. Look, I did predict the Vikings would win out. I'm not going to just but I didn't think it was going to go to game 5, though. That's kind of crazy, in my opinion. It should have been 4. But regardless, we're looking good as we take a look at the playoffs, and we're going to take a sneak peek at tomorrow night's game. And it is going to be CFO versus Team Secret Wales as they get ready to battle it out. Whoever wins goes forward to the finals. And if CFO can secure that, they can beat Team Secret Wales. They have locked their place in Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. So much on the line for all of these teams here. But yeah, tomorrow night's match is going to be huge. CFO, the last team of the PCS, the only non-VCS team in these playoffs, up against Team Secret Wales, arguably the number one team here in the LCP consistently. Only CFO has beat them in 2026, which is just a crazy stat to say.
It's a very crazy stat, Logan, and it's going to be a huge series, definitely worth checking out, especially as we get ready to enter into the world stage where these teams are locking in their plays, trying to figure out what they're going to be doing as they head over to LA. So there's a lot to break down, but Logan, we did it. We got through the Silver Scrapes, and it was an awesome series.
Absolutely an awesome series, and thank you to everybody at home who decided to tune into the LCP and watch this 5-game best of 5. Make sure you do it again tomorrow night, because that one is going to be just as good. That is all from us here in the LCP tonight. I'm Logan, that's Pike, and this is the LCP. Good night.